Well, I say you should say anything, you know. But no,
Good morning, everybody.
Here-
Who's excited for day 2? Come on, you can do better than that, Club 20. We're from the Western Slope. Who's excited for day 2? Much better. Thank you, everybody. That was also a ploy to get you guys get your attention. So thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Brittany Dixon, and I'm the Executive Director for Club 20. We're so excited to have you all here for our Ag, PLNR, and Water committees today. Lots of good information coming down. Lots of high-level stuff, some good speakers. So come ready with your questions. We are going to go ahead and get started with the Pledge of Allegiance first. So if everybody could please rise. I pledge allegiance Wonderful. A few housekeeping items. Just like yesterday, if you were here with us, we have some pastries and goodies over here. Coffee, where Mary Jo is showing. She's our Vanna White. Yes, there is hot water. If you're looking for hot water for the tea, it is on the coffee maker, that red dial. So just go back there and help yourself. We have some cords out here in the middle. Again, if you're trying to speak with people, please try to talk to them on the outside of the U. We don't want anybody tripping and falling. Restrooms are out these doors and to the left. Feel free to go use that whenever you need to. And then in the back, we do have some refreshments provided by Swire Coca-Cola. So let's give them a round of applause. So we have realized that our folks don't like to come up to the table to ask their questions. We get it. But if you are going to be asking a question, please make sure you wait for a mic or you come up to the U to use a mic. It's for the folks online. They can't hear you if you're not using the mic. So please be respectful. It is an opportunity to do this hybrid, and some folks are traveling and wish they could be here. So we want to make sure that everybody is able to hear what's going on here in the room. And with that, anything that I missed? I don't think so. So we will jump into our federal office updates. We will start with the office of Senator Bennett. We have Miss Hillary Henry here with us again, and she's going to speak loud and proud into the microphone, just like everybody is today. Eat it, okay?
Good morning, everyone. Happy day 2 of Club 20. I have a few updates today. For folks that weren't here yesterday, I wanted to let you know that our congressionally directed spending process is open with Senator Hickenlooper. I think Jeanette is going to talk a little bit more about that. And then I just have a few updates. I think in the ag space, we are paying close attention right now to federal funding. I think there have been lots of funds frozen. Those are subsequently getting unfrozen, but we've been hearing from producers, conservation districts, water districts that have had funds frozen, and in some cases put them in a tight spot. I think we're doing our best to get in touch with the agencies about those funds. We are tracking them all. Our best source of information actually is you guys right now about what is frozen and what is not. So if you are experiencing difficulties, you're getting a stop work order, you're not able to access your grant portal, please do reach out. Please let me know, and I'm happy to get in touch with the agencies as well as alert our team so we can make sure that we are on top of it and helping everyone get the funding they need. For water, I talked yesterday a bit about Shoshone. Senator Bennett did work for about the last 6 weeks of the Biden administration, really pushing hard for that money to get announced. The drought funding in what's called the B2E bucket. Senator Bennett pushed hard in 2022 to get $4 billion in the Inflation Reduction Act for drought. And then that funding was split between the upper basin and the lower basin, and a portion of it was set aside for environmental related drought conditions, which is the funding that Shoshone got pulled out of. So we were really excited that in mid-January, we had $170 million across Colorado announced for drought resiliency projects, including 40 million for Shoshone. So just a huge amount of funding, and so critical when we are looking at a historic drought in Colorado and things being hotter and drier than they ever have been. That funding has been frozen since then. We have been in touch with the administration. I know lots of folks here have been as well. We are doing all we can to be supportive of getting that funding here on the ground in Colorado, and are looking carefully and are hopeful that will still happen. It looks like it might. So things seem to be moving forward there, but we have been concerned because we know how important that is to all of our Western Slope communities. Senator Bennett also, at the end of the last Congress in the lame duck session, he passed 9 bills. 2 of those were related to water. One was the Salinity Control Act. This is a program that's important to reduce the salinity load in the Colorado River. It made a couple of important technical changes to that program and then also increased the federal cost share. So that will make it so that more programs and people across the West can participate in that program and make sure that we keep our salinity levels in Colorado low and we meet the terms of the Colorado Compact. We also passed a bill for invasive species and to reduce aquatic nuisance species and mussels. We think this is particularly important given the recent infestation in Highline Lake and the Colorado River, but it would increase coordination between our federal agencies and make sure that all at-risk bodies of water, including those in Colorado, are prioritized for that funding. So we should bring some more resources and coordination to that program, which is critically important as we're seeing an infestation here in our own waters, just in our backyard. And then I was going to talk a bit just about our federal land management agencies and what's going on there right now. I think we've been quite concerned both about the freezing of funds. Both the BLM and the Forest Service received quite a bit of funding through the Inflation Reduction Act and the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. At the Forest Service, that funding has been frozen, and so that was all funding that was for forestry work, wildfire mitigation, and we're given the dry winter we're having, are very concerned about making sure that that money is being spent now and the work is getting done so that we are preventing wildfires. We're also been tracking really closely about the terminations that have been happening across our workforce and the early resignation offers. We saw about 10% of the Forest Service and then also cuts at both the National Park Service and the BLM. And while wildland firefighters were exempted from those cuts, at the Forest Service, many of those workers were red card holders, so people who are boots on the ground to do wildfire work when there's a large blaze that exceeds the capacity of what the full-time firefighting force can do. So we're concerned particularly because hiring and onboarding of wildland firefighters has also stalled during this period. So we're not seeing the proactive work getting done. We're not seeing the hiring and onboarding of firefighters. And then we're also not seeing our boots on the ground personnel that do timber work, that do manage trails and put out campfires. We're also seeing cuts there. So I think it puts us in a hard spot. I think Senator Bennett believes that the federal government, like most big organizations, could be more efficient. And he, as his position on the Senate Agriculture Committee, has talked for a long time about how we can make our agencies operate better, how we can get more work done on the ground. But he is concerned that these cuts seem to be done without a plan and have primarily just targeted workers based on their length of service. And so there is no idea of how we will backfill those positions, particularly in the immediate term. And here on the Western Slope, our federal workers receive about 20% less pay than they do on the Front Range because of locality designation. So it's quite hard to hire on the Western Slope. We've seen significant vacancies at the BLM, at the NRCS, at the Forest Service in the past years. And so the idea that we will lose the workers that we have there and we need to hire again in the future where we have very high cost of living here, I think is concerning to us. And so Senator Bennett has taken a number of actions to talk about the importance of our federal land management agency workers. He sent a letter to Secretary Brooke Rollins at the Department of Agriculture asking for all Forest Service employees to be reinstated. He also spoke on the floor about the importance of federal workers. And then during the budget reconciliation process, the Senate goes through a process that's called a vote-a-rama, where senators can introduce amendments to the reconciliation process. He introduced an amendment that all federal workers from our land management agencies at the BLM, the National Park Service, the Fish and Wildlife Service, and the Forest Service be reinstated. That got one Republican vote from Senator Murkowski, so we were glad to see that, but continue to believe that managing our public lands is a bipartisan issue and something that we should all be working on together because we know how important these places are to our backyard. And then finally, yesterday, Senator Bennett he is the ranking member for the subcommittee on forestry, natural resources, conservation, and biotechnology on the Senate Agriculture Committee. And he, along with Senator Marshall, who is from Kansas and is the chair, he's the ranking member on that committee. They held a hearing yesterday about the Fix Our Forests Act and about forestry work in general. So the Fix Our Forests Act is a permitting reform bill aimed at getting more wildfire mitigation work done across our western landscapes. Senator Bennett agrees with the aims of that bill. He has some concerns about making sure that communities have the opportunity to weigh in on processes before work is getting done and that they have the opportunity for judicial review because he believes, as I talked about yesterday, that it's very important that we uphold the rule of law. And so that is an important part of our democratic process. But he talked a bit about the bill, but I think his main message was that we should be doing everything we can to be getting wildfire mitigation work done. And so permitting reform is part of the equation. But another part that we should not miss out on is that we also need the workers and the funding to get that work out on the ground. And so he brought back Jonathan Houck, who's the Gunnison County Commissioner. I think he's been in this room many times to testify. He talked about some of the great work they've done in Gunnison County through collaborative projects around the spruce beetle epidemic and adaptive management in Taylor Park. And then he also brought back Frank Bim, who was the Region 2 regional forester that covered all of Colorado. And so both of them were able to talk about the very important role that Forest Service employees play here on our public lands in Colorado. And I think the last thing I'll say about that is I think, I just want to recognize that our federal workers are in a tough place and it's been tough on morale for them. And I think part of what the senator has been talking about too is the importance of their public service and that we should be making sure to recognize them for the work they do in our communities. And while it's the role of Congress to always make sure that our agencies are operating well, that we shouldn't lose the human aspect of this in the process either, and making sure that they have been treated with the respect they deserve for the important role they play in our communities here in Colorado. So that's all the updates I have for today, and happy to take any questions.
Good morning. One of my questions is, I follow the hearings. We try to watch as many of them as you can, but why is the conversation with Senator Bennett always about the federal employees? We've got a huge private sector that's been ignored, especially when it comes to logging and fire mitigation, but all the conversations about what can we do to convince him that there's a private sector out there and everything shouldn't be fighting for federal workers to get these jobs?
Yeah, definitely. I'm happy to talk about that. I think Senator Bennett recognizes that the private sector and the timber industry in particular is an important partner in this conversation. I think Colorado only has one timber mill on the western slope in Montrose, and we know that that is an important partner in making sure we get this work done. And so we've been very focused on making sure they stay open in recent years. I think he believes that we need federal employees there to make sure that they can get their timber permits processed, that the trees are marked there. And I also think part of the concern is not that we need to have a bureaucracy to have a bureaucracy, but that we need to have a plan to get the services done on the ground. And so to just remove federal workers without a plan for how private industry will take over or what we are going to do in the immediate term is very concerning. I think we would rather have seen that been a conversation in Congress through appropriations or through a longer process where we could have had some insight ahead of time and known what sort of positions were removed. So I think part of it is a process conversation. Part of it is we agree the timber industry could be an important partner here. Thanks so much.
This comes from Vanessa Trout. How can we get funding to the Western Slope versus funding going to the Front Range?
Yeah, I'm happy to talk about this, and I actually owe Vanessa an email, so this is perfect, perfect timing. So when the bipartisan infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act money was announced, the Forest Service went through a planning process and designated priority fire sheds for where they would primarily spend that money. In Colorado, those priority fire sheds were on the Front Range, mostly in the Arapahoe Roosevelt Forest, and then around Durango. And this was probably about 2 years ago. Club 20 at the time had a big conference about the water towers of the West and our forests, and talked a lot about the importance of making sure we do active forest management on the Western Slope as well. I think we heard that message loud and clear. We wrote several letters to the administration about the importance of doing forestry work outside of those priority fire sheds on the Western Slope. For a couple of reasons. One, to protect our communities, but also because of how critically important our forests here on the Western Slope for the Colorado River. We had a good conversation with the administration about that. We saw funding after those letters get released for fuel breaks in several places on the Western Slope. We also saw funding announced for a lot of forestry work on the Grand Mesa. And part of what happened as well is as that bill and IRA money was spent in those high priority fire sheds, that also allowed existing appropriations to be used in other places on the Western Slope. So we felt like the Forest Service was doing a good job in making sure that all of Colorado was covered, not just the priority fire sheds, which I think were important because of the high population density and the proximity to population centers, but we were glad to see them recognize the importance of forestry work in other places as well.
Nancy, I do see your question. I do see your question, Nancy. I will try to connect you. We are running out of time, so I will connect you and Hillary, although I know you guys probably have each other's contact information already.
Thanks so much.
Hillary. Next up from Senator Hickenlooper's office, we have Jeanette Stankel, and she is the Central Mountains Northwest Director.
I used to be the Central Mountains now. Yeah, it's okay. So yeah, Jeanette Stansel here with Senator Hickenlooper's office. So I know that we talked about CDS yesterday briefly, and I just want to mention again for the folks who weren't here that we are moving forward with our CDS process for 2026. Again, we don't know what will happen. I mean, many things could change, but we want to be prepared. One thing that we have been asking folks is if you submitted a project in 2025, we are encouraging you to resubmit this year. So that's something to think about. Another thing is we are only doing one application process this year for both offices, just for streamlining everything and to make sure that you're getting support from both senators on your project. And we do keep this ongoing frequently asked questions document. If you would like a copy of that, we're happy to share that with you. Or also if you have questions, you can always reach out to us. That is mostly what I have on CDS. In regards to water, we also have been paying attention to the B2E funding. The funding freeze affected 42 projects in the upper basin of the Colorado River, and 17 of those were in the western slope. And so we're paying attention to that. We know that that really has an effect, especially here in Mesa County. The latest information that I have on B2E and Shoshone, which is a lot of what our office has been getting questions about, is that there isn't a specific timeline right now that they've given us on this, on when they will, be giving us more information. We know that they are currently short-staffed. They're trying, when a new administration comes in, things switch, and so they're still hiring. And we did recently speak, our office did recently speak with the Bureau of Reclamation, and so far, what we know is that they are planning to review all the unobligated funds before moving forward, and they're currently prioritizing projects that are over 50K. So that's pretty much everything that I'm sure everyone in this room has been thinking about and is concerned about in regards to those water projects. So we will keep you posted as soon as we know more. We're definitely paying attention to this, and we're constantly asking our colleagues in DC what's happening. For what's been happening with the federal employees and the layoffs and all of those things, we are definitely also paying attention to that. Senator Hickenlooper has come out in support as well of our federal workers. I just want to highlight that he led on a letter on the DOI firings, and just feels like, we are basically disrupting essential services, harming our local economies, and limiting access to public lands and national parks by doing things like this. And wants you all to know that he is in support of our federal workforce. We are also working on the Fix Our Forest Act, and will be working on that as it continues its process in the Senate as well. And that's what I have for today.
Thanks, Jeanette. And last but certainly not least, from Congressman Hurd's office, Ms. Riley Scott.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Great to be back here today. Had a wonderful day yesterday, so thank you all for being here. And thank you to Brittany and the rest of the Club 20 staff for all you do for us. So I wanted to give a little introduction again on the Congressman's office for those who weren't here yesterday. So we have an office here in Grand Junction that we just officially opened on Monday. I forgot to say that yesterday. We're off Horizon Court, so please come by and say hello if you're in the area or need any help. I work out of there as the Deputy District Director, and then Betsy Bayer, who's our District Director, is also based out of that office. And she will also be here today, so I'm sure you'll all look forward to seeing her. We cover 10 counties here out of Grand Junction, so Rio Blanco, Moffett, Garfield, Mesa, Delta, Montrose, Ouray, Gunnison, Pitkin, and a little bit of Eagle. We also have an office down in Southwest Colorado in Durango, and our staffer there is Naomi Dobbs. So if you're down in Southwest, please feel free to reach out to her. And then lastly, we have an office in Pueblo, which is covering Pueblo, Southern Colorado, and the San Luis Valley. Lastly, we have our office in DC, which hopefully you guys are definitely going to stop by when you're in DC for the Club 20 trip. But if any of you are planning trips out to DC and would like a tour of the Capitol, a tour of the White House, please feel free to reach out to our office and we'll be happy to help you out with that. I want to discuss kind of what Congressman Hurd has been assigned to on his congressional committees. First of all, he's on the Natural Resources Committee, and he's on the subcommittee on energy and minerals, and then also the chairman of the subcommittee on Indian and Insular Affairs, which is very exciting for a freshman. And we have 2 federally recognized tribes down in Southwest Colorado, so that is also very exciting news for us. Insular affairs are our territories, so Puerto Rico, Guam, things like that. So he's getting his feet wet on those issues. And then secondly, he's on the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. He serves on the Highways and Transit Subcommittee, as well as the Aviation Subcommittee, and lastly, the Water Resources and Environment Subcommittee, which oversees Army Corps of Engineers projects and the WRDA process, which we will be going through again in 2026. And finally, he's on the Science, Space, and Technology Committee, where he serves on the Energy Subcommittee as well as the Environment Subcommittee. Congressman Hurd introduced his first piece of legislation called the Local Act, which would permanently move the Bureau of Land Management headquarters to Grand Junction. We have all 4 Republican congressional representatives from Colorado as co-sponsors of that bill, as well as 17 other co-sponsors. So excited about that bill. Our second bill is a bipartisan bill with Senators Bennett and Hickenlooper called the Gold King Mine Spill Compensation Act. So that would help the victims of a mine spill in 2015 where contaminants got into the San Juan and Animas rivers and affected users downstream in Colorado, as well as Utah, Arizona, and New Mexico. I wanted to also touch on congressionally directed spending like the senator's offices did. We do not have our form together yet. We are waiting instructions from the committee. So we will be working on that and getting that up shortly. And we will be sending that out to all of you and putting it out on our website in a press release when we do have that ready. In terms of agriculture, we are watching to see if we can get a farm bill going here in the short term. If you have any priorities that you want to talk to the congressman about in the farm bill, please feel free to reach out to me or any of our other staff. We'll be happy to talk about that and advocate for those priorities and hopefully get a farm bill, a new farm bill here this Congress. Representative Hurd is also supportive of the Shoshone water rights, and we are watching that closely and looking to advocate for our Western Slope residents and producers and all of the people that rely on that water right. Congressman Hurd was also a co-sponsor of the Fix Our Forests Act, which passed the House under the leadership of Natural Resources Chairman Westerman from Arkansas. So we are definitely supportive of that bill and in support of increased forest management to help our forests and also our watersheds and make sure that we can prevent some tragedies that we see with wildfires in the best way that we can. So that is kind of what I've got today. Excited to be here and to learn more from these wonderful panels. And if there's anything that you guys need from our office, please feel free to let me know. And thank you again so much for having me, and happy to take any questions.
Brad? Breaking rule number 1 is past chair.
And I actually might have to refer also to our other 2 representatives in the room because I wanted to ask this earlier, but I thought we'd wait until yours is up. A lot of the effort that was put into the local act that you're referring to that Congressman Hurd is working on was a very bipartisan effort in the very beginning to get the people that manage public lands to actually be out here amongst the public lands. Do we have any position on where the 2 senators are with this and helping to support that effort? There's a large contingent, and it's been organizations across the board that made the argument that it's extremely important to get those BLM officials out here so they can actually see the lands they're managing and not look at concrete back in DC on the Beltway. Do you have any updates on that?
I do not. I would let the senator staff speak if they have an update.
It is finicky, so it picks up your breath, so be careful.
Okay. Can you all hear me? No?
It's the other side.
It's
This
that
one, right here.
This one?
That one.
This one? Okay. Yeah, so Senator Bennett, when the BLM headquarters was moved during the first Trump administration, did support that move. And then when it was considered being moved back during the Biden administration, he pushed hard to keep it here. The Biden administration ended up making a Western headquarters, which you all know is still in Grand Junction. He and Representative Hurd have talked about the local act, and he is reviewing the legislation. So I don't have a position yet, but that is in process in our office, and he is reviewing the legislation.
Yeah, and I'll just add that Senator Hickenlooper does support the BLM headquarters being moved back to Grand Junction. And during the previous administration, I think he was okay with the balance of having presence in both, but he is in support.
Actually actively pushing that, because this is something Club 20 pushed really hard.
He hasn't taken a position on signing yet. I can take that back. I'm not sure, but I will work on that. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none. Oh, Harry, can you use this mic instead? And talk into it.
Thank you. I'd certainly like to see a cost benefit analysis done before there's a big push to get the BLM offices moved here. Just like any other federal agency, they're extremely top heavy, and I'd like to see that cost benefit analysis done before so. And along those lines, Brittany, this is for you. And what kind of response have we got from Joe to be here to confront us? Because we were victims in Routt County of redistricting. And just for the sake of Club 20, we have a lot of livestock in Routt County. We have the headwaters of the Yampa River up there. We've got everything that's very important to Club 20. And the representation that we're getting from Joe is all about Boulder. So it'd be nice to see where they stand on coming and confronting us in Club 20 about the issues that are important to us.
This time around, we did not hear back from Representative Negus's office. We have gotten good responses in the past, so we don't know what it was this time, but we will always continue to try to get them more actively involved.
Yeah, and I will definitely try to look into a cost benefit analysis. Thanks for bringing that up. One last thing that I have on my notes, but I forgot to mention, based on a question yesterday, the congressman is a co-sponsor of the bill to delist the wolf, as well as all 4 congressional representatives from Colorado in the Republican delegation are co-sponsors of that bill. So wanted to flag that for everyone here.
Thank you. Well, we do have one question online, and I believe it's Nancy, so go ahead and unmute yourself, and this will be our last question.
It's really for all of the representatives, because you're going for the congressionally directed funding. I would have guessed that's the first thing there'd be no money behind. Do you know that that will be funded before people do all these applications?
I would say short answer, no, we do not know yet. We're, at least in the House side, I know we're awaiting committee instructions, and I believe that the Senate offices also said that they're waiting for some committee instructions as well. But we'll definitely keep you posted if that's the case. But from what I've heard, there is going to be congressionally directed spending in this appropriations process, but obviously that could change. So stand by, I guess.
Yeah, Nancy, I think point well taken, and we don't want to waste anyone's time. We also just don't want to leave money on the table. So in recent years, Senator Bennett and Senator Hickenlooper have been able to bring $100 to $150 million to Colorado. And so if there is an opportunity to bring that money to Colorado for really great projects here on the Western Slope. We don't want to leave it on the table. So we are doing our best to keep everyone updated. And as soon as we know more, there is a budget deadline on March 14th. We will be sure to be in touch with everyone about next steps. So, but in the meantime, we are prepping for that because we would take the power of Congress's purse seriously, and we don't want to leave money on the table. So
Thanks,
thank you.
Hillary. But one other thing, you mentioned the money that came to the Western Slope as a result of that forest summit. And we were indeed told we were getting $28 million, but I don't know if you guys know we never got the money. It got pulled back. So Western Slope never did get money. It all pretty much went to the Front Range. So you might talk to the sawmill to get more details on that. Thanks.
And she is nodding her head. Do you want to say anything else?
Nancy, let's connect about that. I'm happy to look into it. Thanks for the flag.
All righty, let's give Riley, we are already 10 minutes behind. I'm sorry, you can connect with Riley later. All of them will be around in the room for conversations offline.
Thank you so much.
All right, and with that, I'm going to turn it over to our wonderful co-chairs, Ron Velarde here in the room and Nancy Fishering online.
Good morning and welcome. Wanted to just start with
And
just
Ron,
some.
could you speak more into the microphone? If you
Sure.
need the longer mic, you can pull that one.
Is this good? Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Anyhow, I wanted to get started with some of the guidelines. Welcome to Club 20 Policy Committee meeting. Before we begin, we'd like for you to join. We already did the Pledge of Allegiance, go past that. In accordance with our bylaws, we ask that only current Club 20 members participate and vote on matters of policy development. If you're interested in becoming a Club 20 member, please see a member of our staff for more information. Discussion is open to members and guests and is a critical part of our committee meeting. When asking a question or making a comment, please use a microphone and speak loudly so everyone can hear you. For those seated in front of the tabletop microphone, please do not turn on your microphone until your committee chair has acknowledged you, and then turn off your microphone once you've finished speaking. For those in the back of the room, Club 20 will be working around with a microphone for you to use. Brittany, do we still want to introduce everybody?
It's up to you. It's up to you. We are running a bit behind. So we can just really reiterate, if you are asking a question, please introduce yourself before you ask your question so that the folks online know where you're coming from, and we will try to do it before our next committee.
Okay, thank you. Lastly, we'd like to thank our sponsors, venue and lunch sponsors, Chevron, and committee sponsors, Lois Dunn and Mark and Kathleen Fackler. So I wanted to also welcome you to the Ag Committee meeting. Co-chair, luckily, I have Nancy as our co-chair with myself, Ron Velarde. I think you all have the agenda. We have some really good agenda items. And Nancy, do you want to just say anything right now?
Just, can you guys hear my voice okay, or am I really loud or too quiet?
I think it's
Perfect.
perfect,
Do.
Nancy.
Okay, thank you. Now, Ron gets to take this meeting and I do the heavy lifting in summer. So thank you, Ron.
Thank you, Nancy. So we can get started. Obviously, our first is going to be from Merritt Linke. And I don't need to introduce him, but I'm going to. He's a Grand County Commissioner, past Club 20 president, and also an advocate for the livestock industry in the West Slope. Merritt, thank you.
Oh, there.
Thank you.
Is it? You might have to click it. You have to speak into it.
Can you hear me now? All right. So yes, thank you, Ron. And I'm Merritt Linky, Grand County Commissioner, longtime fourth generation ranch family in Grand County. So I do have a PowerPoint. It's not going to be as cool as Matt Solomon's yesterday, but it is something that I did and it actually works so far. So this is a wolf update that I'm presenting as of today. So we can go on and click to the next slide. And I'm going to try to go through this as fast as we can to make up for time. So this is media coverage. And as you know, there's been a lot of media coverage on this topic. And this is actually a short list of the media. And the reason I put this list on here, because every single one of these media outlets of people that reported that I have talked to personally. And I will say that this list, and not including anyone else, but these guys to me are doing a good job, and they all talk to each other. So I think that's been really good. And I will point out the very last one on the bottom, that's a social media platform on Facebook. And I personally have spoken to the guy that runs that Facebook, and it's very good. And he was actually at the meeting in Gittelson's in Walden when they had that big press release there. And he posts all kinds of things and does a good job of keeping track of all this stuff. So we can go on to the next slide. And I am going to go through a timeline here, and I'll talk about why that's important, because I think that as we go forward in this process, it's important to learn from the past. And I think that's something that's really useful here. And this link is what I put on here. This is the Steamboat Radio link, and they are also doing, Shannon Lukens runs this, and this is the recent meeting in Colorado Parks and Wildlife. And as you can see the headline, and this article itself is really good. And Travis Black, who is here, thank you, Travis, for coming. And she does some sound bites. But I want, go all the way to the bottom. And what's really cool about this is these are all articles and releases and stories that really documents the entire timeline of where we are with all this. And you can go to that website and get this entire timeline. So there's no shortage of information about, if you want to learn more about the wolves on this. And with that, I'm going to show my props.
Microphone.
Stack of newspapers, and every single one of these newspapers are things that I subscribe to. They show up at my house. I didn't look for these. Every single one, I sorted these. There's another stack at home. This is just the ones that have a wolf story on the front page. On the front page. So this whole box full. This is my wolf notebook that has CRS 32.2 or 32-105.8, and I've read that only 117 times today. And it's the statute that was created at Prop 114. So I've read that a lot of times. So when people quote things, it's the law. Yeah, it's right there. So sorry, Candy, no shoes. All right, so we'll go on. So that link is good. And so these are some significant events, and this is some papers that I sorted out. This is kind of where it started. But I will go back to the slide before, and you don't have to do it, but on that link, it goes back, clear back to when this whole started. So you can read those stories all the way up to where we are now on the Steamboat Radio. They've done a really good job of documenting the history. Okay, you can go back that. This is just kind of some things. And December 19th of 2023, wolves were released in Grand and Summit. This is a headline that showed up in our local paper, the Sky News, is based out of Granby. You can go on in there. Vince Post and Rachel Gables, and she has been in Club 20, and her and I have had many conversations, and she's been boots on the ground in some of these things too. The Vince Post is an ag publication, but they do a great job of covering this.
And there's some good articles in the back too for folks to pick up if they want them.
There we go. And this is kind of when it all started, at least in Grand County. The stuff in Jackson was, of course, taking place even clear into 2021 or before that even. But in Grand County, April 2nd is the date that sticks in my head. This article came out after that. I think it's April 22nd. So later, and that's when all the kind of the havoc started in Grand County. But April 2nd is the first kill that happened in Grand County. And I will tell you that I have not had one single, I'm not complaining, but I've not had one single day since April 2nd that I haven't had some kind of conversation with the word wolf in it. In fact, I'll tell you a story. I walked into the bank one day, here's a couple months ago, just making a deposit. The teller says to me, God, I just read that wolf story. What a mess. I didn't even bring it up, but it happens. You can go on. And this is another one. This is the Jackson County Star. And this is just kind of going on and on. And these are not appealing, appetizing pictures, but I think 29 kills through September, and this is Grand and Jackson. And this is a picture on the front page of the Jackson County Star. Matt Schuler, who is, some of y'all know, is not here today, but he owns this newspaper, and he is a member and is going to be our chair of Club 20. So that's just an example there. Okay, this one is really interesting, and I have, this one is when the petition, the citizens petition that we, Club 20 signed on to, 26 groups signed on to, CCI supported it. This was interesting because I held up this paper as I did my testimony at the Wildlife Commission. The interesting thing is that this took place on, the petition was heard, or the request was heard on the 8th of January. Note the date on that paper is December 26th. Even though it was supposed to be an error, it turned out to be an accurate prophecy. So the next paper, they used the exact same headlight that was actually correct, and it talked about that the petition to be heard actually got denied. I just thought that was an interesting point. Continues. This is recent. The recent kill in Jackson County, and a cow was killed. And I talked to this producer a few days after this happened. So this just happened in February, and this was by an uncollared wolf, and probably was one we're assuming walked in from Wyoming and got into this guy's cows, and killed a cow that's coming up. Bred cow, getting ready to have a calf, so that's some dollars involved here, but that was a confirmed kill in North Park. Okay, we can go on. So this is the recent events, and as we all know, it's been on the news, 15 Canadian wolves in Pitt and Eagle counties, January 12th or 16th. Nobody knows the exact time or exact locations. It doesn't matter. They travel. The Copper Creek pack was re-released. That's the one that was causing all the problems in Grand County, female, 4 pups. They went to a sanctuary for a while, but they came back. They brought it back, and they were re-released. And as of this week, the March 4th, which, by the way, is my wife's birthday. There you go. Happy birthday. 28 collared wolves. And that's directly from Reed DeWalt, and Travis were on the phone with me on that day, and that's the number that they gave me. There's also an unknown number of others that are uncollared. We don't know for sure how many that is, but we do know there's been pretty confirmed sightings for people that know the difference between a wolf and a coyote, that's a wolf. But there's other ones out there for sure. The claims got approved as of March 5th. And that was just the 2 from Grand County, the big ones. There were our producers that are also on the Middle Park stock growers, that a lot of the guys, you've seen them on the news, the Farrells and the Bruchet families that had the significant claims. Those did get approved, which I think is really good. That sets a message. And as I pointed out, the law says, compensation says. We already have a question?
Well, yeah, I'm just trying to follow the timeline, Merritt. I'm sorry?
Introduce yourself.
I'm sorry, Bonnie Peterson. So the compensation claims approved in March, are those from the January last year kills?
Yeah, it's from last summer, yes, last
That's
April.
unacceptable.
I'm not going there. But it is important timeline. Okay, and then very recently up to date, the House Bill, what did I put on there? Oh, 38, yeah, that failed in committee. Or 1258, sorry, that's the anti-hunting bill. And not that doesn't have the word wolf in the title, but I will tell you that, and Brittany can verify this, that on the testimony, the wolf program came up lots of times on that call. It wasn't even supposed to be a bill about wolves, but it came up a lot of times. The other one that I think was significant, and maybe I didn't put it on here, but the 038, the bill that we testified on about the names and addresses and personal information being redacted, also, maybe it's on there. Yeah, there you go. Senate Bill 038 that Senator Roberts and Speaker McCluskey both supported and spoke about. And CPW also spoke and supported that bill. It allows, once the claim is being paid, that it can't be, the personal information can't be cored, which is it's public safety issue for those producers that we don't have people showing up. Extremists from both sides, really, showing up when that information is out there. Okay, so we can go on. This is some boots on the ground stuff. So, and maybe Travis can talk more about that too, but there's a range rider program going through there, and Colorado Department of Ag and NRCS are working and doing some of the funding for that. I've talked to some of the people that have applied to be range riders, and there's funding for some of that. I think maybe they've hired 9 is what maybe Reed DeWalt said, Travis can confirm, to be range riders, so to help to hopefully prevent attacks, but also probably to help identify carcasses. We know it's a non-lethal attempt, but we also know there's a lot of country to cover. It probably is more effective during calving season, which, as we know, is coming up soon. Some people have already started, where the cows are more concentrated. It's probably not going to be as effective when they're out on Forest Service or BLM allotments when there's a lot of acres to look after. Site assessments is another big thing that is happening. And I know some people have done them, and some of them are done over the phone, which I'm not sure how it works. I did not do one. The cattle ranch operation I have is really scattered. I'm not sure how that would work when there's a 600-acre pasture here, there's a 1,000-acre pasture over here. I'm not sure how that works for me, and I know some people are in that same boat. It may work for some people. Carcass management is another big thing, and I think that CDA is working on that more than CPW. That was something that was brought on originally. It was part of the petition, one of the criteria that was brought forth that necessarily wasn't in place. Grand County, for example, has no landfills. We have both of our landfills. We used to have 2. We put them into a closure plan with CDPHE. We're not going to dump animals in there. So it's not completely finalized in my head, and a lot of producers have called me and asked questions about it, and some of them pitch the idea, I'm just gonna, if I have a dead cow, I'm gonna drop it off on CPW's doorstep. I said, no, don't do that. That'll cause different problems. But it is something that probably isn't completely fleshed out at this time, at least not in Grand County, to what to do with carcass. Yes, they're gonna cover them, but we also know when their frost is 2 feet deep, you don't easily dig a hole in Grand County in the winter. Big concern, and I did speak with Reed DeWalt and Travis on the phone just this week. Concerns for sure with calving season coming up. Grand County mostly is not started yet, but I know people further down the river in this country, they're starting their calving now. And some of the other counties were lower elevation than us are calving now. It's a big concern because that's really when all the havoc started last year, was when these calves, and of course the smells associated with cows having a baby, and wolves have very sensitive and high-powered senses of smell. Concern, Travis tells me, Reed tells me that they have more resources in place this year, so hopefully we don't have the fiasco that we did last year. Okay, you can go to the next one. What we're working on, where we're heading, I'm not going to give a lot of details here, but I just want you to know there's a lot of things in the work that I have been involved with. Some of the other people in this room are working on. There's a ballot initiative out there. And I will tell you about that just a little bit. It was not something initiated by any group that I was involved in. It's not initiated by Club 20. It's not initiated by Colorado Cattlemen's. It was initiated by a couple of guys, or a former county commissioner out of El Paso County. And I won't go into the details of why, speculation, why they're doing this, but I will tell you that the way it is right now, they've changed the language in it, the title board. It doesn't even get voted on until 2026. Election season of 2026 is when it gets voted on. And all it's actually doing is saying that at the end of 2026, there will be no more wolves brought to Colorado. That's what it actually says. That's the only thing it says. So think about the timeline here. How many more wolf drops can we do between now and 2026? At least 2. So that could be just alone, that could be at least 30 more. Just saying. Club 20 AG&C are working on some things together, trying to figure out some things to do maybe with some legislation, federal and state listing. There is a delisting effort going place. There was some concerns and again, question that I had for Reed DeWalt and Travis about the delisting, and people were concerned that the 10J would go away. And I want to alleviate your fears because that is not the case. How it worked, and Travis hopefully will jump in and correct me if I'm wrong here, but the 10J was granted by the feds to delegate the authority to manage wolves as an non-essential experimental population through the 10J process, which is part of the Endangered Species Act. So it delegated that power to the state. So if it gets delisted federally, then the state plan is supposed to be what is followed, which the plan is in place, and it was adopted by the Wildlife Commission. So I don't have fears of the 10J going away or management authority going away if it gets federally delisted. I don't have those fears. And I think as what also has been said, and Robbie might correct me on this one, but if it federally gets delisted, that $100,000 fine in the year in jail that I'll probably get to do at some point goes away if it gets federally delisted. So I'm not as worried about that as I used to be. So that would be an advantage of the delisting, is some of those endangered species level fines would go away. State, I think I mentioned this one, 038, I think was a big win that confidentiality thing got, and there's some others. And Senator Roberts and I have had a little bit of conversations about things that he might be doing coming up in this session. So last slide, I think, and that's it. I will take questions. Not that I have all the answers, but I'm happy to take questions. You can call me or text me at that number there, and that's my email.
Okay, Bonnie has one.
Bonnie has a question.
Thank you. Bonnie Eddy, Colorado Wool Growers, PLNR. You know, actually, it's just a comment. I'd caution people on investing their resources in that ballot initiative. When Central Idaho wolf introduction, they dumped out 35 wolves. Yellowstone introduction was 32 wolves. We're already at 28. We know that Polis administration is going to go into overdrive dumping wolves out on the landscape if that rolls forward. So it really concerns me that our hardworking sportsmen and livestock producers may be investing money to push that ballot initiative.
I appreciate that comment, and I am not disagreeing with that one bit.
I'd like to add a little bit to that because I am concerned. And the problem is if it loses, so we've had a win, okay? And we acknowledge the win, and it was great. But if they lose, this empowers the environmental community. And we need to be aware of that. And I agree with Bonnie. And I see other people shaking their heads about this one. And we want to be careful with that initiative because if it loses, we've lost ground. So it's just something to think about. Ray?
I would agree with you on that 100%. And I see Travis waving at me. No, that's actually Brad. Somebody waving back there. But Candy had a question?
No.
Okay, go ahead, Russ.
Ray's next. Go ahead, Ray.
Yeah, so just to follow up on that, and maybe you mentioned it, maybe it was in this discussion, I didn't hear it, but so why are we waiting until 2026? Are we not sure?
I'm
Are
not
they
part of the
not
we,
sure?
I don't know.
Okay, just,
I think the thought was, and again, I don't want to speak for those guys who are doing this. They did not reach out to not one single person in Grant County that has been all over the news when they decided to go forth with that ballot question. They did not reach out to Colorado Cattlemen's. They did not reach out to Club 20. They didn't reach out to anyone on the West Slope when they decided to run this ballot question. So to me, that's kind of flawed going in. I 100% agree with Ron. We don't want this thing to fail because 0 for 2 empowers the environmental or the wolf advocate community. I get that. But we also, just the dates, it doesn't do a whole lot of good. It's kind of a lose-lose situation, in my opinion. I have a lot of opinions.
Okay, go ahead, Candy.
So how do we as individuals help expedite the recovery process for the lost property? As Bonnie mentioned, it took almost a year to get that.
Use the mic, Candy.
I'm trying and it's on.
You have to speak into it, so don't look at Barrett, just look at me.
So that was one of my questions. How do we as Club 20 or as individuals help, or who do we contact to expedite the property on, or expedite the process on the property losses for the cattle that these providers are losing? Are there letters to write? Is there somebody to contact?
I wish I had a better answer for that.
Hold on, Bonnie. Go ahead.
I don't have a good answer for that. It is disturbing and it took so long to get those claims paid. It is disturbing, but I don't have a good answer for that one.
Go ahead, Bonnie.
So, when we talked yesterday, we talked about the bill, talked with Dylan Roberts about the bill that they were saying they were going to tell local governments, you have to answer cell towers within 90 days, give them a reason why you haven't approved it. Can't we get a bill that says, okay, CPW, you have us, and that's a state organization. They can tell them what to do. Can't we, is there a legislator out there that would help us get a bill that says this has to be paid within 6 months or a reasonable time? That's just unacceptable.
That might be something that Senator Roberts could help us with. I get it. It's disturbing. That might be something
Merritt?
to do. Yes.
Nancy?
I
Yes.
just might add that Senator Roberts, he has a bill that he's introduced a title to save space to do a bill this year. Who knows what we'd put into it? So we're all working, Merritt missed all these meetings, and Club 20 pretty much tag teams behind Ron Velarde and Merritt when we see something that we need to do. And that bill is up for discussion, right, Merritt? And he's allowed to introduce it as not according to not necessarily a totally late bill, but he still has the opportunity this year to put stuff into that bill. So it might be something, Merritt, that we sit there and talk about, is that could be part of it. We just don't know where we're going. We're in the middle of a legislative session, no money, we're not getting answers ahead of time, but we're focused on it, and we will, if I knew something, I would send it to the whole ag committee, but right now, when we write letters and our staff has been great on following all this, being over there in Denver, but we follow Merritt's call because every day he talks about it. So every day we can't be writing a letter. So we're trying to be strategic and focused. Correct, Merritt?
Yes, thank you, Nancy. And I have had many conversations with Dylan about what might go into that bill, because I know he's got it sort of on his marker or whatever that he's working on, and he has the timeline, whether it's a during session or a late bill. So we'll see where that goes, but we are carefully watching because that is a great concern that Candy brought up. Okay. Ron.
Hold on a minute. We got Brad back here. Has a
Okay.
question. Thank you.
Nope,
No,
you can't.
I'll go back there. I'm not scared.
Okay, Brad McLeod, Mesa County. Merritt, you addressed part of the depredation payments and the long term of it. The other problem, though, is the fact, if unless mistaken, after those payments, that fund is nearly gone anyways. So is there any addressing of where those future monies are going to come from or how we're going to do that, especially considering the fact that our budget is already bust?
Well, Brad, Travis is here and maybe he can talk. Let me get Wendell and then we'll have Travis. Hopefully he can answer that question.
Thanks.
Wendell Coons, Delta County. Merritt, you should feel assured that if necessary, Club 20 will pass the hat and come visit you. So.
Oh, thank you for that. It gives me some comfort
Yeah.
if I need bail money. Okay.
My question is, we've heard economic impacts of these wolves cost us about $1 million a piece per year. Is that still a current figure?
I'm going to defer to Travis on that, and he can answer those financial questions.
Okay. Travis, can you come on up?
Yeah, Travis, would you mind going up to the podium?
Yep.
It would
Thank
be
you.
better for the folks online. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just a reminder to everybody, do not look around and speak directly into the microphone. Also, wait a couple seconds for it to start up and make sure to introduce yourself before you speak as well for those online. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? There it is. Okay. Does take a little bit of a second there. Travis Black, Northwest Regional Manager for Parks and Wildlife. I've heard a lot of different questions, so I don't know which one you want me to address first.
Let's talk about the funding. I mean, well, two things. Expediency in getting the claims handled, and then the funding.
Yep, you bet. Thank you, Ron. So for the expediency on the claim process, I want to try to lay out what actually occurs. Once a producer has a loss, they notify CPW. We investigate that claim, and if we confirm it as a wolf kill, we give them the paperwork to submit the claim, generally right on site, right there. They have 90 days to submit the claim, and then that gets in CPW's hands. We review the claim. It's usually by the DWM and the AWM make a recommendation depending on the value of that claim. If it's greater than $5,000, it comes to me as the regional manager. I review that claim and generally follow the recommendation of what the field staff have recommended. If it's greater than $20,000, it has to go to the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission. So I make a recommendation at that point in time to the commission. So that's kind of the process. However, there's a caveat in there that a producer on their own volition can choose to delay that claim until the end of the year. And that's what most of these claimants have done. And the reason they do that is to see if there's ongoing damage. So if it's a one and done type, type of event, they can submit that paperwork within that 90-day period. We get it in the pipeline to get them paid as quick as we can. Most of these claims that you're talking about and hearing have made that choice to delay submitting that claim until December 31st. Once they submit that claim at the end of the year, the agency has 30 days to review that claim. In that 30-day period, though, if there's misinformation or errors on the claim, we have to go back to the producer, get that corrected, and that in essence resets the clock. It resets that 30-day period again. So we try to move these through as quick as we can. As an example, on the feral claim, he submitted that claim on December 20th. He wanted to get it in front of the commission because it was a high dollar value, had to go to the commission in January. We physically could not do that. There's a timeline of getting things on the commission agenda, and submitting it on December 20th did not allow us enough time to get it on the January commission meeting. So then it goes to the next commission meeting, which was March, that we just had, that Merritt had mentioned up there. So we are trying to move these through the pipeline as quick as we can. And we are trying to follow the regulatory process on when they're submitted and when they get paid. So I think that was your first question.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Sorry, Ron, what was the second question?
Funding.
Funding, thank you, funding. So we have an annual appropriation from the general fund of $350,000 for compensation. However, some of that funding carries over from the previous year. So in July, I believe, of this year, we will get another $350,000 to replenish that pool. However, when we're paying these large claims like we've seen right now, we are depleting that fund. And the state law prohibits us from paying wolf damage with game cash. So any license revenue cannot go towards wolf programs at all, actually. But there are some other sources of funding that we can pull from. The non-game checkoff funding, we can use that funding for this purpose. The wolf license plate bill we can use for non-lethal conflict mitigation. So there's several buckets of money. And I was talking to our CFO just the other day to get some clarification on this. That pool of money actually is about $650,000, not just that annual appropriation. So even though we're about to tap out on that original general fund allocation, we still have those other sources of funding to pay wolf damage.
Thank you, Travis. That answered the questions. Well, he could, I mean, I'm not sure, I mean, how can he answer that? But if you want to, Brad, or Travis, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
The question is each wolf costing $1 million a piece?
No, the short answer is no. If that were the case, we've reintroduced, let's see, what, 25 wolves? We don't have 25 million in our fund to spend on wolves.
Excuse me, that would include management. You know, what's the cost per wolf for the management? Because now we're doing things like range riders that weren't envisioned and all of those other issues that weren't envisioned. So, you know, do you have any idea on an overall cost basis what the wolves are costing the taxpayers of Colorado?
Yeah, thank you for the clarification. The short answer is no, I don't have a cost per wolf. You're correct in that I think it was 2.1 million that was appropriated for the wolf reintroduction program. That pays staff time that they're coding towards wolf management. That includes the trip up to British Columbia to capture those wolves and bring them back to Colorado. So it adds up, no doubt, it adds up over time, but it is nowhere near $1 million per wolf.
Thank you, Travis. We're running a little time short on time here, but I do want to just point out one thing, and I know Merritt and the landowners, but one of the things we want to remember is that the field staff is taking the heat, but this wasn't produced by the field staff. And I want to make sure that I say that because that's how sincere I feel about what's happening to the field staff. And they're taking the brunt of this. And it wasn't them that said we should be transplanting wolves to Colorado. So I just wanted to mention that, and thank you. Thanks, Travis.
Thank you.
So I want to reiterate what Ron just said one more time also, and thank you, Travis, for being here. And it is not the field staff, and they catch hell. I get it. They catch hell. And the landowners, some of them, when they come out to do a investigation, they sometimes catch hell. In fact, in Grant County, and maybe some of the other counties, we have our sheriff go on those calls. And I think it's important because our sheriff had the concerns of public safety and trespassing when these calls come in with CPW to go and investigate a calf kill. And I've been on these calls. My brother had one on his place. It turned out to be not confirmed, but I saw the process. So one more time, I want to give the CPW field staff and really pretty far up in the leadership some kudos because they didn't ask for. In fact, several times in the past, they recommended not to do this. And that's again, timeline. This is where we are. This is what we're dealing with, but they didn't ask for it. So thank you, Travis. Thank you, CPW, for doing what you do. And I know it's not easy.
Thank you, Merritt. That was great. Appreciate it. Just to mention, the commission on 3 different occasions said, no, do not transplant wolves. So we need to remember that. Next up, we have, and I don't think I have to, Perry Will, 40-year former DOW CPW employee, state senator, state rep, and now the county commissioner for Garfield County. Perry, hit it.
Thank you. And can you hear me all right? Okay, good. Thank you for that introduction, Ron. I want to thank my my lunch sponsor, Mr. Ron Velarde. I got to tell you, I used to work for Ron, and I'll also tell you that when I worked for Ron, I bought him so many lunches, I actually took him off as a dependent on my taxes. So, but I still want to thank you for lunch today, Mr. Velarde. But, and Riley back there, thank you. I was just in Washington, D.C., and had a great Capitol tour from Jeff Hurd's staff there. And I really, really appreciated that. So tell them thanks. I was also, I think, where's Janie somewhere? Oh, hey, Janie, thank you. Janie and I actually got to do the Herd in the House, the first podcast with Herd in the House. And that's a great podcast. Probably not with me on it. But anyway, the podcast is great, but it's Herd in the House. And Jeff and I have talked about that a lot, and he had a really good response from that. So, want to continue that, and I want to get back on that. But so what we're talking about today, and thank you, Merritt, for that background on what you talked about. But starting off with Prop 114, you know, where are we headed, where are we going, and where are we going to end up? Boy, that is a $1 billion question. And I think we were just talking about the financial part of that. And, you know, I ran Senate Bill 255, the compensation bill. When I ran that bill, it came out at 350,000. That was OLLS, the Office of Legal Services, that come up with the 350,000. We didn't know what to put into it. They checked with other states, and that's the recommendation we got from other states, what their compensation was. So we ended up at 350,000. When I ran that bill, I said, look, I don't care if it's 350,000, if it's 3 million or 30 million, it comes out of the general fund. The people of the state of Colorado voted for it. They can pay for it. And, you know, now we have a couple claims and we're already spent our entire 350,000. And Travis, I do want to thank you for your testimony at the commission meeting. That was great. That was excellent. I appreciate it. And I too want to give a shout out to the field staff. You know, Ron and I were field staff. We understand it. They didn't ask for this. They're dealing with it, but they didn't ask for it. And I also give kudos to Travis and Kirk Oldham. They've been very transparent with me when I call and ask questions. And I want to say I appreciate that. But I have to say the first round of wolves, and I remember that was Grand County, that was your stuff, Merritt. It's sort of, from the public side of things, it turned into, it was less about the wolves and more about anti-government. It just like, well, yeah, the wolves, but it's more about the government. Then we have the second part when we had the 4-county area that Rio Blanco got out of. So the 3-county area, really Pitkin and Eagle County, it kind of morphed into less about the wolves and more about the secrecy around the reintroduction. And that's what I heard day in and day out. And I know, Travis, and your people, I hate to even ask, but what % of your time are you spending on wolf issues? And you don't need to answer that because I think probably most people in the room know that. But it's just wolves. You know, Merritt mentioned it's just wolves on the brain. I mean, you don't even bring it up, and people bring it up constantly. So it's been a real. But the secrecy about it is. I told Director Davis after the first one, I said, geez, you know, first off, put field ops in charge of the reintroduction. That's number one. Because field ops will do it right. I don't think he listened to that much because the secrecy I felt got worse in the second round. Merritt mentioned the wolf tracker. I told several CPW employees, I said, you can make the wolf tracker, 'cause they don't like wolf tracker, just so you know, Merritt. CPW don't like wolf tracker. I said, you can make wolf tracker irrelevant like that. All you have to do is put the information out. People want the information. That's why wolf tracker is so relevant. You can make wolf tracker irrelevant in a matter of minutes, but you got to put the information out. Travis will remember I called him about on this second deal. I said, geez, you know, and I know he's not making those calls, but I said, you know, the lid's about to blow. We need to throw some cold water in this. And I remember that afternoon you got the press release out, and it really calmed things down. Press release didn't give out a lot of information, but it was some information from CPW what people were looking for. And you know, I have to tell you, I'm going to back up a little bit on the history. I'm down at the commission meeting right down here in Unaweep Canyon, and we took a break in that meeting, and we're standing around talking. I was talking to some of the landowners and producers there in that room, and we were talking about wolves and what was coming with wolves. And that group of landowners told me, they said, Perry, you know what scares us more than the wolves themselves? I said, what's that? And they said, the makeup of that commission. Where are we at now? We're in worse shape than we were then. It scares them. You know, I think it was mentioned, and Merritt mentioned it, but, you know, we as Garfield County put in a letter, asked for a pause on this second batch of wolves, the 15 wolves, plus, you know, plus the Copper Creek that we're going to get re-released. But we asked for a pause on that. I think there was 26 or 28 organizations that asked for a pause to the commission. That vote was 10-1. Thank you, Marie Haskett, for voting no on that. But that vote was 10-1 in the commission, and CPW staff's already in Canada. They're there. They're ready to go, ready to rock and roll. So I think that vote was, they already knew what that vote was going to be, and that's part of our commissioner issue. We asked for that pause. Of course, nothing happened. We've begged for transparency. I know the county, us as commissioners, have begged for transparency, and Garfield County asked CPW. We had a big meeting. Travis and all his staff was there. Had a big meeting in Newcastle, 300-400 people there, and it was a good meeting. It was a good meeting, but we asked that they not release in Garfield County, and to their credit, we did not get any wolves in Garfield County. We have wolves in Garfield County now, but we kind of escaped like Rio Blanco County. I learned this morning that there are 3 wolves in Rio Blanco County, and so I mean, and we've had a couple of wolves there also there in Garfield County, but they weren't released there, and so we'd asked for that, and I appreciate that. You know, it's I understand some of the secrecy. I talked to some of the employees, and the secrecy part, I kept getting the answer was it was protection of employees. I wish there was a little more information about that, but I was in that position too. If there was legitimate threats on employees, then I understand it, and I do. I stick up for our field staff, and but you know, and myself, I've kind of, and Travis could probably tell you because he hadn't had a phone call from me lately. I've kind of backed away from this whole wolf issue. Like I say, you know, Ron said I was a 40+ year employee with DOW and CPW, and this whole wolf thing, I actually feel that I've maybe lost some good friends over this within the agency because of my position and the stance I've taken on it, and so I've kind of reevaluated and stepped back a little bit because I don't think it's worth that. It's I know when I was asking some of our local staff, and you know, they're as truthful as they can be with me, but it's a little bit awkward because now I'm a Garfield County Commissioner. They know I was a state rep. I ran the bill that so sportsmen's dollars aren't spent on wolf reintroduction or compensation. I ran that bill. I also ran the license plate bill and get money to pay for that. And Travis mentioned, you know, species conservation and the license plate bill for those other pots of money that can also be used for that. But what are you taking away from? You're taking away from other species management when you take that money. So it's not for free. It's not for free at all. I mean, I sometimes in this whole wolf thing, I felt a little bit like a dog defendant with an all-cat jury, and I think most people can relate to that. So, but what's happening in Colorado and also the nation, but you heard the term, you know, West Coast affected, East Coast directed. We have West Slope affected, East Slope directed. And I say all the time in speeches and different things I talk about was like, remember back in your old history lessons in American government, no taxation without representation. We get regulation without representation. And Merritt was talking about, Senator Roberts. I mean, when I was in the Senate, I had 7 counties. It's all Front Range urban. 75% of the population lives within 25 miles of I-25. That's what really affects us over here, especially when it comes to legislation. You were talking about speaking with Senator Roberts. I've talked to him and Representative Soper, Rep. Lukens quite a little bit about some of this compensation thing and where we're headed. Some of it was talking about, and I wanted to ask Travis, but how he directs his staff. But as far as when there's depredation, how quick are you getting there to investigate? Because that's important. I worked for all those years. I dealt with lion and bear depredation all the time, and sometimes you just can't get there. I mean, you just physically can't get there. You don't have the time or the manpower to do it. And then what's going to happen when, I'd say lose 3 calves, it's 90 degrees or 95 degrees and they melt down and there's really nothing to investigate. What happens there? I know the bear and lion part of that. I don't know the wolf part of that. So there's some questions there I have as well. The 4-county area that the second release was done, there's the 60-mile buffer from Wyoming, 60-mile buffer from Utah, and then it became the buffer because of the Bruno Agreement. All of a sudden, we're just a little island on the west slope where we can dump wolves out. Nobody voted on that in Prop 114. That wasn't voted on. It wasn't this 3-county area that was going to dump wolves on. It was the west slope. So I think there's some real problems with Prop 114 and how that went. But like I said, I mentioned the 255 and the compensation. Also ran the 10J bill 256 that the governor vetoed. We ended up getting it. Thank God we got it. But he vetoed that bill. And I remember telling the governor, I said, I handed you a policy win and a political win, and you kind of gave us a middle finger on it. It was a bad deal. Luckily, we still got it. I have some questions. You were talking about delisting. I still have a lot of questions about that. Talked about the ballot initiative. I'm totally opposed to that. That is not going to work. Merritt mentioned we're going to get a lot of wolves dumped on us quickly before that could even come into fruition. So, and a lot of the delisting, in my opinion, is, and this is from the county as well that I represent, is that, the damage is done, right? The wolves are on the ground. And I think Bonnie mentioned, I can't remember, but it was 35 or whatever it was. We got 20, 28, and then a couple more. So those wolves are on the ground. I don't think the delisting I'm concerned about. Obviously, you can delist them federally. That doesn't mean they're delisted by the state. But I'm very cautious from a livestock producer and a landowner perspective is we got to protect the compensation. We can't have compensation go away because of delisting. We have to keep that. So that's my only concern with the delisting is that we maintain the compensation. I am concerned about that. I talked a little bit about the wolf tracker, but I think there was in most of the public's mind, and I'm not speaking for myself, I'm just talking about constituency and the people I talked to, think the whole thing was really, really poorly managed. And I think we're getting around there. I think we got the cart before the horse. Merritt mentioned, the site assessments, the range riders, the carcass management. I think we can, as a county, I know we're very concerned about carcass management. I think there's some help on the way there. I think we can do some things. I was actually talking to the wildlife commissioner about that on the carcass management. I think there's some things we can do on carcass management that'll really help out the counties and help out the landowners. Obviously, that costs money. Again, that costs money as well. But I think if we can do that with the carcass management, that would help a lot of people out. You know, as you mentioned 1258, thank you for testifying. Thank you for testifying, Brittany. It was good. That was a terrible bill, and we beat it yesterday 10-3. So
Want to just what it was about, tell the stuff.
so 1258 was literally killing hunting, but it was more killing the North American model of wildlife management. They just couldn't see the forest for the trees in that bill. It was a horrible bill. Luckily, most people on the committee, there was one other person voted for it other than the two bill sponsors in that committee. Everyone else voted against it. They saw through it. And it's funding for wildlife management and the North American model was going away.
And basically what it changed is one word.
May and shall.
It says you will use hunting as a management tool. They wanted to change it to may.
May.
And that would change the whole thing.
Yeah, and it was also about, it was kind of undermining CPW and their expertise and their caliber of research that they put into managing wildlife. That was what Club 20's testimony centered around, was making sure to commend them to continue to use the best available research rather than mandating them to use it in one way or another.
That's right, Brittany.
Allowing them to use their research and their expertise.
Yes, and good observation, because it's about their research. Colorado's got the #1 wildlife research section in the nation, bar none, hands down, the best. What happened with that is whose research would get used. Yeah, Bonnie.
Okay, Ron, this is Bonnie Peterson again. So my concern when we have a bill like that that gets killed, thanks to everybody for testifying on that. Have you heard any rumblings about somebody trying to do a ballot initiative to change that? I mean, we need to be diligent and vigilant in terms of something like that. Have you heard anything?
Absolutely, but I have not heard anything, but you're correct. That's how it happens. I mean, you know, there's probably some people in the room don't like this, but I ran the Wolverine bill, right? And the reason I ran that Wolverine bill was so that the professionals would do it. And we didn't get it in ballot box biology like we have with the other species. So I ran that so it's done the right way, with the right people, with the timing, everything done in the right way, because CPW knows how to introduce a species in the correct manner. The whole time I was running that bill, keeping the enviros at bay, they wanted to get that on the ballot. We almost couldn't keep them at bay, and we're running the bill.
Okay,
So
we have a question online, Brittany?
Steve, go ahead and unmute yourself and ask your question.
Hi, Perry. This is Steve Child in Picken County. Enjoying my retirement, Perry. I don't have to go to the BOCC meetings anymore. We had wolves released up here somewhere near us. There were 2 of them seen just up the road from our place, about a mile from our place. Now, there's 2 concerns I have. I don't have my own livestock anymore, but I do lease out grazing in the summer, and the person who's been leasing my grazing is very reluctant to bring their cattle up here this summer because now we have wolves up here. So I might be losing the money I was making from leasing grazing. So even though I don't have livestock, this could be affecting me, you know, my bottom line. The other thing I'm concerned about is the effect on the elk up here. Winters are tough on elk and deer up here where we get a lot of snow. You do not want them to be being bothered by anything really, anything that makes them run or panic, takes away their energy that they need to make it through the winter. Well, shortly after the wolves were released, I found a place where a whole bunch of elk had crossed the fence and the county road running. You could tell they were running. They were not going single file. They were all like in a panic mode, jumping over the fence, running across the road. You could tell by the track. So obviously, to me, the wolves had gotten into these elk and panicked them. That's going to affect the possibility of the elk, surviving the entire winter time without some mortality from, dying from the winter conditions. So those are two effects of having the wolves in your neighborhood that I don't think have been talked about, but I think that they should be on the table too. So thanks, Perry. I'm enjoying your presentation.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Stephen.
Steve.
And you bring up a great point. Byron.
Go ahead.
You bring up a great point, and thank you for bringing up our ungulate species, our deer and elk, because we hear that from sportsmen all the time. Everyone understands the livestock and the domestic livestock angle of that. It's also taking from our sportsmen and probably our hunting licenses and that effect there. So I appreciate you bringing that up. You're 100% correct, and that's a huge concern of mine as well. And the harassment factor is, especially up in your country, Steve, I know for a fact that your cow-calf ratios in your elk herd are not very good. And that will probably change even more. And that's probably due to recreation and disturbance. And now you have wolf disturbance or apex predator on top of that. On the grazing lease part of that, you say the gentleman doesn't want to bring his cattle up. I understand that. There's probably no method for compensation on that, but it really disrupts our communities. This whole thing has disrupted our communities. You give a prime example of that. You lease out your grazing, you have a livestock producer that doesn't want to use your grazing pasture because of wolves. So great points.
We're about
Thank
running
you,
out
Steve.
of time here.
Oh, sorry.
Let's see. Harry, you have a question, short question?
Yeah, I'll make it short. It's hard for a sheep herder to listen about cows and calves all the time.
Hey, Harry, can you literally do what I'm
How's that? Is
doing
that any
and
better?
don't look around when you talk?
Okay, I'll look.
Look
right
at me.
you. All right. I just don't want to take away, I know this is a wolf conversation. I know it's important, but this is also the Ag Committee. And I can tell you the other problems that have gone on for way before wolves got introduced is lions and bears and coyotes and everything else that's against agriculture. And this is the Ag Committee. But yesterday, when we listened to tourism, I wanted to bring up, I think the Ag Committee ought to take a straw poll now and see about changing the makeup of the Parks and Wildlife, because I agree with the landowners that you happen to talk to. The makeup of that is not all that good. And I wanted to ask Travis, what do you think about getting it back to the Division of Wildlife? There's no cost savings in Parks and Wildlife. And we got a left side here that's all about parks and not about wildlife. So I'd like to see if the Ag Committee could take a straw poll before our spring meeting and see where that stance is and get some opinions on changing that back to the Division of Wildlife.
Harry, I agree with you 100%.
I do too.
Because I was going to mention, one of the things that we need to be aware of, and you're right, things have changed. The other thing that's gone on with this wolf deal is a total empowerment of a certain community that is anti-hunting, anti-predators, or anti-landowners, and anti-gun. So, I can see, and this is not an indictment of all the people on the commission. So I want to put that out there, okay? Because there are some there that they know what they're doing and they're trying, but they're outnumbered. But one of the things we need to look at is who selects the commission,
Bingo.
and are they truly representing the people that and the agent and the livestock industry, the outfitters industry, the farmers, the ranchers, the hunters, the fishermen? Is that who they're representing? And we can look at that, and we should, and we've talked about it before. But I agree with you, Harry, but Travis has nothing to do with that, okay? And actually, I'm not going to put him on the spot, because that's, I mean, I'm sure he has an opinion, but I guarantee you, we don't want to say it right here, okay? So, but we agree with you. The Ag Committee, I agree with you. I know Nancy does, and maybe Nancy, do you have anything to add?
The only thing that I'm saying and what I'm hearing, and I've always wondered about the site assessments, does it look at elk, cow, calf? Does it look at sheep? Does it look at comprehensive issues that we're talking about right now? We know, and we're going to hear more in PLNR, how recreation affects it. Do they look at all? What is a site assessment, and is it comprehensive to what Harry just said? I mean, there are competing interests on the landscape, and that's a long answer, but I just think you need to know that if you're interested in this subject, sign up on the Ag Committee and we'll have more detailed conversation at that level. But I'll tell you, the engagement that we even get outside of this meeting, it just disappears. You have to step up, Harry, my buddy Harry, because it's important. But you can't bring it up at one meeting. We need to follow through. What are we going to do with it? And it can't just be the Ron and Nancy show. So it's a plea to you guys. It's complicated. We do want it to be comprehensive. So please consider signing up on PLNR or the Ag Advisory so we can get stuff done. Just a plea for participation.
Go ahead, Candy.
I think this is an incredible format for us to have the opportunity to take these conversations to our communities, because I know for myself, I come from an extremely blue controlled community where the conversations are weighed very heavily on one side and where the ag voice is pretty much suppressed. And so the opportunity to come here and hear these things and get different perspective of the people that are hands-on, boots deep in it is super, super important. And, you know, we have power as a group. We truly do. And I, for one, I'm going to go back to my communities and start talking about this, because where we live in Norwood, this isn't at the forefront of our brain right now. You know, we're beating off solar and half a dozen other things from the outside. But it has a themed tone to it, to where the Western Slopes historical voices are being not only I don't want to say suppressed, but ignored. So I want to say thank you, Ron, and to Nancy, and to putting that out there. And, you know, be careful what you ask for people participating,
Thank you, Candy.
because you might actually get it.
Perry, you about anything else? We're
Yeah,
about done.
just a couple things.
Okay.
I see in the back of the room, Bill McKee standing up there. No, now he sit down. Now he sit down. Congressman Hurd already knows, because I told him that you and I are going to do a podcast as well. So you're on the hook. And Robbie, I want to thank you for your testimony there. That was great. I watched it the other day for Congressman Hurd. Excellent. So thank you. Ron, address one thing you said about the ballot initiative. You got to win. The entire time I was in the state legislature, I wanted to run the right to hunt and fish bill, and backed away every time because it's a must win. You have to win. You can't run something like that and lose. Talk about empowerment. Got the same thing there. So other than that, thanks for having me. And I'll come talk to Club 20. I love Club 20. I'll come talk to Club 20 anytime. Probably after this, I'll never get invited back. But
No,
anyway,
you will be.
You know,
You will, but it will be reluctant.
it'll be reluctant. Yes. Thank you,
Perry.
Brittany.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We're almost on schedule. I know Nancy's going to handle the rest of this, but I do want to mention two things because we're moving to agriculture sustainability. We have Janie. And I just wanted to just a couple shout outs to Janie for being named Livestock Industry Leader of the Year.
Yes.
So, I mean, we're lucky to have her. That's all I gotta say. The other thing I want to do is mention the La Valley Ranch, and Robbie's here. The La Valley Ranch was honored for environmental stewardship and working with Robbie and Mark and the LaValle family, when I was both an AWM regional manager, has been fantastic. They've been great to work with. And you know what's good is we don't always agree, but one thing we can do is we'll have a cup of coffee afterwards and say, you know what? Together, we're going to try to make this better. And I just want to thank you.
Yes. Ron, I know you thought I was finished, but I wanted to apologize for not having a PowerPoint, but I worked for Ron Velarde, and the whole time I worked for him, I thought a PowerPoint was getting poked in the chest.
Well, it's a
Thank you.
perfect segue, you guys.
Yeah, go ahead, Nancy.
Yeah, it's a perfect segue to our next section, which is about ag sustainability. Candy, your points are well taken. And so I'm looking as an ag chairman at the collective resolutions we've had to date, and they are so site specific. Nothing speaks to sustainability of ag, crossing the lines like Harry wants to do. It all is interconnected. And then the difficulty of messaging, because you understand ag communities down to 2% of your population. And everybody needs to know in any population, there's only 10% of that population that'll speak up. So that is why we have invited our next speaker, who's Janie Van Winkle, because she does her own podcast. She has done testimony. She speaks up on the wolf issue. She's everywhere. She's kind of like marriage. I don't know if she spends a day that she's not talking about the messaging for ag. And so, Janie, we would love you to tell us how you approach it, because it is a difficult thing to do. And I loved Harry's little West Coast versus East Coast directed, because that's what's happening to it's real. So how do you fight that and be effective at it? Bonnie Peterson's exactly right. So we're going to see an anti-hearing, anti-hunting effort. I think all these individual bills, whether it's the trying to close down the sheep processing in Denver, selling fur, everything is tangentially affecting ag in some way in our long-term sustainability. So Janie, with that introduction, you tell us how you look at it and what you've heard in your efforts of messaging on behalf of ag. And she speaks to more than just ranchers. She talks to ag, all of us. So Janie Van Winkle Ranches, please give your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Nancy. Thank you, Ron, for the shout out as well. I always have to tell this story. When I was standing in the arena at the National Western Stock Show accepting the award, I remember being a little girl and sitting up in the stands and seeing them drag old people out and have them stand around. They give them a plaque. In the middle of that, I realized I'm the old people. So with that, I kind of have a far-ranging conversation, and you guys all know I can talk about cows till the cows come home. So at any time, Brittany, you can say enough, all right? Nancy and I've talked at length about this. We talked about sustainability and what that means, and I'm very clear about my definition on sustainability, and I consider it a three-legged stool. That one of them is the social piece, so people. How does everything we do, how is it impacted by people, and what impact do we have for the people that are out there? That's the first piece. The second one is the environment. That's the planet. What's the impact of what we're doing on the environment, and how is that considered by the people? See how they all stand together? And the third one is economics. And that's one of the struggles, I'm just going to say it, that I have with the regenerative side of things, is that we don't talk about the economic side of it when we're talking about regenerative ag. And I know there's a lot of definitions out there, but I've still not seen a really good definition that I'm comfortable with, but it is the new buzzword. Regenerative is the new buzzword. So when I define sustainability, I look at this three-legged stool: people, planet, and profits. Because if we don't have one of them that's solid, then none of them are solid. So they're all intertwined. But I truly believe, and I just passed out a card, and it's a little bit dated. It's a card that I worked with CSU Extension. It's using 2017 data, and I'm sorry if I didn't have enough, but that was the last of them. I'm getting ready to redo this card with Jenny Byerman at CSU. But you can see what the impact is of every single cow. And again, this is using data from 2017. It's $600 to $800. So any cow that you saw driving to work or driving to the meeting today, outstanding in her field, their contribution of that cow is $600 to $800. I'm guessing it's significantly higher right now. And that's every single year. It's not just the years that she comes on vacation. Okay, that cow is contributing regularly. If you also look at that number of 46,000 on there that tells you how many cows that were in Mesa County in 2017, the 2022 census, you guys, this is really tough. The 22 census shows that we had 19,000 cattle less in Mesa County than we did in 2017. That's almost 40% reduction. That's very concerning. That's why I do what I do, because we have to keep talking about it. We have to keep having this conversation about how are we going to create this sustainable ecosystem for agriculture producers. And as Nancy said, in my new role with down at the business incubator with the Agri West initiative, one of the things that the reason this came about was a grant looking at how do we ensure the economic sustainability of agriculture going forward. And it's all kinds of agriculture. I say from lavender to livestock, all sizes, so the big guys, the little guys, all commodities, whether again, lavender to livestock. So we've got row crop farmers in the east or west end of the valley. We've got the orchards and vineyards in the east end of the valley. We've got the livestock producers, sheep and cattle, all the way around us. And it's really important that we look at that. So the Agri West initiative has been really an interesting piece for me in the last year. We have 3 goals, 3 objectives with this program. How do we keep jobs and entrepreneurs in our community? So what do we need to do to connect with the legacy families, and how do we help the first generation folks get started? Again, doesn't matter what sector they're in. The second piece is how do we enhance ag connectivity? Because as Nancy said, only 2% of us are producing. And if we're so busy fighting with each other, how are we going to have a productive conversation with that other 98%? So whether you're a big guy or a little guy, it doesn't matter. We're still producing for food. We're producing to put food on the table. We have got to come together. Through the Agri West initiative, I have to tell you a quick little story. My son, I was feeling kind of sorry for myself here a couple months ago, and Robbie and I've had this conversation a couple times, you know, what difference is this going to make? So I try to really look at anything that I'm doing, what impact is it going to have 10 to 20 years down the road? I was feeling kind of sorry for myself, and my son said to me, he said, Mom, he said, in all my years, 26 of them, it's a lot of years, he said, I've never been in a room where there was someone from the farming community in the Lower Valley, that there was someone from the vineyards, there was someone from Gateway, somebody from Pinyon Mesa. I've not had that opportunity, but he said in the last year, you've brought them together 3 times. And the really cool thing, and he's the one who pointed this out to me, is that not only are they coming and are they showing up, they stay and talk to each other. That's really cool when that happens. When I see someone who grows grapes having a conversation with a rancher from Gateway after the meeting, that doesn't happen, you guys. Number one, they're rarely in the room together. And number 2, that they're actually having a conversation. That's important. That's an important piece, this ag connectivity piece. Because if they're talking, we may find that we have some common issues, some common concerns, and we can become better acquainted and work towards a common goal. The third piece of the Agri West initiative is community engagement. How do we help bring our community around? People often say, well, I support local ag. I love our local farmers. I go to the farmer's market and I buy, you know, a few carrots here and I buy some tomatoes. I support local ag. And I always tell this story. I know some of you have heard this before, but everybody loves their local farmer until they follow me down D Road with a John Deere tractor with a 16-foot disc. And those are not love signs that they're showing me when they go past, okay? Minus about 4 fingers here. So that's one of the really big things. And I think we've, again, had some real success with that. Certainly just making connections in the community. In Mesa County here, we did a program where we've got local beef into the school district. I know Mesa County through Homestead Meats, or I'm sorry, Delta County through Homestead Meats is doing some things similar. I know in some of the northern counties, the cattlemen are doing those kinds of things. And that really, I think, is important, but we've got to talk about it. We can't just put it on the plate and let it sit there, okay? There's got to be posters, there's got to be videos, there's got to be social media, there's got to be mainstream media. We've got to talk about it. That's really an important piece. And I think, again, as we talk about this AgriWest initiative, it's a 30-month fellowship, and I'll be done in about 18 months, but nobody's counting, even on the ranch at home. When I'm done, I'm going back to the ranch, but we have to find a way to make this sustainable, because I truly believe the questions that I'm fielding, the connections that are being made are really, really important. Some of the learnings that I've had in the past 13, 14 months, and that the number one thing is around culture. What's the culture? As we look at these 3 objectives, whether they're, it's jobs and entrepreneurship, the connections in the community, and then the connections within agriculture. What's the culture? And that's where I'm seeing some real concerns. I think it's culture in families. We don't want to talk about in legacy families. We're not very good about talking about the future. What does that mean? How is that transition going to happen? We all are familiar with the situation in one of the ranches to the south here, where there was not a transition plan. There was no planning whatsoever. It's created a situation that's just horrible. And I'm going to tell you, and I bawl every time I tell this story, but when Howard and I were sitting on Highway 50 in a restaurant, and when I saw those 20 truckloads of cattle that had just been sold in Loma headed out of here, that's part of that 40% of cattle that are gone, and they're gone forever. And that has to do with transition planning, exit strategies. We have got to get better at that in agriculture. When I've met with over 300 producers in the last year in groups of 3 to 10, every conversation comes up. It's about this culture around transition. It's business planning. We don't know how to write business plans. We don't know how to read financial statements. But the really big focus that comes up every time is how the ranches and the landscapes are being divided up. We're not managing that very well. We have got to continue to have conversations around that. And that's easier said than done, but that culture in the family. Then the next piece is culture within agriculture. We don't connect well together. We circle the wagons, we all get in a big circle, and we shoot inward. So this conversation earlier really kind of hit home with me that, Candy, to your point, the ag voice is being suppressed. I would submit to you that there's a little bit, I have a different take on it. The ag voice is simply not there. It's simply not there. And if we aren't out there telling this story, somebody's going to tell it for us. I guarantee you, somebody's going to tell it for us. And if we aren't talking about it, somebody's going to fill that empty airspace. So when people say, why do you do what you do, whether it's on social media, whether it's a podcast, whether it's taking time to talk to the media, we have to do it. And if not me, then who? If not you, then who? I think that's really the question we have to ask. We've got to get our producers engaged. They simply don't want to be. I remember, and this is a couple of years back with the Pine Gulch fire up here on the Book Cliffs, when I had reporters calling me every which way to talk about that fire. And I said, it's not my story to tell. They said, well, can you find me someone? I spent 3 days on the phone trying to find a producer willing to have a conversation for 10 minutes with a reporter. No, I don't want to talk to them. I might say the wrong thing. They might misconstrue what I say. I don't have time to talk to them. That's the big one. I don't have time. And I get it. Producers are busy producing. But if we don't get out and tell our story, I finally found someone and they did an amazing job on Channel 9 News. They did a great job telling the story, telling the situation, talking about the younger generation, talking about the older generation, talking about the impacts on the landscape. They did a great job. But it took me 3 days to find somebody that would talk. We can't do that. We have to have our voices heard. Culture within the community. And that, again, I think we just have to speak up. Robbie and Wendell and I are both involved, or all three involved in the WSOA, the Western Slope Outdoor Alliance. And I think we're going to talk more about that this afternoon in public lands. But because we're sitting there as agriculture producers, I think the conversation takes a little different turn just because you're there. And that's what I'm talking about. We have to engage, whether we want to or not. We have to engage in the community. I feel like I can walk into most any meeting in Mesa County and a lot on the Western Slope, whether it's a Chamber of Commerce or whether it's an outdoor rec, and they're going to hear me because I've been showing up. So I'm asking those of you who are producers, you've got to show up. You've got to talk. We can't just keep talking in the ag circles. We've got to talk outside of our comfort zone. Nancy, you asked me to talk a little bit about some of the biggest issues for our producers, and I know you've spent quite a bit of time on this around some of your meetings yesterday, but from a policy perspective, I'm just going to say that it's just one thing on top of another thing and another thing on top of that thing, and that's the reason when I saw this number that we had lost in cattle in Mesa County, it was very concerning to me. And I reached out to a couple of the producers that I knew had sold their cattle. And I said, why did you do that? He said, one of them particularly told me, he said, you know, my family has said that I'm a much nicer person since I don't have cows. That's terrible. I mean, that's terrible, but it's the truth. I mean, my husband's not a very nice person either, and I can blame it on all the cows I want, but it's a heavy load. It's a heavy load that our producers, whether you're a row crop farmer, a small market gardener, it's a heavy load that we're carrying. And so I think that that's when we talk about policies and Perry, to your point, you know, running a bill to keep it from being on the ballot initiative, we saw that with the egg issue, and I think the chickens are coming home to roost a little bit right now, because we as an industry, the egg community said, well, we'd rather take our chances with the legislative piece than a ballot initiative. As producers, we've simply got to win. It's not an option to lose these kinds of initiatives. And Ron, I really do agree with you on the current issue on the WOOF. I don't think it can be won in that direction. And you're right, we can't afford not to win. If it's something that we want to go forward with, we cannot afford to lose it. But I know on the WOOF issue, I was president of Colorado Cattlemen's when that passed. And I went to producers and I said, give me $1 a head. Give me $1 a head. If you run 10 cows, give me 10 bucks. If you run 200, give me 200 bucks. Producers wouldn't do it. They're not willing to put their treasure toward their truth. And yet we complain when the other side is so well funded. Well, all they do is ask their supporters. As Colorado Cattlemen's, we ask producers to put your treasure towards your truth. $19.99 a month. That comes up to be about $240 a year. That's what the dues are for Colorado Cattlemen's. Yet we complain when Western Watersheds asks their supporters to put $19.99 a month, and they do it. We have to put our treasure towards our truth on these policy issues. So a couple, I'm trying really hard to get you guys caught back up here. The state, I think the labor issue is one that's just really hard. I know in 21, when the ag labor bill passed, my son called from Kansas where he was going to school, and he said, Mom, how can I work any harder than you and Dad work? He said, I can't, but we're not going to be able to hire help if this passes. But I can't work any harder than you guys have. So now we have, I think it's House Bill 1286 that's putting temperature concerns out there even further, and will do some things that I can't imagine, again, how we're going to run any business, let alone an agricultural business. Wolves, we've talked enough about that. My biggest concern, one, is that just the landscape-wide impacts is we're managing specifically for one species. And I've listened to Robbie talk over and over and over about how we can manage these landscapes through rotational grazing and handling of the cattle and of the sheep. I think that's really an important piece. And now we're so focused on what the wolf is doing, we're going to have some really strong injury to the landscape. And I'm very concerned about that as a producer. From a federal perspective, public lands, I think, again, we have to be engaged in getting producers to do that because they don't want to take time away from home. And I'm reaching a point where it's a want to. It's hard. It's damn hard to get away from home. Right now, I'm having a hard conversation with my son. He has an opportunity to kind of do a once-in-a-lifetime experience, but he's unwilling to leave the ranch for 10 days because and he's only 26 and he's figured this out. We've got to get engaged no matter what. When I talk to sheep producers, and Harry, you know how I said that when you're in the room, you get recognized, but I actually had this on my notes, and I didn't even think about you being here, but when I talk to some of our sheep producers, what I'm hearing from them, their biggest issue and biggest concern is the imported meat. I've had a couple of conversations just in the last month or two with sheep producers, and that's what they've all told me, is that their biggest concern is on imported meat. So, okay, 2 more minutes and then I've got you caught up. Brittany, are we okay? Can I take 2 more minutes? Okay. I talked a little bit about this advocacy, but to bring it back around to how it impacts sustainability, again, I think we have to have a connection with our communities. I rarely introduce myself anymore as a rancher. I introduce myself as a food producer, or depending on the circles, a beef producer. But as a food producer or a rancher or a farmer, I think we've totally lost track that what's on the plate here comes from that rancher. When I say food producer, I think there's a better connection. But I'm just very, I feel very strongly that advocacy needs to be taught in high school, in college, whenever we're talking about agriculture. I think that advocacy is just as important as knowing how to run a fence stretcher, knowing how to manage a herd health program, knowing how to focus on a marketing program for a CSA market garden. We've got to know how to advocate. And I'm going to tell you a quick story to kind of wrap up here. In the last couple of months, I've had 2 occasions where someone reached out to me and said, I've been a vegan for the last, fill in the blank, 10, 20 years. But I've watched what you've been doing and talking about how you manage your cattle and what you do and I'm very open and transparent. Ask my husband and my son, it makes them crazy that I am so open and transparent. I show the good, the bad, and the ugly. But these people have told me, I'd like to buy a pound of meat for the first time in 10 years, but I want it to be Van Winkle Ranch. I had one lady reach out and say, it was right before Christmas, and she wanted to know if I had any roasts, and I said, well, I do, but I said, frankly, they're not the best. I said, they're flavorful, they're tender, but they're a little bit dry. She says, well, I want to prepare one for the holiday meal. I said, well, I can't in good conscience sell you one of these roasts. I said, you know, I gave her several options of where she could go. And she said, no, you don't understand. I want to buy a Van Winkle Ranch roast, and that's what we're going to have. I'm like, oh, okay. So I gave her that roast. And then when I took it to her place of business, she said to me, she said, I kind of have to tell you a story here. She said, my husband and I have not eaten meat for the last 15 years, and it's been around concerns with how cattle are managed. She said, we want to have this on our Christmas table. And I got a Christmas present from her. I got a picture of that roast. It looked wonderful. And she told me later, she said, our whole family enjoyed that. And that's the first time our family has enjoyed meat in 15 years. Advocacy matters to the sustainability of all of what we are trying to do in food production. So I'd take just a minute or two to answer any questions, and then I'll let you guys catch up.
And I'll just add in to your point, Janie, that 1258 or 1286, sorry, 1258 was yesterday, is next week on Thursday in Business and Labor. I can send out some information like all of our committees and all of our issues. It doesn't just touch ag, touches our telecom committee, it touches our transportation committee, it touches our energy committee, it touches everything, tourism committee as well, those ski workers, those float tours, all of those things. So we'll get some information out to all of you if you're interested in testifying, and we'll include some talking points and what policies we're
Brittany,
using.
Brittany, explain that that's the heat bill. The number of bills doesn't relate to everybody in the room.
Yeah, sorry, I was just going off of Janie mentioning it earlier. That is the heat worker bill that Janie mentioned. Thanks, Nancy.
Sure.
Nancy, do you have anything you want to add?
Well, I let Janie field any questions, and then I have a couple summation comments.
Ron, if
Okay.
and
T. Wright has a
and
question.
Janie, I want to take the opportunity. This issue came up. We didn't have time in Transportation Committee yesterday. I'm glad Mike's still here today. What I want Ron and Nancy is to ask, and I'll move it if you need it, but we need the Ag Committee and the Transportation Committee to work on an issue that's emerging in Colorado. And the issue is the road closures that affect the transportation of livestock. Livestock are a perishable commodity. And when they're loaded on a truck and have to get to their point of designation and roads are closed and they're sitting on trucks, the animal welfare. And just like CDOT, we were talking with Mike this morning over breakfast, just like CDOT has lost the tools that they use to manage the roads, our consumers don't want us to use tools like antibiotics and those kind of things. And so these livestock are even more, we've got to be ever more mindful of them. So my request to the Ag Committee is to work with transportation and staff, motor carriers, cattlemen's, wool growers. We've got to bring this issue in front of CDOT through both the planning process and their operational processes, because we cannot have these livestock stranded when roads are closed. We've got to find some solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, T. Wright.
And T. Wright, it's kind of an interesting note that you brought that up. Through the Agri-West initiative, we met with the Regional Transportation Planning Department. We had a focus group because they didn't even have an ag chapter in their planning document. And so now we do. And they had a focus group. They were telling me about focus groups they do with pedestrians, bicycles, freight, da-da-da. And I said, what about ag? So we brought together 16 of our producers who have a nexus of some sort. Most of them have their own trucks or they run a trucking company. And John Brock brought that up. He loaded 5 loads out of Plateau Valley when they closed the roads to large trucks and trailers in October, but it was still open for tourists or for skiers. And he said, the cattle got onto I-70 and they heard that road was closed. They went to Debec, turned around and went back and unloaded 5 loads of cattle. I mean, that costs everybody money, time, and it's really an animal welfare issue. So agreed with you very much, T. Wright.
Bonnie?
Yeah, just as a point of reference, when I'm looking at Brittany, I want like a gold star or something, I don't know. So just as a point of reference, before the Little Blue Project started on 50, I got CDOT and Federal Highway Administration to set up a specific call-in number and a staging area for livestock. And that happened because of the Colorado wool growers work on that. So there's a marker out there for you guys to, work on off of that.
Good to know, Bonnie.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Go ahead, Harry.
Along the lines with what.
I'm going to stand over here, okay?
You mentioned the sheep, Janie, but I wanted to comment on what T. Wright just said too. There's another issue that affects transportation. It's called the regulations with ELDs in these trucks. The fall runs, when they hit, when you hit that hour limit, those trucks are shut down. It doesn't stop shipping, but the carriers are very restricted because of the ELDs. So everybody's after an old truck that doesn't have that ELDs in them. Along those lines is, I know you mentioned some of our biggest enemies in agriculture and our biggest concerns, but the one that comes to my mind is culture. I know your son probably started ranching when he was in diapers, just like mine did. So that's a culture. But Mike, I wanted to have you chime in on this. One of our biggest concerns is the guy across, we're 4 generations, 100-year-old ranch, and then the guy across the fence bought the ranch next to us for $25 million. That changes the valuations in the county. That makes us be tax protesters. But what it doesn't do, it doesn't help us move the ball with estate planning. Because if they don't raise these exemptions, when the valuations change over a period of 2 generations, there's no incentive for the kids to come in without paying some kind of an insurance policy. So you're not losing it all to taxes. So we really got to focus on that part of it too. And I think that's a sleeper, because when the culture changes, that's when you get into conservation easements, because there's nobody there to take over the ranch. And, oh, we want to get our money out of it, and there's no reason to work our ass off to do it. There's a lot more to it than just the work that when we hit the ground. But the stuff, looking at it from the top down, I think we really need to focus on that too, as far as that. Mike, chime in on it. You're probably selling ranches that have that.
Hey, could I interrupt at this point? Because we're going to get behind and we really do need to finish our agenda. But I think Harry's got a good point. I'm going to add on to that. It wasn't just the health of the meat or the livestock that gets affected by closures. Believe it or not, Sweet Corn lost money the year of Grizzly Creek fire because our freight rates doubled. So we didn't make a dime in sweet corn, and that's also very fragile commodity. So it affects more than just ranching, it affects ag at large. And that's why we're going to segue. Jeannie, thank you very much. And I also want to say thank you to Robbie LaValle. I can't think of 2 better leaders on this. They're everywhere. They're in podcasts. And Janie brought up the regenerative ag thing, which seems sometimes to be big ag, and sometimes they call us big ag, and we don't have tons of big farms in farming. There's a misperception if you're not doing very specific work on every single acre that you must not be taking care of your farm and ranch land. And one of the things that was said at a recent meeting to me is, well, if Montrose would only be into healthy soils, we'd save our farms. And I'm sitting there going, well, that's an over broad statement. But I loved the award that environmental stewardship that went to La Valley Ranch, because right in all the conversations, they talk about wildlife habitat, water quality, and soil health. So we work on soil health, whether you're in the uplands putting in rock dams for your grazing allotments, to the ranchers, to the farmers. Soil health is a huge issue, and people have it defined in their mind. And so it seems to me we need to work on that definition of regenerative ag, soil health. But the problem with it is all these are new buzzwords, and the Ag Committee doesn't have it. T. Wright, we're going to get to you when we now segue over to conservation easements. And one of the other things, I just need to give you an overview. We did have a group of the Ag Committee, and we said, how are we going to deal with these new issues? We don't have anything site specific the way we formerly did in our ag resolutions. So we needed a guiding principle. So today we're going to talk about the first draft of our first guiding principle in ag. T. Wright, I put your concern on conservation easements valuation is down under the whereas, and you can take the picture off of me and bring up that resolution if you would, staff, because we left out freight. Freight isn't there. But the small group that was working on coming up with guiding principles, what we did do is we said, we're going to have a very broad one on sustainability, and we're going to have a very broad one on economics. And to me, Harry, the freight issue, the transportation issue, even more on the conservation issue will come up more specifically in a guiding principle on economic only, because this, I would just switch from ag economic sustainability to simply ag sustainability. And it's going to be more talk about the points that Janie just made. It's broader than just our economics. But without the profit, the rest of those stools just break off. So our second guiding principle that we'll be working on should have it ready to be presented at summer policy will be specifics on the economy, whether it's the imported lamb that's an issue for the sheep and for Bonnie, whether it's the transportation issues, it's the death of 1,000 cuts. We know what's happening to us, but I don't believe people understand that what they're doing, one teeny little bill can actually be the last bill that a farmer can profitably overcome. The other thing that I want to bring up is I believe it's in your package. You got a copy of a white paper, correct, gals? They have
Yes.
copies of that.
Yes.
Yes, Nancy, they do. It's in their packet, but I will
thank-
note, Nancy, this is Andrea, I'm sorry. I will note to refer to this guiding principle on the screen and not in your packet. So we had already printed when Nancy and I made a few corrections, but the white paper should be on the last page of your packet.
And the white paper is more of a back to Janie and advocacy. Cindy Dozier, myself, and Chris Treese sat on a COFOR, which is Colorado Forest and Water Alignment Alliance, and we decided it was better to have a white paper that kind of explained what we're saying. Our resolutions are great, but the white paper is going to be more explanatory. So you see the highlighted yellow that's up on the screen. Trying to define ag in a resolution, it would be 2 pages long. So we're going to build that, or my proposal is to delete it from here and have a much better conversation about what are we in ag? Are we declining? Are we, the data that you just heard from Janie is scary and powerful. We would put that in the white paper. It's very hard to get into the details when you're in this resolution format. So I want you to know we're going to be doing this hand in glove. Go ahead.
Nancy, this is T. Wright, and I know we're running out of time here. The freight issue is already captured that we talked about in your existing policy. If I could have Andrea scroll down to the therefore that I gave to you. The issue that I was bringing to Club 20, and we've got policy supporting conservation easements, but in the reauthorization of the Farm Bill, it's critical that our congressional delegation insert language that will allow for the alternative valuation of conservation, finding of conservation easement values. When you have ag lands that are near urbanizing areas, the values are high and there's equitable assessment of value. But you get in the eastern plains of Colorado, any of the far corners of the Colorado Empire, and land values drop significantly because there's no housing. But Ron knows that the ecological value of those lands are where our wildlife and our open space is. So we have to change the way that the USDA values conservation easements. They are the largest funder of conservation easements. So if we change how they do things, all of the rest of the funders TNC, Ducks Unlimited, everybody else will come along. So it's critical that our congressional delegation lead in this reauthorization of the Farm Bill to recognize the ecological values that these lands provide, and that we find value based on those, not just housing values. So this is kind of, Mike, it's the higher of either one that we'll be looking for. But it's critical that that language that I've got up there in highlighted, that Club 20 support that as you guys are going back, and the congressmen and senators can put in the new deal. So for expedience of time, I will move that we insert that language into our policy.
It's already there. It's 6 from the bottom. 1, 2, 3,
Well,
4, 5,
To
6.
be fair, it wasn't there until I brought it, so I
No,
want to make sure
exactly.
we do it right.
So what we'll do is we'll probably amend it. We'll suggest this as amended, as presented.
Yes.
Yeah,
perfect.
so we will do that
I'll-
later. So we'll talk about it all before we.
You want me to move the entire thing as amended? I
Sure.
can do that. I so move.
It's not amended. We have never had one before. So
Oh,
this
is
would
new.
be,
Oh, okay.
okay, so it's 6 from the bottom, but I'm thinking, T. Wright, it's count from the bottom, whereas 1, 2, 3, keep going up, scroll up for me.
Oh,
Yeah, it doesn't, you don't want it in the whereases. It has to be in the therefores.
It is.
Yeah, it
is.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
It
so we'll
supports-
adopt it as presented.
Yes, but right now,
I
we
don't
need
think,
to.
I don't think we've showed them the conservation easement language, guys.
1, 2. It's the exact language you sent to me. 1, 2,
Go
up,
Is it
up,
there?
up. Here, there.
Right there.
Yeah.
That's the one that that's the only thing
Yep.
that folks haven't seen.
Mhm.
So I want them to know that, and I'll move for the adoption.
And T. Wright, do we need to put something that it's the focus on that one needs to be at the USDA or in the Farm Bill? Because
No, all you need, all Brittany needs is that language, and then that opens the conversation with the congressional delegation.
Does everybody understand what he's saying? So it's motion made by T. Wright, seconded by Cindy. I have a couple other questions. Do we want to keep, I highlighted in yellow 2 areas because I had questions from the people that reviewed it. The first one, I have questions, keep, was in the original land bill that will get absorbed into this. And I didn't even know what it meant, Bonnie. That's why I'm thinking we just drop it. And the other one is I want to delete the definition and put it in the white paper because it was going to take up too much space.
Yeah, and that's appropriate. That is very appropriate, Nancy, what you're
Okay, so I want to, okay, great. So if there's consensus, we're going to drop that right now, but I don't like to make those decisions by myself. So I bring it to you guys and say, this is our intent. We'll move it over into the white paper. Bonnie, is that okay with you? Bonnie and I talked about how long it could be, how fast you can replace it, but you need to keep an eye on the trend, which is why the white paper will help us. Bonnie, is that
Thanks.
okay?
Thank you. Yes.
Okay, and then go down. There's one other one that I replaced. Okay.
And
the
Nancy,
yellow-
Bonnie, I think was gonna comment to that for
Okay.
just a second.
That's fine. Put it in the mics, please. I couldn't hear her.
Go ahead, Bonnie.
Yeah, so thanks, Nancy. Yes, I was fine that get moved over to the white paper.
Thank you. Okay, then the second highlighted, I say omit it. And I did a little shorter one because that was some original language in an older one. And maybe Robbie can help me with that. I don't know exactly. Does the second highlighted one cover it? If it does, I'll delete the one I say omit and we'll use the second one.
The second one looked good to me. It made sense.
How about you, Robbie?
I really wasn't paying attention, but now that I read it, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so if everybody's got anything else major they want to switch, we can go back to deleting those two, everything else would be as presented.
And then we also have Callie online that has her hand raised for a comment.
Go Callie.
Hi, Nancy and all. Sorry that I'm not there, but, and I may be in the wrong document and just not being able to follow through here, but one I reviewed earlier, is this the one that still has, I think it referenced lemons or something that
Oh,
was
yeah.
along the lines. Is that in this one?
It shouldn't be, because Janie told me, where's the lemons come from? And even I don't know when I wrote it. But that disappears with that. It'll be in the white paper.
Okay. I just,
And it won't
like,
say lemons.
what's on the
We
screen
don't
and I
do
couldn't-
lemons here. Oh, and we have to decide if we're going to keep that last one up a little bit,
Cindy has a comment.
where I have keep with 3 question marks.
Okay.
Yep.
So we have a motion.
And Cindy has further discussion as well.
So my question is, how does the white paper get referenced in the resolution? How do they interface?
Bonnie, we're not there. I mean, Cindy, we're not there yet, but I don't know. We've never had a white paper in Club 20. So that's the question that we're going to have, I think, with the new website. When we adopt that, we will, I don't think we can reference it in this because there is no white paper yet. Maybe we go back when we present the white paper and approve it. We can go back through and add language in this resolution at that point. But we still need to get rid of the last highlighted area that says keep. That was another question of Bonnie. It was in an original one and I didn't know what it meant. So somebody can tell me if we should keep it or eliminate it. Do you see what I'm mentioning, Brittany or Andrea? Yeah, that one.
Yeah, this is Bonnie, if I could go ahead, please. Yeah, I'm always a huge advocate of private property rights, but I read this and I mean, it kind of seems like we're telling the county commissioners how to do their job, but being pretty fuzzy about it. And so, yeah, I just sent the question to Nancy if she could clarify for me.
And are you talking about the last bullet point, Bonnie?
The highlighted one.
The one that says keep that
Oh,
is
okay, got
highlighted.
it.
So your question, Nancy, is do you want to keep it or you're asking if we should keep it?
Yeah. I don't know that we do need it. I think the next one may cover it. I don't know. It was written there and unless somebody knows why it should stay in there, I think above it, we talk about the different tools counties can use, transferable development rights, things that we've looked at over the time, but I don't think we need that bullet.
Well, what's the group think? Let's go, move on.
The only comment that I would make is that I do see where you're coming from, but I also see that it says encourages rather than, suggests or just to start those conversations. But I'm open to what the rest of the group.
This is T. Wright. There is a role for those. I would keep it.
I would too.
Yeah.
Ronnie or Robbie? Okay, so let's keep it. Is that all right,
Okay.
Nancy?
Yeah, just edit it, take away the keep question mark then, and take off the yellow highlight. And that has been ready for the vote as far as I can tell.
Okay. All right, Brittany?
So we do have a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any further discussion before we move the vote? We need an and after instead of the keep, put an and there. And staff, when we take this back, we do go through it and make sure all of those things are in alliance. So thank you. We appreciate that.
So motion, have a second. All in favor? So moved.
Okay, my last thing is at the very bottom. I described at the beginning what our 2 guiding principles, our first highlighted ones. One is an overall sustainability one. The next one will just be specific to economics. At the bottom of that, would you just throw on, we've got the weight restrictions, but maybe just put somewhere so we don't lose track of today's conversation, just put the road issue on there so we get that incorporated into the economics. So you'll see that later. So the next one after that would be a joint resolution, and I think I saw Marty walking through the room. So Marty's on the water committee. It's a joint ag water resolution that we need to approve. I edited it. Patrice edited it. Marty edited it. So I think it should be pretty close to ready, could be adopted. I hope we can adopt it today because I think it's very important since we're going into the post 226 regulations that we have a very specific ag water bill, because one of the other things that we say, the death by 1,000 cuts, is what happens to irrigated ag and our ag irrigation water. And water going forward, since 80%, 80+% of the water in the Colorado River is ag water. And so we often are a target there. So this is as edited. I didn't mess around with it again after you guys got it online. So is there any
Nancy, this is
discussion?
P. Wright. I'll move for the adoption as presented.
Thank you. Second?
Motion and a second.
Right,
Marty's in the room. Marty, do you have anything to add?
No, we'll be looking at it here shortly. Our committee is next.
They'll be. She said, no, their committee will be looking at it shortly. So we kind of we'll have a half motion currently. As long as the agriculture committee approves it as is, then the final say, because it is a water bill, will be to the water committee.
Do you want to put that in your motion, T. Wright, that will then defer final to the water committee and then we're done with it on ag?
Well, ag is always very reticent to give any power to our other committees, but yeah, we'll sure confer.
Thank you, T. Wright. Is there any discussion on it?
Go ahead, Ron. Yeah, go ahead, Ron. With
Brittany,
the vote.
is that it?
Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna vote on that. All in favor, say aye. Aye. So approved. All right, we moves on.
Well,
Got
that's all
anything
I
else,
really,
Nancy?
no, that's all I had, but please read the white paper. If you want to continue to step up and either follow all of these issues at a more detailed level, I send out a lot of information to my committee and you'll get a lot of information. We added to my committee, I sent the most recent speech from the new ag commissioner in the cabinet level, because she talks about ag inputs have gone up, costs gone up 30%. And we're not finding a 30% increase in our markets. So we really, really, really are in a crosshairs right now of sustainability. So if you think this is important, please sign up with Andrea before you leave this room today, and I'll get you onto the Ag Advisory Committee because we'll be digging into some of these issues. And I think we're going to come up with some areas where we'll actually be able to host a podcast or a town hall to dig into this, because we'll never get it all covered in one winter policy meeting. And that's all I have to say, Ron. It's back to
Thank you,
you.
Nancy. Before we move on, you have something, Brittany?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify so that everybody knows what we're doing here at these policy meetings is that we are recommending this. So our committee is approving it as is, but the final adoption goes to our board of directors. That will happen at our spring conference, just so that everybody knows the process there. So there's the advisory panel that reviews it beforehand. They all approve it. We get it sent to the overarching committee here in the room. They approve it, and then it goes further into the process for final approval to the board of directors.
Thank you. That's good.
Thank you, Brittany. I forgot to say that. And one more thing, T. Wright, thank you for joining in on this stuff. You've always been a big leader in ag for Club 20 specifically, so I am so happy you're with us today. So, anything else? I'm good, Ron.
Yeah, I have something since the mic is here. First of all, I want to thank Janie for the presentation. So I've always enjoyed working with Janie. And one of the things, she's open to a lot of discussions. Is she's not just one-minded. And working when I was with the Division of Wildlife and Parks, it was great. The other thing I want to just want to bring this up. I worked for 47 years for the Division of Wildlife and Parks and Wildlife. And I was pretty damn naive when I started. And I really truly believed that the salvation of wildlife was going to be from BLM and Forest Service land. And I have to tell you, I learned that if we don't keep producers on the land, if we don't keep farmers on the land, wildlife is going to be a has-been. Habitat's going to be a has-been. And part of it is, and I'm going to this leads into where Bonnie is going with her agenda, is that when I first started, after hunting season, the only people we saw in the backcountry were ranchers, farmers, trappers, and game wardens. And now you look at what's going on with BLM and Forest Service land. And so like I said, I was naive, but I truly believe that without private land, wildlife is bye-bye. So I can just want to end with that. Thank you.
And could I say one more thing? One of the really empowering there's an article I think that we have in the back. It was a Rachel Gable recent article about how there's no big table at the state level. I'm proud of the Western Slope. We talk about the problems, but you think about what Janie's working on. You think about what Robbie is thinking about. AGNC is working with Club 20. We are gathering our Western Slope voices together more effectively than we have in the very recent past. So thanks, AGNC. Thanks, our ranchers that are getting these recognitions, the people that are out there speaking on our behalf. It's pretty cool. And our county commissioners are stepping up, aren't you, Wendell? So I think that's all very important. Thank you all.
Thank you. Good. All righty. We will now move into our next committee. Yeah, let's snip those with the beans. Yeah. Okay. Tell Andrea she wants
Can we get going, please, with the water committee, since we're running a little bit late here?
If we could have everybody's attention, we are going to start the water committee.
Okay, everybody. Let me start with the initial announcements. By the way, Marty Whitmore, co-chair, my co-chair, Chris Treese.
Excuse me, everybody. If you're having conversations, please take them outside. We do want to be respectful and make sure we stay on time.
Thank you. Yep. My co-chair, Chris Treese, is otherwise occupied today chairing the Colorado Water and Power Authority meeting. So he gets an excused absence. He's not just, out playing somewhere. But we miss him, right? We always miss Chris. Club 20 members participate and vote on any matters of policy development. We'll just have one resolution today. I think everybody knows, please don't turn on your microphone until you've been acknowledged. And we'll be walking microphones around if we need them. Do we need to do introductions?
No, the only thing I will note is if you are asking a question, please introduce yourself before asking your question so that the folks online know who's speaking and come up to a microphone to ask your question. It's much easier than trying to run to you halfway through your question. So please make sure to speak into it clearly and come up to a microphone to ask your questions.
Thank you. We on the Western Slope are really lucky to have the Colorado River District as our advocates. Janie Winkle was talking just a little bit ago about how important advocacy is for agriculture, and it's equally important on water matters. And the River District has, we think the River District does so many things for the Western Slope. Our community partnership funding that was approved a few years ago in ballot initiative 7A was critical, but sometimes we forget how much time the staff at the River District spends advocating for us at a state and federal level. And so we're very, thank you. We are really lucky today to have both Zane Kessler and Peter Fleming here to walk through some very important issues. As you know, over the last several meetings, we really haven't talked much about the Colorado River big picture issues, but given the timing of the end of the operations agreement and the current negotiations, we just thought that this was a meeting where we really needed to get ourselves caught up on that topic as well. So Zane Kessler, who's the Director of Government Relations for the River District and has been doing an outstanding job for the River District now for several years. Thank you. Oh my God, really? How time flies when we're having fun. Anyway, Zane is going to start us off with a legislative update and talk a little bit about some of the other issues that the River District's working on with funding on Shoshone and so on. And then Peter will be talking to us about the River District or the Colorado River negotiations. So Zane?
Thank you. Can you guys hear me okay through? No. This is a bad. Do we have a mic that is any better? Okay.
Fancy dancy headset on.
I'm happy to if that means folks on. Do we have folks online?
Yeah.
Okay, it's probably better.
They can hear you fine online. Okay. It's just the folks in the room.
Wow.
Yeah, you get to live your best pop star life.
Amazing. Been meaning to sell you guys some things. All right, is that better? Wow, I've never done this before. All right, thank you, Marty. Thank you, members of the Water Committee. My name's Zane Kessler. I am going to take this off and just hold it because that seems better. Zane Kessler, Director of Government Relations for the River District. I am prepared to talk to you just to give you a quick overview of what's happening at the state legislature this session. But before we do that, dive into the obligatory reminder of who we are and what we do. The River District was created in 1937 by the General Assembly to serve two functions. One is to represent and protect the water interests of the 15 counties on the Western Slope that make up the Colorado River main stem and all of its principal tributaries within the state. That's the Yampa, the White, the Gunnison, the main stem, and portions of the Dolores and Green, as well as the Uncompahgre and many of the other tribs within our jurisdictional boundaries. We also were formed to represent and protect the state's appropriation of water under the Colorado River Compact of 1922 and the Upper Colorado River Compact of 1948. So we have that dual mission, intrastate and interstate. I'm going to talk mostly about the intrastate because my work at the Capitol really does come down to representing and protecting the water interests of Western Colorado. We are, our former general manager, Eric Kuhn, who many of you know, I think did a great job of describing the River District as the stretch in the rubber band. We've got demands to the east, a growing front range that is thirsty, where the majority of the people in the state live, but where the majority of the water resources are not. We also have growing and demanding economies, cities, agricultural production downstream of us to the west. And that's the way it was in 1937, and that's the way it still is today. So we really are accustomed to being, at battle to the east and to the west. But, we do our best at the Capitol to work with our partners on the Front Range and others. But sometimes we have to put our foot down. And so that's my job and the job of many others that work alongside me on our policy team. I do want to quickly note that during the 120-day legislative session, our board of directors, we have a board member from each of the 15 counties in the district appointed by the boards of county commissioners in those counties. Every other week, on a bi-weekly basis, our board has a legislative call, Thursdays from noon to 1, where they tell me what to do. They review and analyze new legislation, and they instruct staff what it is that they'd like to see. All policy positions of the River District are established by our board. And so they hold these meetings, but I bring this up because I want all of you to be a part of that. If you have a water bill or a piece of legislation that you're interested in that we are reviewing, please email Stephanie Moore. Stephanie is actually in the room with us today. She's in the back if you haven't met her. She's helps keep us organized at the district, but also is starting to do a little bit more on our outreach and some of our graphics work and is a great asset to the district. But please email Stephanie. Stephanie will be able to add you to our distribution list for those biweekly meetings. Public comment and the opinions of stakeholders and partners is valuable. And I think that helps to inform and ultimately helps our board to make better decisions. We represent you as our constituents on the Western Slope, and so we want to hear from you in the process of determining our policy positions. So before I dive whole hog into the bills that we're looking at this year, I will note that it's been a rather quiet water year under the Gold Dome. The last few years have really been the water portfolio has moved forward at a frenzied pace. And I attribute that to a few things. One, the federal funding that came during the COVID relief and then continued through the IRA and other federal legislative efforts really brought an unprecedented amount of federal funding to the state of Colorado that increased the amount of work in the water arena and in a number of other natural resource arenas that I'm sure many of you are familiar with. That's not the case this year. And that's really because we're facing a very significant budget shortfall. The state of Colorado is not allowed to spend at a deficit. We are required to, the legislature is required to pass a balanced budget every year. And so when we have a budget deficit, that really slows things down. And I will say, I've been around long enough now to remember when the legislature was not dominated by one party. And I remember those days because they were easier. Things moved a little slower. You had checks and balances that really slowed the process down. And that's not been the case for the last 5-6 years now. The budget is really becoming that check and balance on the legislature this year and slowing us down, making sure we're actually being thoughtful about what we're passing and specifically what is the cost of these legislative vehicles. So that's my opening statement. I'm just going to give you a quick overview of some of the bills that the River District has taken a position on or that we're monitoring closely. We have available on our website a list of all bills that we're tracking, monitoring, opposing, or supporting. I think today we're currently engaged on 25 total bills. But for you, I just brought a quick snapshot at some of the bills that we're more actively engaged in. The first is an annual bill that is the approval list for the revolving loan funds administered by the Colorado Water and Power Development Authority. This is actually one of the more important pieces of water legislation every year. And it's not even a bill, it's actually just a joint resolution. But it does include the projects throughout the state that are eligible and recommended for loans under the Safe Drinking and Clean Water Acts in the state. Again, those are loans administered by the Water and Power Development Authority. HJR 1004 is the bill title this year. It's a must pass, really, but I don't think the River District has ever not supported it. But it is, I bring it up because it's really important for a number of our water users out there, and access to low interest, zero interest financing for important water projects. The second bill on the list is House Bill 1010. This is not a water bill per se, but it's something that has really raised it's raised some controversy at the Capitol. The bill would add price gouging of necessities as an unfair and unconscionable act under Colorado's consumer protection laws. The bill presumes that a price increase of more than 10% above the average price of a necessity during the preceding 90 days constitutes price gouging unless the seller of the product can prove that the increase is directly attributable to additional costs from suppliers or natural hazards, whatever that may be. That's a pretty significant limit on the free market, if you ask me. And it's really caused us concern because it's, we operate an enterprise. The River District owns reservoirs that we lease water from for producers or municipalities or industrial users that may need water. Well, there are a number of situations wherein inflation or other factors may cause us to need to increase our prices by 10% or more in a given year. The same is true for stone fruits or alfalfa, or there are a lot of market conditions that can result in a spike in the, look at eggs right now. And so that it's not just us. This has really caused a lot of consternation by a number of interested parties at the Capitol this year. The River District did originally offer a position of amend. We worked to try and work with the sponsors on this bill. It's brought by Front Range representatives and senator, and unfortunately, we weren't able to get to a point of agreement. So in the end, I think it was just yesterday, the board at the Colorado River District chose to formally oppose it. We don't oppose bills often. We typically try to work to make bills better or try to get to yes. I think that's when we do our best work, is when we're at the table and we're trying to represent the interests of our constituents. So House Bill 1010 is a rare example of a bill that we are formally opposed to and will be working to reach its demise. Third bill on your list is increasing efficiency within the Division of Water Resources. That's House Bill 1014. That bill is really what I would call belt and suspenders. It makes several modifications to operations at the Division of Water Resources within DNR. Importantly for water users here on the Western Slope, the bill staggers the departments or the division's preparation of the abandonment list. Every 10 years, the DWR puts out an abandonment list on water rights. This staggers the abandonment list, requiring that the division engineer within a given division prepare that decennial, every 10-year list for the Front Range divisions 1, 2, and 3 by July 1st of 2030, and for the West Slope divisions of 4, 5, 6, and 7 by July 1st of 2035. That normally has always occurred. The whole state is all at once every 10 years. That'll split it in half so that, again, divisions 4, 5, 6, and 7 are on the 5-year, so 2035 and every 10 years following, and divisions 1, 2, and 3 by 2030, July 1st of 2030, and every 10 years following that. That's a bill that, again, belt and suspenders, but makes some needed improvements at DWR that the district's board was happy to support. Next bill. I may not cover all of these. I'm going to skip 1099 and go to 1106. This is a bill brought by our new representative, Larry Don Sukla. I think I bring it up because the bill has been postponed indefinitely, meaning it will not move forward this session. But I think it's a really good reminder for all of us that new legislators need our help. And it's not just the lobbyists, but it's all of you in the room. If you have a new legislator and you're interested in water, you have an understanding of how water works, sit down with those legislators, because the bills that they run are directly informed by us as their constituents. The bill did die in the Energy and Environment Committee. It would have removed certain limitations on the collection and use of rain barrel water. And unfortunately, as it was drafted, that bill would have just opened it up entirely. And many of us in the water community spent more than a few years just trying to get to yes on rain barrels to begin with, largely because of fear of injury. That's one of the greatest concerns in water policy. How do we protect against injury within a given basin or within the prior appropriation system? And so Larry Don's bill didn't move forward this session. He signaled that he would like to continue the conversation. I think it's on us to continue to work with him and with all new legislators to make sure they're hearing from us and they understand the important intricacies and the background, the history that comes with a lot of these issues. Next bill on your list is House Bill 1113. That is to limit limit non-essential turf in new residential developments. This is a continuation of multiple years of work to try and limit non-functional or non-essential turf, primarily in municipal environments. That's the grass that is planted and watered only so it can be mowed. There's certainly a resistance within the water community to enact prohibitive measures. And this bill does prohibit a municipality the bill expands the current statewide prohibition on non-functional turf to include residential property used for apartments and condominium housing. We did this with commercial and state government buildings last year. Prior to that, we had enacted some voluntary measures to incentivize the removal of non-essential turf. This was something that the board grappled with a bit, but in the end decided to support because it's the right thing. If we are going to preach conservation for the Front Range, if we're going to ask the Front Range to reduce the amount of Kentucky bluegrass that they are irrigating as they continue to grow at rates we've not seen before, these types of measures are going to be important. It's the low-hanging fruit. What can we do to reduce our consumptive use in a way that doesn't really injure an economy or there's a number of potential benefits, and ultimately our board came to the position of support on this. Importantly, the bill does not prohibit turf that's used for recreational, civic, or community purposes. That's playgrounds, sporting fields, picnic grounds. It does require local governments to adopt a statewide standard for limiting turf on residential properties that are not multifamily. It does not require local governments to adopt standards that are not aimed at multifamily apartments and condominiums. And then lastly, it doesn't require the removal of any turf and only impacts turf, non-essential turf that's installed from date of passage going forward. That bill just this week passed out of the House on thirds. It will go to the Senate Ag Committee next, where I expect it will pass. Again, this is the continuation of a conversation we've been having at the Capitol for a few years now. Let's go to tap fees, House Bill 1211. This is also the continuation of a conversation that's been occurring around affordable housing. And I think we all recognize that we have an affordable housing problem in the state of Colorado. Somehow tap fees, I think primarily those tap fees that are issued by certain special districts on the Front Range have become the subject of some ire for certain legislators. I don't believe that anybody on the West Slope is getting rich off of tap fees, but there are some special districts, Title 32 districts on the Front Range that have been publicly criticized for the amounts they're charging, which do in turn contribute to the lack of affordable housing. I don't think that by limiting tap fees, we're going to solve our affordable housing crisis or problems, but it's there's a number of reasons this doesn't work for our water users on the West Slope. The first is, let me start by saying, it doesn't work for the small providers that don't have metered service. Those smaller providers that aren't required to meter water usage, those districts just can't apply the metrics outlined in the bill, putting our rural water providers at a disadvantage. It also doesn't work for many of our mountain communities. I had some notes on this that I wanted to read specifically. The bill requires tap fees to consider projected water usage, but in many of our mountain resort communities, short-term rentals often have significantly higher water usage than a single-family home. I think it's estimating the tap fees based on square footage or bedrooms would likely fail to accurately align with the actual system demands that many of our mountain communities have. And we've seen this time and time again. In Eagle County, we've got problems with septic, where you've got an old ranch house that is a 4-bedroom home that's all of a sudden been turned into a wedding destination. And both the amount of water consumed and the amount of water effluent on that property increases significantly. So by limiting our water providers on their tap fees in the way that this bill proposes, I think it really puts our rural mountain communities at a disadvantage. So our board, again, tried to work with the sponsors to amend this. We didn't see much traction, and just yesterday the board chose to oppose this. This is the first time in a while I think the River District has had more than one bill that they're actively opposed to. Of course, we will continue to seek a rewrite of the bill. We'll continue to try to make it better, but if not, then we'd like to see it go away. And then lastly, the last bill for you today is Senate Bill 040. That is the Severance Tax Task Force. Forming a task force within the Department of Natural Resources, but comprised of water leaders throughout the state to take a close look at the future of severance tax. We all know that severance tax has been a historically volatile revenue stream, and many of our water priorities in the state are funded directly by that flow of revenue. Given the unpredictability and the uncertainty of future severance taxes, the state is proposing to put a task force together to take a hard look at some of these things. This is really, I think, the continuation of work that my predecessor, Chris Treese, started at the River District with some of our Front Range partners and others. This isn't a problem that has come up overnight. It's something that we've known to be a problem for a while, the volatility and uncertainty of it. I'm not saying severance taxes are a problem, but our board is in a support position on Senate Bill 040, and we look forward to hopefully having a seat on that task force so that our West Slope water users can have a voice and a representative there. So with that, I think that was all of the bills I wanted to bring to your attention. I do have a handful of printouts back at my seat of our total bill tracking spreadsheet for the year. Again, I think we're actively engaged on 25 bills. We're seeing a lot of wildfire bills this year, a lot of forestry focused natural resource bills, but the water portfolio really has been slower, which I'm thankful for after the last few years. So With that, any questions on legislation or any bills in particular? Yes, sir.
I noticed on 1115, you missed it, but this, you guys are supporting that one. That water supply measurement and forecasting, is that specific to water meters that are being used by commercial and residential, or does that drift into weirs and ditches?
Harry, talking to the mic.
Sorry about that. I'll rephrase that. On 1115, you're already showing support of it. Is it specific to water meters for residential and commercial, or does it drift into what we might have to do from the ag perspective on weirs and
No.
head gates? And
That is less focused on water usage. It creates a full-time position within the CWCB to help manage and coordinate funding for water supply forecasting. And that's really the aerial snow observation, remote sensing, a number of the newer technologies that we at the River District and at the state and others are using, I would say with good success, to more accurately predict our snowpack in specific areas. As much as we have come to rely on SNOTEL water measurement, we've come to realize that SNOTEL sites are just one spot on a map. We have technologies today using LiDAR, for example, to do flight paths over entire basins and subbasins that give us far more accurate information on how much snow is there and what would the resulting water supply look like in the runoff. And so that's something we're supporting, really straightforward. It just creates a full-time position at the Colorado Water Conservation Board to help us as water use coordinate the funding opportunities for additional implementation of those technologies. So, a good question. Thank you.
Wendell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It was a nice presentation. I've got a question about Bill 1113, the turf prohibition.
Yes, sir.
CCI and others have looked at this, and I'm actually in opposition to this. And I'd like to bring this forward. This is one more bill that's pushing to take local control away from local governments, including counties and municipalities, forcing them to adopt a one-size-fits-all state mandate. And that's concerning. It's, it's the death of 1,000 cuts coming out of Denver, and we've all seen it. How can that bill be amended to allow local governments to set their standards and not Denver's?
Yeah. We discussed this with our board at the district, and in my notes, I'll just read you. The bill requires local entities to enact or amend ordinances, resolutions, regulations, or other laws to limit the installation of non-functional turf for all new residential properties that are condominiums or multi-family units. We believe there's some flexibility there to determine what that looks like for each municipality. It doesn't require a statewide mandate, or it doesn't require you adopt this language from the state. It allows each municipality to kind of consider and craft it on their own. I do understand that that is there's a rub there, and it certainly, we've talked with CML and CCI and others. In the end, I think for our board, it came down to the fact that we've got to find ways to reduce our use where it's not essential, and this zoning and the allowance of non-functional turf to continue to be installed at a pretty significant pace, primarily on the Front Range, is a concern. And so it certainly, it does raise problems. And I think, Wendell, your point is a good one. But in the end, our board chose to support it. So I think it also, we've done a good job in the last few years of defining within the statutes what non-functional turf is and what it is not. And that definition, I think, has allowed the previous iterations when it came to new commercial developments, state government buildings, et cetera. We were able to demonstrate that we were able to do that without much injury and without a lot of concern from the development industry and others. So.
Okay, we've got a question online.
Yeah, and before I turn it over to Marcia, I wanted to say, Wendell, we tried to ask for some amendments around rewards and incentive programs for that rather than the unfunded mandates. We didn't make any movement there, but we will continue to advocate for it. And now, Marcia, go ahead and unmute yourself and ask your question.
Yeah, Marcia Porter Norton, La Plata County Commissioner. I am very torn on the turf bill. La Plata County is looking to find ways to be climate resilient and to prepare for our future of having less water. And at the same time, to share the concerns that the Delta County Commissioner raised, we do not see a way to fund the implementation of this from our planning department. And an initial thought was it could take, I mean, it's just hard to say how much development. So we actually oppose this bill, but I hear all the discussion, but was the part taken out that it was all residential by 2028? Am I understanding that correctly?
I don't have the amendment in front of me, but I believe that's accurate, yes.
So we would be talking about high density buildings only at this time, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Do you want to tell us a little bit about the update on Shoshone?
Yeah, and why don't I invite Peter Fleming? This is a good segue. I don't think either of us had slides prepared on Shoshone, but I think he and I can give a quick verbal update on where things stand. I will start with funding. So just 14 months ago, the River District entered into a contract with Public Service Company of Colorado on the purchase of the water rights associated with the historic Shoshone hydropower plant in Glenwood Canyon. In that time, we have had a lot of work on our plates. This is a kind of project that involves multiple processes occurring in parallel. On the funding process, we've seen incredible success, largely led by our West Slope counties and our water providers, our ditch companies. It has really been unlike anything we expected. But with the River District's contribution of $20 million, regionally, we have raised more than $36 million. And then when you add in the state of Colorado's $20 million contribution, we are just over closer to $57 million total raised to date. We do have a federal funding application in place. That was an award was announced by the Bureau of Reclamation in the waning hours of the Biden administration. The award is I think technically on hold, but we are very encouraged by the leadership of Representative Hurd and others to make sure that the new administration understands how important this project is for our rural communities, our agricultural producers, and just water security in Western Colorado as a whole. And so I'm optimistic. We've had really good conversations with some of the new appointees and others at the Department of the Interior, and we're going to keep moving on the funding. Peter will talk a little bit about the upcoming CWCB process. A cornerstone of this project is the acquisition of the water rights, but then the change case in water court, adding to that water right the beneficial use of in-stream flow. That in-stream flow is a 2.4-mile stretch in the heart of Glenwood Canyon from the point of diversion for the hydropower plant to the point of discharge. So that's going to be a complex and it's going to be grueling for Peter, but I'll let him speak a little bit about the upcoming CWCB process.
Okay, so let's introduce Peter Fleming, who's the General Counsel for the River District. Peter, thank you also for being here. Really appreciate it. And Zane, thank you for your summary of the legislative work. Peter, I'm going to I know you've got comment, you've got a presentation, but I want to ask just real quickly while we're still on funding for the Shoshone rights. Under the Colorado River Cooperation Agreement or Cooperative Agreement that was signed now quite a few years ago, did Denver have a responsibility to participate in the funding?
Yes, thank you, Marty. And again, I'm Peter Fleming. I'm General Counsel at the Colorado River District. Thank you for the opportunity to talk today. And I'll just say a few words about Shoshone as well. And under that agreement, that's what, 12, 13 years now, commonly known as the CRCA, Colorado River Cooperative Agreement, between Denver Water and 17 or 18 West Slope entities, including counties, water organizations up and down the main stem of Colorado, and what us water wonks call Water Division 5. There was an entire chapter of that very large and important agreement dedicated to Shoshone and preserving the Shoshone flows. And a portion of that requires Denver, if the West Slope entities, in this case it's the River District, on behalf of a consortium of West Slope entities, seek to acquire the Shoshone assets, that Denver Water would contribute in an amount that was proportional to the benefits Denver received. And they received quite a large proportion of the benefit, because in making those Shoshone flows permanent, Denver gets some benefits in the form of relaxing that Shoshone call. That improves their yield. You look at the costs of what they're going through with enlarging their gross reservoir, which is going to take water out of the headwaters of the Fraser River Basin and the Williams Fork. And the respective costs are just really profound. The amount that they would have to contribute is very significant. Unfortunately, we have a little bit of a disagreement about what the actual words of the document say. And we're choosing at this point not to have that fight, basically, with Denver. Not that we're giving that up, but that there's more important fish to fry. And as Zane mentioned, with hopefully this federal funding component of our funding comes back into line. With that done, we are pretty darn close to getting to that very significant purchase price for the Shoshone water rights. Should point out that Brad McLeod is here. We've got a great partner in this purchase and sale agreement with Public Service Company. And so, Brad, thank you for you and your team's help on everything related to Shoshone. With this disagreement with Denver, regarding the amount contributed, there's also some disagreements with some of the Front Range water providers, those that have pipes in the Continental Divide that take water out of the Colorado River Basin, about how we're going about this conversion, if you will, or it's actually an addition to the existing use of hydropower generation to permanently preserve those Shoshone flows in through basically the whole reach of the Colorado River within Colorado, and how we quantify that. In order to do that, first we need to make sure we've got the funding in line, and we're pretty well on our way to that. Then we need an agreement with the Colorado Water Conservation Board. The staff there has been great to work with. They're very supportive. And that agreement is necessary because in Colorado, only the CWCB, the state agency, can hold a water right and use it for in-stream flow purposes. We're actually going to hold the title, but they'll have the legal right to use it for in-stream flow purposes. So we need an agreement with them before we can even go to water court. And we propose, our current thinking is we're going to try to go before the CWCB in May to present our proposal in a formal way. They've already, have a contingent funding dedication for the Shoshone acquisition, but this is the sort of implementation phase of the project. And that is, it's a political organization. We realize that, but we think, and we've shown, there's all sorts of documentation has shown that the permanent preservation of these water rights will provide great benefits, not only to the natural environment in Glenwood Canyon, but upstream, downstream, helps agricultural use in the Grand Valley, and so on. Once we get that agreement, then we go to water court. And it's a two-stage process with the CWCB. They're not going to take action on it, I don't think, in May. In fact, I know they can't. That would be sometime in September at the earliest. But once we do that, then we go to water court. That's where the issues of how much water are we really talking about changing? How do you quantify the historical use of this water right? How much water is going to be protected will be resolved in water court as it normally has been. So we're hoping to avoid the sort of bloodbath, if you will, in front of the CWCB, because that's more of a policy issue that doesn't really relate to, it's about protecting the natural environment. It doesn't relate to how much water we're actually seeking to convert. That will be the province of the water court. I would just note that to date, the main opposition and concerns that maybe you've heard or read about in the newspaper about this project come from those entities that stand to benefit the most by seeing in the elimination or the great reduction of the Shoshone call in Glenwood Canyon. In other words, if that power plant is not operating, or if it is 30, 40 years in the future, who knows when, a rock falls on it and it just can't be rehabbed, given its precarious location and the relatively small amount of power it generates, it can't call for the water right anymore. Just by virtue of hydrology, geography, and Colorado's priority system, a lot of the water that flows through Glenwood Canyon comes down here to the Grand Valley for ag and helping salinity and all those sorts of things will get picked off by junior users upstream. Most of those junior users upstream, and simply by virtue of geography, again, and capacity of their systems, are the Trans Mountain diverters. Nothing against them. An important part of the state, obviously, but that's just what happens. And so I'm just, note that when you hear these big concerns, know that those are concerns from folks that if the power plant goes away or if the water right gets whittled down in this change of use process, they stand to benefit from that. So enough on that. That's my, I'm a little biased. You might be able to sense that. Any questions about Shoshone before we move on to the interstate stuff?
Harry, go ahead.
Sir.
All right, you got it. I'm looking right at you. Anyway, the question's for him though. When you make these determinations, you're going to obviously go through a hell of a lot of data. What time period are you, what's the time frame that you're pulling this data from? Is it a 50 years, is it 100 year? You've got to have a baseline. So what's the timeline of the data you're using?
Yeah, great question. Yes, so the question is, when you look at, if I could paraphrase the question, how do you change and quantify this water right in a change proceeding? And how do you quantify what its historical use was over the life of the water right when you add this new additional use of in-stream flow? What period do you look at? Well, this water right's been around for more than 100 years, right? The power plant, the priority original appropriation date, I think, is 1902, which at least on the west slope is pretty senior. It's also quite large. It basically controls, it's the controlling right on the main stem of the Colorado River. So in any change of use case, you look to a representative period of the water right, the use for which it was decreed, and you say, what is the measure of the water right over this historical period? Well, here we've got, a long period of use, and really there's two water rights at issue. There's the very senior one for 1,250 cubic feet per second, and there's the junior one for 158 CFS. But they've both been on the river for a long time. In the last 20 or so years, we will readily say that the power plant has not been operated as consistently as it was for the previous 100 years. What's the reason for that? Well, fire in Glenwood Canyon, flood, rockfall, maintenance. The thing is old. And when something breaks there, you don't go to, the power plant store to get, you got to ship it to somewhere, in Bratislava or someplace like that to get it fixed. And so that takes time and a lot of money. And I will say that Public Service Company is a great steward of that plant. We've talked to a lot of the old folks that maintain that plant over the years, and really some of them generations, and within the families. Like my uncle worked here, my great uncle worked here, and to a T, they all say, when that power plant goes down for maintenance or there's a glitch or something, the company said, get it fixed. When it's running, it's making money. It's just printing money, right? And so they don't want it to sit idle anymore, because they're losing money. That said, it's in a precarious location. And so we have looked at a period to best represent the historical use, we think, and this might change, but we're looking at the period from 1975 to 2003. And because when you look back at the historical records, and you're right, the data there's reams and reams of data, and the old stuff is all handwritten on accounting sheets that are as long as that table is. So it's a big collection of data. But we think that period best represents the historical use. Number of years ago, I want to say about maybe 10 years ago, Aurora pushed a bill through the legislature that got passed that said in any quantification of a water right in a change case, you have to have a representative period. It does not have to be every year of the historical use of the water right, and it has to include wet, dry, and average years. And nor does it have to be the most recent period of use of the water right. So that's the current status of the law, and that's why we picked that time frame. Some folks would say you got to push it further into the to 2023 and factor in as all these zeros when the power plant was down because Grizzly or Glenwood Canyon was on fire, or there were floods, and we say no, that's not right. That's not the fault of Public Service Company that the power plant wasn't operating at that time. Good question. Okay. This is, here we go. We'll start on the interstate stuff. I'm going to talk a little bit about very short on the compact basics, hydrology, what current storage levels are on the big reservoirs, on interstate reservoirs. Also going to talk a little about what you maybe have heard about people referencing post-2026 or post-2026 guidelines. This comes out of the 2007 interim guidelines that by their own terms expire in 2026. So the federal government, the 7 basin states, they need to come up with, and it's really a decision of the Bureau of Reclamation, how do we operate these main stem reservoirs, Lake Powell and Lake Mead, combined more than 50 million acre feet of storage after the year 2026. Some folks would say, well, you can just readopt the 2007 interim guidelines. In the upper basin, we say, well, this didn't really work out so well for us. So, we're not so interested in readopting those without any major tweaks. So we're going to talk a little bit about that, where the basin states and the Bureau of Reclamation seem to be headed on those guidelines. Specific to that, I want to talk more specifically about an element of the proposals that are out there for the post-2026 operations of those reservoirs that has a lot of different terms. And that is basically conserved consumptive use is kind of the term of the day, system conservation or demand management, whatever you call it. It's all the same thing. It's paying people money to stop irrigating, basically, or to stop using water. That is a common element of all of the proposals that are on the table with respect to the post-2026 operations of Lakes Powell and Mead. And I want to talk about it because, and specifically, I think it ties in with the proposed resolution that's in front of you, especially the last 3 or 4 elements of that. Okay. Bill Zane already talked about this, the River District and who we are. This is Andy's slide deck, I think. That's your A, I think, right, Marty? And that's probably because it's,
I think that's why Andy has it.
yeah, and that must be dinosaur on top, T, right? I don't, that's Flame Gorge. Okay, there you go. All right, I was wrong. Thank you. Okay, the main thing here is, well, you can see the River District up there in the northwest central part of the West Slope. Down in the southwestern part is our sister agency, the Southwestern Conservation District. We work very closely with them on many matters, especially on the interstate issues. We have very common shared interests for the most part on those things. And there you can see in the middle of the basin that Lee Ferry, which is an important point on the compact because it is the measuring point with respect to the upper basin's obligation, such as it is, to the lower basin with respect to water that is required to be provided at Lee Ferry under the 1922 and 1948 compacts. I love these maps, or I don't know where this original one came from, but something happened to California. That's okay, it's already. Seems to be, yeah, missing something there. But you know what's, yeah, it was an earthquake. What is really interesting and more accurate about the map actually is that you can see California, which has the largest allocation by a good chunk of Colorado River Basin water under the law of the river, call it. Look at the outline of the basin itself. There's really just a teeny tiny portion, and it's as dry as it gets. It's desert completely down there that's actually within the state of California. That goes to show you what the negotiators of the compact in 1922 were facing, right? Up here in Colorado, where all the water comes from, by the way, about 72% of it comes from Colorado, about 56% of the total water of the basin at Lee Ferry, which is by far the vast majority, comes from within the river district's boundaries. What they were facing in 1922 in the political, even back then, California had obviously much more political and economic might than we did in Upper Basin. Okay, the compact is an equitable apportionment. The Upper Basin states up there, 4 Upper Basin states, 3 Lower Basin states. Compact allocated 15 million acre feet, 7.5 million acre feet of annual beneficial consumptive use to both of the Lower Basin and the Upper Basin. It also allocated, that's not, this isn't on this map, but, or this slide, also allocated an additional 1 million acre feet for the Lower Basin. So they really get 8.5. That's, in theory, is supposed to be allocated, represent the Lower Basin tributaries, the Gila that are down there. It allocated 1.5 million acre feet, not in the compact, but in the 1944 treaty with Mexico, 1.5 million acre feet to Mexico. Now, they knew back in 1922 that there was going to be an obligation to Mexico. They just didn't know what it was. So there's a provision in the compact about the obligation to Mexico. There's just not a volume. That didn't come around until 1944. That's 1.5 million acre feet. 7.5 million acre feet times 2 for both basins. That's 15 million acre feet. An additional million acre feet for the Lower Basin. 16 million acre feet. Plus 1.5 for Mexico. 17.5 million acre feet of water allocated on the river. And here you can see this jumping ahead a little bit, but in 2021, this was the water use as between the basins. Lower basin used 8.5 million acre feet of water, and the upper basin only used 3.5 million acre feet of water. We've never come close in the upper basin to our 7.5 million acre feet allocation. Now, I talked about that Lee Ferry obligation. The compact has this provision about the upper basin's obligation. The upper basin shall not cause the flow at Lee Ferry to fall below 75 million acre feet over every 10-year running period. So where's that number come from? Well, that's the 7.5 million acre feet that the lower basin is supposed to get over a 10-year period. Why do they do that? Well, because they know in some years it's going to be more water, and some years it's going to be less water. Over 10 years, the upper basin shall not cause that amount to drop below 7.5 million acre feet. In the lower basin, they say, oh no, you also have to think about the obligation to Mexico. You in the upper basin owe half of that. And we say, we don't owe half of it unless there's not a surplus. And there's a surplus because you're using more than your allocation. But if there's not a surplus, yeah, okay, we owe half of that. So nobody knows who's right or wrong in that question. Nobody will know who's right or wrong in that question until the Supreme Court tells us so. But it's out there. It's an unresolved issue. And what does that unresolved issue mean? It means the upper basin's obligation is either 75 million acre feet over 10 years, if we're correct, or 82.5 million acre feet, because that's half of 1.5 million acre feet times 10, 750,000. 82.5 million acre feet over every 10 years. Then there's all sorts of arguments as to, well, it's not our fault anyway. Mother Nature hasn't provided the water. The cause of the river ever going below 75 or 82, whatever the correct number is not our problem in the upper basin. We haven't used our allocation yet. Lower basin, get with the program. Again, that's an issue that probably won't get resolved. It might get kicked down the road if the states can agree. Right now, they're in a point of disagreement. Currently, well, you can see with that, this is just the natural flow. This is not our Lee Ferry delivery. I talked about the 17.5 million acre feet total allocated on paper. Well, when your long-term running average is 14.6 and your short 10-year average is 12.4, it's hard to make 17.5 million acre feet work. And the only reason that it has worked is twofold. One, we've got storage, the big buckets on the system. And two, the upper basin has not fully used its compact entitlement. So what's been happening? What has this caused? The risk is, well, let me just go back again, sorry, to the Lee Ferry obligation. As I talked, is it 75 over 10 or 82.5 over 10? Right now, our 10-year running obligation or 10-year delivery at Lee Ferry over the last 10 years is about 84 million acre feet. Well, that's great. We're well over 75 million acre feet. Good news. Bad news. The forecasts show that depending upon how much snow you get and how much water ends up in Lake Powell and what the reservoir levels are between the two, we could be at 82.5 or below on a 10-year running average basis as soon as the year 2027. We will, of course, say that that's not a trigger point. The lower basin will say, you guys owe us water. So that's a tough thing. So what does that do? That causes controversy. Low reservoirs, dry water resulted in these interim guidelines to operate Lakes Powell and Meade. And those expire in 2026. Upper basin and lower basin have come up with some proposals going forward. All of this in this timeline are things that the basin states and reclamation United States have done to try to save water in the interim. Lots of things. Here you see pilot system conservation program down there, drought contingency plans, upper Colorado, lower Colorado system conservation and efficiency plans. When you hear those words, you can read into that is money being offered, and in the most cases, it's coming from the federal government, to stop people or to prevent or to encourage people not to irrigate. And, you know, at the River District, you know, we look at this as though within Western Colorado, you know, water rights are property rights. So people ought to be able to do with their water right what they want. On the other hand, if there's too much money coming in and West Slope agricultural water rights are the low-hanging fruit because their dollar value, not their actual value, but their dollar value happens to be lower than either Trans Mountain water or water used in the Imperial Irrigation District in California or elsewhere. If West Slope Ag is the low-hanging fruit, and there's a huge influx of money to come in to dry up West Slope Ag to try to save the Colorado system, we say, well, you know, we don't really like that because that's going to have a really adverse impact on our agricultural communities. And in theory, you could even reach a breaking point for Western Colorado agriculture, depending upon how much water and land is taken out of production and for how long and to what extent. And so, you know, all of these things, as I said, they all have this element of system conservation and these competing proposals. This is what conserved consumptive use is. When you put water on the land, you know, the plants consume some of it goes up into the atmosphere. When you leave it in the river, in theory, some of that makes it to Lake Powell and then on down to Lake Mead. Sometimes it doesn't, because sometimes if you're not irrigating, the next junior in line just picks up the water that you're trying to save. That's a whole nother topic. We don't have a ton of time, so I want to focus. I'm going to sort of go through these comparison of the upper division states alternatives and the lower division states alternatives quickly. The main thing I want to point out is that thankfully there seems to be a shift of instead of simply operating these two main stem reservoirs based on the respective levels in each reservoir, which is, you know, the way it's been done since these 2007 interim guidelines were adopted. Now we look at how much water Mother Nature is actually providing to the system. That hopefully will be an improvement that will help us avoid crisis management. But all of these proposals, all these alternatives include concepts that are related to conserved consumptive use, system conservation, demand management, whatever you want to call it. In the upper division states proposal, they call it parallel activities. What does that mean? Well, what it means is conserved consumptive use. In the lower basin, they have, you know, they are conserving some water, there's no doubt. But what they're saying is, hey, we're going to conserve 1.5 million acre feet, which is good and should be applauded. But really all that does is get them to sort of address the evaporation and system losses that have been occurring from their uses over the last decades and decades and decades. Their proposal says, in addition to that 1.5 million acre feet that we're going to conserve in the lower basin, we want for anything above that to split evenly on a mandatory basis with the upper basin up to basically 4 million acre feet. So 2 million acre feet of conservation. Can you imagine when our total consumption, you know, averages between about 3.5 and 4.5 million acre feet? That's not going to happen. This gets into the weeds a little bit. This is, so again, this is a system conservation pilot project that the Upper Colorado River Commission, which is basically an organization that was created by the 1948 Upper Colorado River Compact. It's basically the 4 upper basin states. They implemented this program, and you can see that in 2023, they spent close to $1 million to pay people to conserve by not farming. And they conserved about 2,500 acre feet of water. This is lawyer math, but I don't think the 422 quite works out. It's close, but I tried to do that math and I couldn't make it work. In 2024, they spent almost $9 million and saved about 16,000 acre feet or close to 17,000 acre feet. And you can see the prices that were paid, $422 to $500 and almost $10 per acre foot of water conserved. Now, they didn't track that water to Lake Powell or anything, and there's no guarantee that it made it down there. There's system losses, as I said before. If, for example, down here in the Grand Valley, there are some participants in the Grand Valley Irrigation Company. If they're not farming, the state engineer said, well, you're not farming, so we're going to cut back your water right by the proportion of participants in the Grand Valley Irrigation Company that are not farming. So instead of, whatever, 100 cubic feet per second, you're now 80 cubic feet per second. Well, when there's no call on the river, maybe that water makes it downstream. When there's a call on the river, when times are short, the next junior line is just going to pick that water up and consume it. And again, simply by virtue of geography, usually the next junior in line is upstream, up at the headwaters, taking the water across the Continental Divide. So we question the utility of these projects if they are operated as they have been. We think that they could be operated better and with some sideboards to protect local communities, to ensure that West Slope Ag isn't the only participant, that Trans Mountain water users, despite the greater economic value of that water once it's on the Front Range, that they're participating as well, and not just with money. They got to give up and participate and contribute some water to, if we're all going to save this the system anyway. This talks about the money that a large portion of it that came from the Inflation Reduction Act for these conservation measures. Again, probably a lot of that is on hold, and some of it may or may not come back, but it's a lot of money. And if it does come back, again, the concern is the target is basically right here, West Slope Ag. And, the question is, well, do you just say no, heck no? Or do you say no, but maybe so with some sideboards? And why would you do that? The thing that we struggle with, this is a struggle, we talk about it, I'm sure T. Wright probably remembers when he was on the River District Board, and Marty certainly does when she was, the discussion of, well, how do you balance the risk? If we don't do anything, if we just say no and turn our, bury our head in the sand, and we do run up against a compact dispute and the upper basin is left holding the bag, then the target really is on the West Slope Ag to pay back the bill that's due for any potential violation. That's years down the road, and we don't think it will happen. There's all sorts of legal reasons but the risk is high, right? Maybe low risk, but high consequences. And so when you look at it from a perspective of, well, would you rather have voluntary and compensated reductions in water use, or mandatory and uncompensated reductions in water use? Well, voluntary and compensated sounds a little better, right? But only if it has these sideboards on it that would protect the West Slope from being the sacrificial lamb against the entirety of the basin. So that's a lot. I don't probably have some other slides on here, but I will open it up for questions. I'm sorry. Given the time.
Peter, can you just comment at all? And I know you may be limited in what you can say, but can you talk at all about the current state of affairs with negotiations among the states? It was widely reported in December that the 7 states, even though everybody was at the Colorado River Conference in Las Vegas, that there was no meeting. It also seems as though maybe there have been discussions since. Can you give us any insights or updates?
I'll give you just a little bit on that. And Marty's correct at there's an annual conference called the Colorado River Water Users Association, CRUA for short, happens in December in Vegas. And I've gone too many years now, but there's almost always a panel that includes representatives from both basins of the principal negotiators. This year, they couldn't do that. They couldn't sit on the same dais in front of the group because they were at such loggerheads. And there were some really sharp words exchanged or not exchanged, pronounced from the podium and so forth. It kind of made for a more entertaining conference, actually. But I believe that things have improved since then. They are meeting the upper basin submitted a refinement, and that's was back a couple of slides to its proposal that sort of you gave a little more credence to the upper basin's pledge to actually try to conserve some water up to 200,000 acre feet a year, which if it took $10 million to get, what did I say, 16,000, 17,000 acre feet, how do you get to 200 out of the whole upper basin? Colorado has about 50% of that or a little bit more in terms of our proportionate share. Where does that come from? But putting that on the table, I think moved the parties a little bit closer together. Where things lie right now, I guess I couldn't really say other than I understand that they're talking at least now, and that's, a plus.
Okay, I know Wendell's got a question. I know Nancy Fishering. Yep, we've got several questions. We'll start with Wendell's, then we'll go to Nancy, and then we'll go over here.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Peter, could you go back a couple of slides to where you're at the upper and lower division? We're at one right there. I'd like you to speak, if you would, on the 2 trigger points being proposed and what it means for the western slope and how our reservoirs locally could be impacted. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner Kuntz. So that what that part of the slide refers to, what are the trigger points that would trigger reductions, savings, conservation, call it whatever you want, in the lower basin and in the upper basin. Currently, there are shortage guidelines under the 2007 guidelines and the other, like the 2016 drought contingency program and things like that have been done. They're based largely on the respective levels in Lakes Powell and Meade. And under the upper division states, we would, the proposal is for those triggers to be based on a combined storage level between the 2 reservoirs. And the reason for that is that there was sort of an infamous occurrence a number of years back where the lower basin took advantage of the tiering under the 2007 guidelines, where they gamed the system based purely on the timing of when they took water out of Lake Mead so that they could force, based on those levels, more water out of Lake Powell. And so that's kind of the primary reason that the upper division states proposal, and plus it probably just makes more sense, bases those triggers based on the combined storage, so there's no more gaming of the system. We've also proposed that instead of, when the reservoir is above X level, you release, 8.5 million acre feet. When it's below that level, you only release 7.5 million acre feet, where literally 6 inches of storage level could be the basis of 1 million acre feet or more of difference in reservoir releases. Instead of that, we're going to go to a curve so that it's, you know, it's incremental. It doesn't change based simply on 1 foot or the other. The lower division state's proposal on that trigger looks not only at Lakes Powell and Meade, it looks at Havasu and Mojave. They don't add a whole lot of storage because they're basically just forebays for the big pumping plants in the lower basin, but also looks at the storage in the upper basin's initial units of the Colorado River Storage Project Act, which include the Aspinall unit, Navajo Reservoir, and Flaming Gorge. And we don't like that because those reservoirs are there and the specific purpose of those reservoirs is to store water so that the upper basin can meet its leaf area obligation without infringing upon the upper basin's compact entitlement. And so the lower basin is saying, throw those numbers in there as well. And you know, if there's storage up there, then we basically get to count that as what water should be coming down to the lower basin. We don't like that. Is that responsive to your question? Thank you. It certainly could be a very big impact, and it could have adverse consequences for sure for storage, particularly at the Aspinall unit in Flaming Gorge.
Okay, Nancy Fishery.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Peter. Trying to synthesize all the meetings into one 20-minute presentation is almost impossible. But I represent Uncompahgre Valley water users, 83,000 acres of irrigated farmland, Delta and Montrose counties. And I'm on that board, so I've been going to these meetings. But what a lot of people don't really understand also, I believe, is the fact that every tributary in Colorado is part of what they measured at Lee's Ferry. So the Gunnison River was actually 60%, provides about 60% of that water. So it's this stuff affects all of us. It puts a big target on all of us. And I just wanted to say that I have felt very strongly that the River District has always been looking at the farm. I'm connecting the dots to our ag committee. I mean, Andy wrote a letter to the editor at one point. It says, don't hurt farmers to save the Colorado River. So there's a lot of engagement from our irrigation districts on the western slope. We're very attentive to this. We go to those meetings. But we also happen to notice that most of the money that the feds gave out of the Inflation Reduction Act, the lower basin states got almost 20 times more money than came to the upper basin states. So it's very political. Just wanted to throw that in. Well, you know it's political, but the funding will either hurt or harm us even more. So it's still a lot of different devils in the details.
Thanks, Nancy. Okay, go ahead.
This is Wayne Jeffries. I have a question. How do the tribes play into this, the compacts and all?
Sure. Thank you. The question is how does tribal water play into the issue of water supply in the main stem, and or in the whole basin, I guess. You know, the River District, we don't have any tribal lands within our boundaries. Our sister agency, the Southwestern District, certainly does. They have the Mountain Ute tribe and the Southern Ute tribe, and of course on the broader river, there's a whole bunch of tribes, and they have some developed water and some undeveloped water. And because of their recognition of sovereign entities and the reserve water rights that they are entitled to under legal precedent, they're entitled to sufficient water to develop their tribal lands as of the time of the reservation of those lands. And so the amounts of water at stake are quite large. Most of that water has not yet been developed. It's vested, but it hasn't been developed. And there are proposals, particularly in the lower basin, but some in the upper basin as well, for the tribes to be compensated for the forbearance of developing that water. Now, you don't make new water available by forbearing the development of the water. You basically just ensure that it doesn't get developed in the future. You only make new water, quote unquote, new water available when you take existing lands out of production. And there's some of that on tribal lands happening as well. They're being compensated for it. But the proposal is that they would be compensated, and I don't know the details within Colorado, I'm sorry, for the forbearance of their vested but undeveloped water rights. Now, the question is, well, where's the benefit to the system in that other than the quote unquote guarantee that it won't be developed and consumed in the future?
Okay, Merritt. Oh, go ahead. You go first.
T. Wright Dickinson, Peter. Could you briefly give folks an understanding, you or Zane, of where we are on we reauthorized the recovery program in the last Congress, just kept it going. But it was set to expire in 23, and the conversation at the time, we're going to create a permanent conservation program. And my question is, where are we in that conversation in and amongst all of this other conversation? Because we all know all of this only works as long as we're successful with the recovery parts of this. So we need to keep our eye on that ball. Where is it, and how do we be part of that conversation?
Yeah, so good question, T. Wright. And Zane, I'm not sure if you have more update on the conservation element of the reauthorization of the recovery program. The recovery program did get reauthorized, got funded, luckily. The element there is a conservation. Well, you get more water for the fish by taking some lands out of production here or there. The recovery program has done a great job. Because we're not actively fighting about turning water users off because of the endangered fish. On the other hand, they continue to look for more water for the fish, and I guess therein maybe lies the rub. If the recovery, as you mentioned, recovery program has to be successful, or we can't develop any water. We're going to have an Endangered Species Act fight, right? If we came to heads on that. And that's why water users have smartly said, yeah, we got to make this program work. Dane?
Not much to add. I appreciate the question, T. Wright. I think related to the permanent conservation program, the vehicle that passed Congress recently was a clean reauthorization of a reauthorization of the program as it stands. It did not entertain the permanent conservation program aspect, which is the goal. The goal is to get to a point, I believe, of a permanent conservation program that once what I understand to be true is that the program was reauthorized
As is.
As is. Thank you. Yeah.
So do we have any negotiation? Do we have any understanding of when we're going to start that conversation or process? It was supposed to have been started, Tom Pitts, and this was pre-COVID, and then of course all of that, and then all of this got in the way. And because we on the green are paying for all of you all's sins of diverting this water, we're adversely impacted because of these high fish flows. And we do not want to miss the conversation, because we do not want, for the benefit of the congressional delegation folks, we do not want an as-is reauthorization. We have to fix the adverse impacts that are in the existing program. That's my point.
I think that's understood and well taken. Thank you.
Yep, good point. So,
Okay, Merritt, and then you, and then I think we've got to move on to our resolution, okay?
Okay, the Merritt Linkey, Grand County, the most heavily diverted county in the state. That's the background. So this is a really in the weeds, nerdy question. And it goes back to the definition of true consumptive use. And what my question is, and it partly is because this partly got stimulated because there was an article that came out not long ago, and it showed a picture, and they had a picture of cows, and the picture said, or the headline said, "Cows are sucking the Colorado River dry." Okay, and that bugs me a little bit. And why that bugs me is because some of the pastures that I run my tourist cattle on are by and dry. And there's a whole story about that's going into the Adams Tunnel or the Moffett Tunnel or whatever. It goes east to the Front Range. So we always talk about ag is using up all the water. But we never seem to talk about all the water that's permanently in a yard of concrete. And there's 35 gallons in every cubic yard of concrete. And that's just the chemistry. That's the hydrate that the water molecules have to attract each other. And that's why concrete is strong. So it kind of bugs me when they tell me, you know, you need to dry up your pasture so I can build 200 more houses in Denver. So why do we never talk about the true permanent consumptive use that's in concrete? Because that cow is going to recycle that water. She takes a drink, but she's going to apply fertilizer in 15 minutes later on. But we never talk about that true consumptive use. And it takes 1,000 degrees to get that water out of that concrete and break that bond, which we saw in the East Troublesome Fire when some of those foundation of those houses actually crumbled because the water was driven out. Just a question, why do we not talk about that? And how can we start talking about that?
Thank you, Commissioner Linke. You've attended enough River District events to know that we specialize in nerdy and weedy water ones, but that one is a little more nerdy and weedy than I've thought about before. I didn't know that about concrete, so thank you. And I think you can probably extend that comment though to water that is diverted across the Continental Divide. Again, no ill will towards the Front Range. They're entitled legally under our system to divert water, to put it to beneficial use, and take it across the Continental Divide. When it goes, it's not coming back. It's 100% consumptive. The water that your cow drinks, the water that applies to the land to grow the grass and the hay and the alfalfa that your cows eat, you know, some of that sure gets consumed, but a lot of it makes its way back to the river. It's used again down here, you know, and people float on it on its way, right? People recreate it on its way down here. And so whether it's for concrete or roads or median strips in, you know, name the subdivision on the Front Range, you know, that once it's gone, it's gone. And just to circle back to the point about the conserved consumptive use and system conservation, if you do that at a time when there's a call or there's a shortage on the river and you dry up land with the thinking that it's going to get downstream to Lake Powell, you know, it's got to go through a whole gauntlet of system before it does that. And the chances are it's going to get diverted. And instead of being applied 10 CFS on your ranch and, you know, 7 or 8 of it flowing back to the river in the form of return flows and fertilizer from your cattle, you know, if you dried up, you know, you'd get that water would come into the river. But if a senior water right dries up and it gets taken, that amount gets taken by the next junior in line who happens to be a TMD, that's 100% gone. So we lose all that return flow. So thank you for the education about the concrete. I did not know that. It's very fascinating.
Okay, and our last question.
Boy, ag's sure taking a hit in Colorado, isn't it? I could have gone all month and not sat through this part of the conference. I have a lot to chew on to go home today.
I'm sorry. I did not mean to put people in such a sour mood.
No, it's not a sour mood. It's just very revealing. Colorado postures being a very green state. We're doing all these things to conserve water, to conserve our environment. And to me, not irrigating and germinating a piece of land is a lot less carbon neutral than shipping it, you know, just letting the land die and shipping it down to the lower basin states. But what is being written into the lower basin states' obligations to reuse, recycle, and mitigate their consumptions as our constituents and our neighbors are being asked to not use as much water, you know, and I'm all for fish, but I'm a fat kid. Give me a steer. I could live a lot longer on a healthy steer. And then why is that fish more important than my farmer's steer? I'm not understanding a lot of the minutia in the legalities of what is happening to our state and why it's being made more and more complicated for Merritt to farm or for Jeannie to feed her cattle. And we have billions of dollars in industry and food production in this state. Why are we not allowing our people to hang on to their water a little smarter and a little longer before it's surrendered to other states?
Great question. A lot embedded in there, but I would just say that at the River District, you know, we're doing what we can, right? We've got such a balance to try to overcome, an imbalance, I should say. Look at where we are as a west slope in comparison, all the conversations you had this morning about, you know, everything that's going on the legislature or Front Range or the pressures facing agriculture. With respect to the rest of the state and our relatively small economic and political power when compared to the rest of the state. And then take the state of Colorado as a whole and compare that to the relative economic and political powers, and those have shifted a little bit, obviously, but in the lower basin, Arizona, California, Nevada, and the economic might that those states have in comparison to the more rural and less populated upper basin states. So, we at the River District, our little organization, we do what we can to fight the good fight to try to ensure that these pressures that you are facing are not so burdensome that that agriculture has to, give up. I mean, that would be horrific. To like drive across the West Slope and you see the value of agriculture. It's the open vistas, and somehow that doesn't factor into the food production. That doesn't factor into the equation when, water sells from the CBT system that diverts out of Commissioner Linke's county, that about $60,000-$70,000 an acre foot on the Front Range of CBT water. Whereas here, you saw $500 an acre foot that's just on an annual basis, but still the relative economic value doesn't represent the actual inherent value. And what we can do, we can come to more meetings like this and try to help out as much as we can if we do that.
Thank you very much. And that's a great segue into discussion of our resolution that's in front of us. But thank you very much, Peter and Zane. And I would just say, again, this is why we are so fortunate to have the River District advocating for us, because they understand the needs of the Western Slope and they are advocating for the Western Slope, not for Denver. Okay? So with that, if we,
Chairman?
yeah.
On behalf of the Ag Committee and our culture of advice and consent with the Water Committee, and the fact we're only 5 minutes from lunch, I would happily move the adoption of the amendments that was provided by the authors to AG 14-01.
Second the motion. Nancy.
I think Ray got it. Okay, so we've got a motion and a second. T. Wright moved with a second from Ray. And this is hopefully an update to, it's an ag amendment or an ag resolution, but it really is a water section, water committee resolution as well. But it demonstrates the importance of collaboration among the committees for a strong position by Club 20. And again, as was pointed out earlier, this would be a recommendation to the Board of Directors to adopt this resolution. It could also be further amended at the Board of Directors meeting. Having said that, are there any amendments, proposed amendments? Ray?
I don't have a proposed amendment, Madam Chair, but I do have a question on the whereas down here that says in the middle of the first page, whereas 2007 guidelines terminate in 2025 and new guidelines are required. Was that just stuck in there as a statement or for our notification, or do you really want that to be part of the resolution, or what are we going to do with that? Are we going to include new language and it's going to be incorporated in here, or is that going to be a supplement? Yeah, I see that. The interim guidelines that Peter were talking about that control the operation of those reservoirs were set to expire at the end of the year, and that's just describing that, right? Yeah, it's correct.
But I believe it's 2026, is it not?
Yeah.
Hey, Peter.
Is it?
The interim operating agreement expires in 2026, correct? That's correct. So it should be 2026 rather than 2025.
Good catch.
Other questions, suggested amendments? All right, if not, we have a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please, nay. Thank you. All right, and we are finished on time.
And with that, as long as there's no other comments, let's please give all of our sponsors for today a round of applause. And specifically to Swire for the drinks and to Chevron for the lunch and the venue today. Let's give them a special round of applause too.
And my sincere apologies because our committee sponsor was KLJ Engineering, and my apologies for not mentioning that at the beginning of the committee meeting, but we greatly appreciate their sponsorship.
Let's give KLJ a round of applause.
Thank you also
So
for
with that,
Lois.
Nancy?
Lois Dunn, yes, we didn't thank Lois Dunn and the Facklers for sponsoring the Ag Committee either. Thank you very much to them.
Yes, to all of our wonderful sponsors. There is food in the back for everybody. If you have not paid, you can use, there is a QR code that we'll put up here, and then there's also one in the back there. You have cash, come find one of us Club 20's team members. And then don't forget about the dessert. There's cheesecake and tiramisu over here as well, so don't miss that.
Just throwing it out there.
So did, really good. I mean, it's like. That might extend my. So let's talk about this. I gotta go pay for it. I gotta go find the QR code. For somebody to get my cash. No, actually. Ron bought my lunch. Did you really? Yeah. Well, of course. You thanked him too. Look at you. Did I say? Uh-huh. They're sick.
Sue, how are you? I was. It's saddened to hear about the commission.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sad too. Yeah. Because it's getting worse by the day. Yeah. You know, you just, I mean, I don't understand. I mean, I'm just not why you didn't come in and put together and.
We both know those boards can be really fun when everybody's pulling in the same direction, and it can be it's the worst Medusa we've ever created.
You are correct.
Been there, done that.
It's, yeah, thanks for your sympathy.
You bet.
That's.
You had depredation. Well, and I'm really pleased with covering Shannon for some gifts and I feel proud of that. That was, you guys did all the information. That's Chris. The only thing that I think of why the intermediate is this is a way they can get back homeless. Because there's been so many nasty, our state employees, if you listen, if anybody else did it, they'd have it. I'm flabbergasted with watching. God love the dummies run that issue. The effort that court hours work on, we can win. You're right, it has to be done right. Because we need to trump these guys in such court. I mean, Yellowstone wolves are going down to us. We didn't have any cover. I watched the fall, all of that was brought in. But because it's not the people one, it took 20 years for those insights. I did this, like I said, I did this talk because Nancy and people, I mean, sadly, they don't get to. I mean, yes, exactly. But in this thing, but in the meantime, you always have to correct. Yeah. Well, and who's in the forest, you know, virtually year round now. I mean, if you really, any sane person wouldn't put in this land. I mean, poor animals are getting trouble. Well, I mean, we know that they're not, we know he's not rational. I lucked out yesterday, and that's just all the stuff other than lettuce, there wasn't a thing there that I could eat. So we're, me and Ray ain't getting out of this town before I get to find some meat somewhere. Yeah, I had this worry when I went up there yesterday, and I was surprised there was rice. So I could dodge, it was pretty easy to dodge the gluten on that one. This one, no, this one wasn't. Meredith is Paul Lori still on? Is he in Grand County anymore? Did he develop the old sawmill in my time when he come off, he bought the old sawmill like they're all about to go by town at the end of the airport. Oh, I thought that yes, yeah, that was FedEx. Yeah, that was his. Well, if you happen to run into it, we were commissioned at the time, yeah, and then served. But I've lost track of it. Oh, and I enjoy it. Paul is really good. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, sure. Well, unfortunately, it's pretty hard. I didn't graduate. I just went on that 2-year plan. When classes I wanted to be in, and I was starting to have trouble staying in the time of the home grant. I left, but the point is, I mean, it was bad enough then, and In this CO next thing, stuff that created that part is good deal. But the rest of that university has lost its land grant culture long time ago. Is it? Well, you're more Christian than I. Tony tried. Tony, I give Tony credit, but oh, what's her name? Pat Strife. I mean, she purposely went after CSU to pulverize, and she did. All right, well, keep it.
I didn't know you were left-handed. I'm liking you better already.
Hope we don't. Nice meeting you. Well, I don't even know what a deposit book looks like.
No longer. Background and do what I can. No, we're gonna grab something. It's right there.
Hello, everybody. If you could start wrapping up those conversations, grab a little bit more food if you want. We're going to get started here in a couple of minutes, so please start working your way to your seats.
Harry, did you guys sell all your sheep? No, I'm still running. Oh, yeah. Where do you go in the winter? You come here. Whereabouts? Oh, where do you winter down here? Oh, Lord.
I saw Merrick's name on basketball.
I'm sure he's never gotten that picture.
You know, I saw there. I was up there on the beach.
Pretty snazzy.
Oh my God.
You always make your best beach strategies. I didn't say that.
That's my own. Somebody comes on their car.
Thanks, Brittany. Welcome, everybody, to Public Lands Natural Resources Committee. First off, I want to thank Brittany and Andrea for giving us that coveted after lunch presentation spot when everybody wants to go to sleep. So thank you for thank you for that. Once again, thanks to our lunch and venue sponsor Chevron and our Public Lands Natural Resources Committee sponsor this go around is Bill McKee Cattle Company. Bill's in back, so thank you so much, Bill. Yeah. And so my co-chairs are Kelly Scritchfield, who's online with us today, and Robbie LaValle. And Robbie's going to take us through a couple of house cleaning things before we get started.
Okay, there is plenty of chairs up here around the table. Encourage those that want to move forward, please do so. Welcome to the Club 20 Policy Committee meetings. In accordance with the bylaws, we ask that only current Club 20 members participate and vote on matters of policy development. If you're interested in becoming a Club 20 member, please see Ray Beck. Discussion is open to members and guests and a critical part of our committee meetings. Please, when asking a question, you've heard this many times today, make sure that you speak into the microphone and speak loudly so everybody online can hear you, and introduce yourself. So with that, Bonnie, I'll turn it back to you.
One of the most traumatic days for me in my career was when I heard that Ron Velarde was retiring. So it's great to work with him on these issues. I think with the administration change, we're going to have a little bit easier road ahead on some of our federal lands management issues. But recreational impacts are still a huge issue for us. So we're going to go ahead and start off with Sue Hansen from Montrose County to give us an update on the Dolores River National Monument and NCA update.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Do I have to hold it like this? I have to stop. Yeah, I'm Sue Hansen, Montrose County Commissioner, and I won't take much time because there's not a whole lot of update, but I wanted to at least give you a sense of what we've been doing over this last period of time, and then sort of end with where we are now. So a little over a year ago, maybe it's just a year ago in 2024, I think February, the commissioners came to know that there was a proposal for a monument in Montrose and Mesa County. And the original proposal, and I'm sure most of you have heard about this, but the original proposal was going to be 400,000 acres in Montrose and Mesa counties. So, part of this was introduced by the Colorado Wildlands Project, some other partners that wanted to protect this land. And so there was a lot of discussion about a monument, what the potential harms there could be with the monument. A lot of the things that this isn't. I am experienced at this. Here. So it might be a little bit longer since I can't figure out how to use my technology stuff. So give me oh yeah. So some of the things that we were worried about is that 400,000 acres stretched across the Uravan mineral belt, the West End, a mining community area that's really interested in exploration and looking at potential future uses. And they were also worried about ranching, farming, road access, water rights, recreation, multiple use. We were worried about the emergency response if a monument would have occurred. How would we be able to? We wouldn't have the infrastructure to help people if there was a problem. And also fire risk. When Montrose County finished our CWPP, the fire maps and the wildfire protection plan pretty much show all of the West End being at high risk for fire. So there were a lot of concerns and a lot of conversations and a lot of gnashing of teeth. I think there were, I don't know how many halt the monument kinds of protests. And so and those were happening in Gateway, they were happening in Mesa County, they were happening in Montrose County, and with a significant, opposition to a monument. So we jumped on board. Montrose County was in opposition to a monument, and we thought that there were better ways to approach the protection. So fast forward, I wanted to give you a timeline. It was obvious that we needed to do something. So once the big hubbub about halt the monument kind of died down a little bit, we decided to put together a work group of folks so we could start talking about a potential NCA. And the reason why we talked about a potential NCA is because with the monument, there was very little local input from our perspective. And we felt like those communities really needed to have a bigger say. So the stakeholder involvement was, from our opinion, was a little bit less than it should have been in terms of that kind of an impact for that kind of community. So, we put together a work group. Some of the folks are actually in this room. You can look at each other and guess who might have been in a work group. But we put together people that were interested. Cody Davis from Mesa County, myself, and we had interests. We had the mining interests, we had recreational interests, we had farming interests, and ranching interests. And it was an informal group that we put together just to sort of start having the conversations. NCA comes up because obviously that allows for a legislative process. It has to go through Congress. And so, and you would have a zillion public meetings so that everybody could weigh in and give their opinion. So just a timeline of how we did that. The proposal came known to us. We started talking about this with this work group, a potential NCA as an alternative for the very reasons I just stated. So we met about 12 times over that period of time, 2 times on the ground in the West End. Mesa County met in Gateway, but to sort of check out the lay of the land, what was happening, what potential options there could be in terms of boundaries and whatever, so we could reduce the footprint of that monument. 400,000 acres is huge. And so we felt like there are assets to be protected, but how could we do it without damaging the potential for the Uravan mineral belt in particular? And Gateway had areas that they wanted to exclude too. And actually, if the truth be known, those communities would rather not have anything. But there was a group of folks. In fact, the people on the work group felt like there's plenty of protection already. But with the push from the environmental groups and the NGOs, we knew that just saying no wasn't going to be a tenable answer. So we thought the NCA was going to be an option that we could all live with because we all get to work on it. Not to mention that an NCA takes I mean, a long time to put together. It takes a lot of stakeholder input. It takes a lot of thinking about the boundaries and the assets and what actually does need to be protected. So we were pretty much vying for a narrower river option, discussion. And so we went back and forth with all the groups. We met with everybody. We sat down. I mean, I think that having everybody come to the table is the only way to make that happen. You just heard Peter Fleming talk about just saying no isn't necessarily an option. You have to be at the table to be having the conversations and having your say. So that's what we did. The work group, we spent a lot of time sort of mulling over what we could do, how we could do it, what made sense. And we never really came out with a formal proposal. We were told by the legislative folks from the senator's office that they were probably going to introduce a introduce an NCA in the public lands package at the end of 2024. And we were told that that date was October. So there was a compressed timeline with regard to the work group. We really felt like there was a sense of urgency that we really needed to put something together so that these communities were not enveloped by a monument proposal, which would have been under the Antiquities Act, which would have just been the signature of the president. So we were operating under some, I think, stiff timelines, and we were concerned that it would actually go through. So there was a lot of holding of breath until the end of the year, and then holding a breath till the 20th, to make sure something wasn't introduced without our knowledge. And we just recently had a public meeting in Gateway. Their voices were pretty strong that they don't want anything, no protections at all. They want it to stay exactly as it is. So, and again, as a member of the working group, I feel like that's not necessarily an option. I think we have to be looking at all available designations that might fit and might work. It may not be an NCA, but if you have a group of people that are well-funded and well-positioned to put forward a monument, what are you going to do? I mean, you think just saying no is a really good option, and we did not think so. So that kind of gives you a sense of what we did. Does anybody have any questions on the process here? Because now we have the other news. So some of you may not know that we had an election. We have Montrose County has 2 new county commissioners, and on the very first meeting of the second commissioner, who was just appointed by the vacancy committee, they put forth an opposition to the NCA. And not just an opposition to the NCA, but also to any federal lands designation, restrictions, et cetera, et cetera. I brought copies of the resolution for you if you were interested in that. So needless to say, that put a great big wrench in the plan going forward for me. As a member of the work group. So I wanted you to at least understand kind of where that was going. So now we have a resolution. When the resolution was passed at the board meeting, the chair said something like, turning to the attorney, well, resolutions can be undone, right? So I can't even tell you if this is going to be a standing resolution or not, but I think that it knocks Montrose County out of the discussion, and which is my concern. So now we have Besa County. There's still some interest in, looking at this. The work group is basically taking a hiatus to sort of think, will this new administration make some decisions that assist? Will there be some changes to the Antiquities Act? I mean, who knows? I don't know what's going to happen. But the work group is sort of taking a step back, thinking about a new strategy on how to move forward and what to do. It'll include a ton of public kinds of meetings so that we can gain input from others. But I just wanted, I wish I had better news, Bonnie, because when she asked me to do an update, it was more positive. But now having a resolution in opposition, I feel like the hands of Montrose County to some degree are tied, and until something changes. The work group also had Montrose County staff involved in that work group because we needed people from GIS and natural resources to kind of help us figure out, the boundaries and what were best ideas and best choices. And so everybody is pulled back from Montrose County. So, leaving it at that, there's going to be, I'm sure that they'll continue to have some information. Mesa County will probably continue to put together ideas and think about the direction. I'm not certain where Montrose County fits in that, but that monument covered a lot of Montrose County. And again, depending on your philosophy, if you just say no, does that work? Or do you say, we don't really want it, but we're willing to give a little bit to be able to make this workable? And that, to me, is kind of where we sit. And as I see a bunch of county commissioners in this room, I mean, when we were in the midst of this, I called natural resources folks around the state and said, do you think saying no is a good strategy? And I pretty much got a 100% no, because you need to be willing to work things out. So that's where it stands. If anybody is interested in in reading the opposition, happy to give you a resolution. But I think that I can safely say that at this point, we're going to sit back and figure out what the next steps would be with that. Questions? Ray.
Yeah, thank you, Sue. I think that's a great update and appreciate all your involvement in that and your service to Montrose County. Is there, and maybe we're not at liberty or you're not at liberty to say, but if there's at any point in time that Club 20 can weigh in or help you or whatever that case is, write a letter, testify, whatever that looks like, we're here to help. So
yeah, thank you, Ray. I think I'm not really sure what the next steps are going to be, but I firmly believe as a commissioner, you have to be willing to continue to have the conversations or you're not going to get anything. So I would rather be at that table, at least discussing what the options are, than just saying forget it. Because I mean, the bottom line is there will be another proposal coming. I mean, that is most assuredly, there will be another proposal, whether it's a monument or an NCA. It may not be from the work group, but it'll be from somebody else. And again, then we can start the legislative process that way too. So thank you, Ray. Anybody else? Yeah, Wendell.
Thank you, Sue.
Speak right into the microphone, Wendell.
Thank you, Sue. Could you go back to the map? And could you show us where is the brown the proposed NCA? Because it's drawn on the base of the Entrada formation, that's significant for the Uravan mineral belt.
So all the brown is the proposed monument area, which is huge.
It is huge.
Huge. And we actually talked about two different maps when we talked to the miners, and we were actually on the ground at Bull Canyon, and Scott will tell you, Scott was there too. Looking at, the mining interests would, they would be okay. Well, could the boundaries go up to the Entrada because, the minerals are above that, and that they could live with that. So we were actually working out boundaries and potential, what could really work. And then we went back and forth with maps, but no language was proposed. There was never a formal proposal, which you'll read the opposition basically says we oppose the proposal, which there is no proposal. So it's a little murky about what the intention is. But nonetheless, that's a huge swath of land. And to be honest, the folks that we were working with, they were willing to do some modifications on this, but we never got to that point, because now once we're past the election and now we don't really know what's going to happen, I think that everybody's just kind of cooling off, and who knows what will come. Thank you. Anything else? Yeah, Janie. Wait. No, they don't like you to. No, because you got to yell in the.
Thank you. And thank you, Sue, for your work. As a member of the working group from Mesa County, I would just like to say that in the conversations that we had, we looked at a 28,000 acre NCA, which was right along the corridor of the river. And again, I think everyone on the working group felt we didn't need to do this, but in the interest of finding some common ground, we felt like that was a good place to start. It was below the entrada, which left the mining piece intact. Ranching, I think, again, we could have worked through some language, but again, that was just really a good place to start. From 400,000 acres to 28,000. Probably the answer was going to be somewhere in the middle, but we'll see where it goes from now. The communities have, particularly Gateway, has been very vocal in just not just no, but hell no. And I think there's some real concern with that.
Thank you, JD. I think in a different world, no might work, but I don't think it's going to work with regard to this. So anyway, that's it. Feel free to ask me any questions. If you want a copy of the resolution, happy to share that with you. But the work group really did put in a lot of blood, sweat, and tears trying to make this work. And personally, as a commissioner, when you have new commissioners come in, it's to pull the rug out and leave you sort of like, well, now what, is really a pretty daunting experience. So anyway, that's the news from Lake Wobegon. Is that Hillary?
And I think this is going to be our last question.
Yeah, because I told her I'd be short, so be short.
I just wanted to say I'm with Senator Bennett's office. For those that are new in the room, we just were so encouraged by the work that Montrose and Mesa counties were doing with the working group. We were in really good conversations with them about how to move things forward. I think we are concerned about the change in position and are figuring that out. But I think, you know, we were in great conversations, having good progress forward, and seemed like we could find a middle ground. And so just wanted to say thanks to Sue and the people who were working on that work group that are in the room.
Thank you, Hillary. All right. Okay, I'm done. Anyway, I have copies if you want any. Thank you for your time and attention.
And Bonnie, I'm just going to say one thing quick. Sorry. Sue, as I've said before, but please keep us in the loop how and when Club 20 should be stepping in as a partner to help with the whole thing.
Okay,
So.
will do. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. So this was an important update for us. So we're going to move into our next presentation, recreational impacts on wildlife. Most of you know Dean Riggs from his career with Colorado Division of Wildlife. Dean's here today as a wildlife representative for the West Slope Outdoor Alliance.
Okay, I'll see if I can get this the right spot. How's that? Does that sound pretty good? Okay, so first of all, Perry's going to be really disappointed I didn't do a PowerPoint and show you a bunch of bar graphs and you know, pies and all of that good stuff. But I'm not a researcher, so I'll qualify this with that. I've been through this a number of times, so hopefully I can keep you kind of on track with your agenda. Yeah, so my background is 27 years with the Colorado Wildlife Agency, Colorado Parks and Wildlife now, started under Division of Wildlife. I've got 3 years with Department of Corrections as well, so a total of 30 years with the state, and about 10 years in the ranching industry, around cow-calf operations for the beginning of my work out of college. I've got an animal science degree from CSU. So how I thought I'd go about this, there are college classes now taught on this subject matter. Okay, thank you. And so you can't get into a lot of discussion here in 15 minutes about what the impacts are, but I'll start off by just saying that there are impacts from recreation on wildlife. No doubt about that, depending on where you are on the landscape and what the issue is, and you know, the existence of ban, that sort of thing. So I wanted to start to make sure that everybody in the room's on the same page. Okay, we've talked a lot about winter range, the importance of winter range. So you guys kind of know that whole issue pretty well, I would say, at this point in time. But basically, there's wildlife on the landscape right now today that's dying, right? They spend the summer months getting ready to go into winter, and then they go into winter and they really don't have anything nutritious to feed on. Elk and deer in particular are always at risk, right? Depending on the severity of the weather in the wintertime. So that's it's always an important factor, and I won't say that it's an unimportant factor, but I think we often overlook the springtime and the summertime, because without those two items in play, then those same elk and deer don't have the opportunity to build up the resources to make it through the wintertime. So I think that's often overlooked, and just want to make sure that everybody's on the same page with how important those places are. All of that is important when we talk about recreation, no matter what it is on the landscape, and interfering with those life processes that are associated with how those animals reproduce and how they're able to keep themselves alive. So switch gears on you a little bit here. In 1958, when I was born, there was about 1.6 million people in the state of Colorado. Don't hold me to all these numbers. I got them off the internet. 2024, 5.9 million. Okay, so in my lifetime, we've gone from, relatively few people in the state of Colorado to a whole bunch of people in the state of Colorado. So that's our number one problem. We've got all of these people coming to the state. Well, why are they coming to the state? Well, they're coming here primarily to work. But the next thing on their list of things to do is, what can I do on my days off, right? And everybody's got their thing, no matter what that is, whether it's riding your bicycle in the woods, whether it's riding your horse in the woods, whether it's hunting, fishing, whatever your deal is, everybody's got one of those things that is their thing to go do in the woods. So what are the impacts here from recreation on wildlife? And these impacts are very similar depending on whether you're talking about housing development or you're talking about too many people in recreation out on the landscape. But I like to categorize those impacts in two different ways. One is the direct impact. So if you build a trail through a elk calving area, that's a direct impact on the wildlife that are in that neck of the woods. Then there's the indirect impacts. How do you, once the trail's in that neck of the woods, how does the presence of the human being then affect it, right? So it's the family walking down the trail with the dog off leash, and the family's having a good time that day, and the kids are screaming and hollering, and wildlife naturally deflects away from that. So it's a real fine line between, well, how close can we get to, and I'll get into this a little bit later, how close can we get to one of these sensitive areas, if you want to call it that, without impacting the life processes of these animals. So that's the basic way to look at it from that perspective. Now, everybody's seen in the last few years, yearly now, you've seen, we get reports of at least one, if not multiple, people getting run down by a moose, right? And that's a perfect example of people out on trails, unintended consequences with their dogs. The moose thinks the dog is a wolf, right? Now we got real wolves, right? But the dog thinks, or the moose thinks that the dog is a wolf. The dog is out in front of the people. The dog naturally comes back to the master and brings the moose with it. And that's how that happens. Almost every encounter that's negative with moose is that, if you look at it, in some form or fashion or another. Maybe it's even the dog on a leash and the moose comes after it. So we have those kinds of negative interactions from the public safety standpoint as well. So I'll give you a couple of examples of places right close to us here where we see significant impacts on recreation. I always like to use the Grand Mesa because it's, bold and beautiful right in front of us here. Yearly, the animals on the top of the Grand Mesa start to come off the sides of the Grand Mesa. Now, if it wasn't for the human factor up there, they would probably wait until the snow forced them out of that high country and forced them down. But we see that those animals start to migrate way in advance of when the storm systems would come in and naturally force them to come down. Well, that's because of the human factor that's up there. bicycles, motorcycles, ATVs, side-by-sides, horseback riders, you name it, mushroom hunters, fishermen, everything that goes on top of the Grand Mesa in regards to recreation has added to this pressure that starts those animals down off the side. The people that are most successful at hunting, then later on in the seasons, are getting those animals off the side of the Grand Mesa. They're not getting them off the top of the Grand Mesa because they're simply not there. I'll give you another example of recent times. So that's been going on the Grand Mesa for quite some time. Recent events, I'd say the last 10 years, right? The ski areas in the state of Colorado all decided to go, well, the big ski areas have decided to go 24/7, 365 operations, right? Those places used to be seasonal, right? Used to be in the wintertime, they were busy. In the summertime, you know, you could go find a condo in Aspen or Vail pretty easy, and it wasn't that expensive to go do that. So naturally, man, you know, wanting to capitalize on the money issue, decided that, hey, wait a minute, we can do some more things here. Where that has impacted wildlife is many of those ski slopes used to hold deer and elk during calving time periods and fawning time periods. And now they don't, because now you got a slide going down the mountain, and you got the same family members going down the mountain screaming at the top of their lungs. And you've got all of the crisscrossing of trails that are on the ski slopes, and everybody rides the gondola up with a bicycle, now gets on the bicycle and rides the bicycle to the bottom of the trail. So those are examples. You know, we can go into the Palisade Plunge. I can bring up examples ad nauseum of where these things are affecting wildlife. So in my existence as a young wildlife officer, trapping bears in Pueblo, Colorado, and moving them across the landscape, you know, it was a standard practice 40 years ago to say, well, just take the bear back to the wilderness. Well, 40 years ago, I would argue that I didn't have a place to take a bear back to the wilderness. Now you really don't have a place to take a bear back to the wilderness, right? And I would say in the state of Colorado, having grown up on the Sangre de Cristos, that's now wilderness area, that even putting that tag on it has actually driven up the visitation on the Sangre de Cristo Mountains. So you have to wonder, well, where are these animals going to go, right? And we're starting to run out of places for them to go. So the habitat factor there is that if they would normally be in this location and now they're moved someplace else, they're in that first location for a reason, because it meets their biological needs. And now they're going to probably be moved to a different location that is less quality and less value to them. That's where we're at with all of this movement of wildlife. And I'll give you a perfect example of that from my oil and gas days. When you looked at that Pinedale development in Wyoming, it was a really intense operation in the Pinedale area. If you've ever gone there, it's pretty amazing, to be honest. And Wyoming Game and Fish had deer collared in that area before the disturbance happened. They knew where those animals hung out, right in the Pinedale development. As the development took hold, they moved. And that was a winter range issue. So they're now moving, you know, they're under protest, moving out from where they would normally go to a lesser place on the landscape. Has to have, and did have, and is having negative impacts on that deer herd. And the same thing happens with recreation. Okay, so research. Well, there's a number of research things out there. We could spend a whole afternoon going over research on recreation versus wildlife. There's a lot of it out there. Freddie, you might remember that name from the old DOW days. Even did one of those projects here in Colorado. And there's ongoing research on our elk herds on the south end of the state right now to see what's going on with elk recruitment down there. And I would predict, although I can't get any researchers to look through their crystal ball for me, I would predict that there's going to be a component of that, at least, that is recreationally related. So, you know, these things that we all love, right? Whatever your thing is, go into the woods. I wanted to give you a couple of examples, right? So in my younger days, there probably aren't too many, but there's a few gray-haired guys in here that remember the tote goat, right? Okay, well, Dad had one in the garage, right? You didn't want to ride that thing because it just beat the crap out of you. But that led to the motorcycle. And then the motorcycle, you know, you could ride that thing farther because it was, if you could ride a bicycle, you could ride a motorcycle. Now, not so easy on a trail, for sure. But that led to the three-wheeler, and the three-wheeler just about killed everybody. And then the four-wheeler came along, okay? And then all of a sudden, everybody who could drive a car could get into the woods. And this intense thing happened in the United States of America. Everybody bought a four-wheeler. But even then, they'd beat you up, and I remember how sore my arms were on the first ones, right? From riding 30 miles in a day. Well, then they put power steering on them. Boy, now I can go 60 miles in a day before this really bothers me. That led to what we now see is the side-by-side. Believe it or not, now the new side-by-sides with a full cab on them have heat and air conditioning in them, right? So now I'm way more comfortable at going to the woods. Now I can stay longer in the woods. I can go farther into the woods. I can have more of a disturbance in the woods. Same thing happened with bicycles, right? The bicycle went to the off-road bicycle, which now goes to the e-bike, right? And we're all having discussions about, well, geez, what do we do with the e-bike? You know, where do we go from there? So how do you then offset this thing? Well, from wildlife's perspective, we always talk about three different terms: avoid, minimize, and mitigate. Avoidance is always the best option for wildlife. Bar none, don't care what species you're talking about. It is always the best option. And there are species out there where it may, in fact, really be the only option, like greater sage grouse. Then we talk about, because quite often politics play into this discussion, well, I still want to have my trail there, so what can I do? How far away from an elk calving ground can I be without impacting that elk calving ground? So you attempt to move the trail as an example of a minimization type thing. Where wildlife absolutely loses, in my opinion, and my experience, is when you get to the mitigation factor. That's man saying, oh, if we just throw some money at it, right? That will solve the problem, and I'll go home at night, and we'll all go to sleep, and we'll all feel great about this thing. But the reality of the situation is that very much does not provide for offsets with regards to wildlife. Now, do you find yourself in that position where you have to do that? Perhaps, but it still argues towards, let's go back to the beginning of this thing. So the thing that I would project to you here is that you've got to be able to try to avoid. And as human beings, we're not very good at that, right? Politics is playing out all the time on a new trail. Palisade Plunge is a perfect example of that, right? That it was a political thing that drove that thing to the nth degree. And I'm telling you, it's going to have wide-ranging impacts on wildlife the entire length of the trail. So you can't really get past the politics sometimes on some of these things, but we're at a point in the state of Colorado where you almost have to say no, right? Just the same as I would say we're at the point in Colorado where it's really important to start saying no to the next subdivision in the state of Colorado. And I know the county commissioners around here just now they're having, you know, their stomachs starting to gurgle after I said that. But the fact is that that's the case. All you got to do is look to the state next door and look at Arches National Monument. If you haven't heard that story, Arches had to go to a quota system on getting into Arches National Monument. We're headed there. We're headed there with climbing 14ers. We're headed there with all aspects of going to the woods. And whether it gets there in my lifetime or not, I don't know. You can argue that it may not. But we're continuing to just add more people to the state of Colorado, which continues to just put more pressure on the wildlife resources of the state of Colorado. So I'll end with this, and then if there's time, if there's any questions, we can go into greater depth or whatever you want to do there. So the other thing that was mentioned here was the Western Slope Outdoor Alliance. So I've been on that for about, I guess we're coming up on 3 years now. It was one of the regional partnerships that was that this governor put out there, and so we formed a group up over here. It covers Mesa County, Delta County, and Montrose County. I would say that we are still trying to find our way with who we are and what we do and those kind of things. Wendell's on there with us and greatly appreciated that you show up as much as you do, because it's a big time commitment as well too. But what we actually do there, I don't know yet. I don't know that we really know that, but from the wildlife perspective, I'm the guy who's telling people when they come in with a project that they want sort of blessed by this group. I'm saying, have you talked to the wildlife guys? And if you haven't talked to the wildlife guys, go back and come back, because I'm not going to sit here and say, yeah, this is okay until you do that. So, but I would say this, it's opened up conversations with anybody and everybody, just about anybody that you can think of, or any group that you can think of that's related to recreation is coming to those meetings and participating. And I would say this too, that everybody's walking in the door with the same thing of, man, can you believe how many people are out there on the landscape, right? And so I think that's the common ground that everybody has out there, whether it's related to wildlife or other resources, or even just your experience out in the woods, right? You know, that experience that I had as an 8-year-old, literally with a bunch of high school kids going across the Phantom Terrace and listening to them talk about the new concept of going and climbing 14ers, that has now become a thing where it's so busy that we cannot control the amount of people that are going up there. Well, who would have thought in my lifetime you'd see that sort of thing? So I'll end with that and leave it to you, Bonnie, if you've got time for questions.
Yeah, I think in the interest of staying on schedule, we'll hold questions and go to the next speaker. And then when we get done with everything that's on the agenda, if we've got some questions, we can circle back and finish discussions.
Perfect.
Thank you so much, Dean.
You betcha.
So our next presenter is Jenny Burby. Jenny's the president of the Colorado Outfitters Association. And when she's going to be online for us. And when Jenny and I aren't bullshitting about horse issues, we actually deal with policy stuff. So appreciate her being here today to talk about recreational impacts on outfitters.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Give us one moment to pull you up on the screen.
No worries. I'm decent at riding in the dark and flying blind, so we're good.
Okay, we have you on the screen, Jenny.
So hello, everyone. My name is Jenny Burby. I am with the Colorado Outfitters Association. We represent businesses all over the state. There are currently 964 licensed outfitters. You are required to have an outfitter's license when you provide some form and portion of consumptive services, basically hunting or fishing. And then all of us have recreational components within our businesses as well. With the topic of recreation and recreation overload, I want to tell a little personal story. So 3 years ago, I had an accident in the woods. And when I made it back to our trailhead after, well, I'm going to say hospital stay and some drug therapy, made it back to our trailhead, and I was not riding yet, but I stayed at the trailhead daily. The opening day of second season is a Saturday, and it is historically the busiest hunting day of the year. And I'm there doing my thing, hobbling around, and it was relatively warm, no snow on the ground. We had 25 different vehicles show up that day to hike, fish, just generally drive down. We're at the end of a road, kind of generally drive down the road, look around, and leave after doing so. So they were not staying overnight. They were not getting into the backcountry. And yet they were recreating within a mile or two of the trailhead, on the access trails, in the river, etc. It was astounding. That's give or take somewhere between 60 and 100 people that come down to a singular trailhead on a Saturday in October. There's 88 million people that visit to recreate, not consumptively, in the state. In our businesses, specifically our public lands licensed businesses and permitted businesses, we're squeezed continually, especially with the Forest Service permits, where we are on a mixed use, as is appropriate. But right now, with the pressures on the resource, the only tool that Forest Service and BLM have is to curtail our user days. Or if user days haven't been utilized to certain percentages every 5 years, they're pulled back, and they're not necessarily reissued in a commercial standpoint, but they just kind of go away and live in a temporary pool, where they're not necessarily accessible in theory, even to the public. And that's the only tool that the Forest Service and BLM have, is curtailing commercial days to mitigate any potential pressures or overuse on the resource. Where this puts us in businesses is, well, I can be personal. My husband and I have owned our permit for 32 years. And in that time, multiple times, we've had to debate and fight to retain our ability to stay in business, including when we've had fires. So we have areas that we didn't operate because of fires. And those user days come up as not used. Like, what happened here? You don't need them. We need to leave some more room. And we said, well, it was a fire. We wanted to be in business, but we couldn't. You can go back over the last couple decades and watch in the wilderness areas where you used to have contact with public or other people, be that Forest Service or anyone, within a few miles of the trailhead. If you had 8 a day, that would be big. Now there's almost nowhere that you can go where you don't have some sort of contact, meaning see them, hear them, talk to them, pass them, interaction of many senses. We have a use problem, we have a human problem, and we have a resource and space problem. For those of us that have been in the consumptive side of the business, which is those 964 permitted outfitters businesses in the state, we're seeing wildlife declines. We are seeing more and more pressured animals, not necessarily because of hunting and harvesting, but because of recreational pressures that ultimately have almost nothing to do with that species, insert species of choice. We're feeling the growing pains all over the state. This is not new or different to our state. It is it's a highly volatile situation for our businesses, both because we are ultimately always up against not being able to make the same amount of revenue as we did in the 5 years prior because of a pressure to lessen and curtail our use and our services to the general public who want them. In essence, to balance some of those numbers and the use on the ground. I don't know what that answer is. I know one of the simple answers that people have thrown out is permitting on federal lands. As anyone can imagine, that is not very politically appetizing. One, because everybody owns it. Two, because someone's going to have to be the one to say it's overcrowded. What do we do and how do we do that? Now, when we have the changes in Washington that are coming down, I think that what I'm hoping is that outfitters will be able to better shed light on the services that we provide that provide access and safety overlays and all of that to the general public that are using the forest. So maybe we're looking at a little bit of positive change here because of what's coming out of in Washington and because of the hiring freezes and the probationary issues, job issues that are coming out of Forest Service and BLM. Any questions?
No, Jenny can have a question or two because she really caught us back up on time. So
I was
if-
trying.
Yeah, awesome. Great, Jenny. And thanks for making yourself available to share the wolf habitat map with us here in a little bit. So we'll move on to the livestock component. And I just, it's important for Club 20 to be at the table on this overuse issue. We know
yes,
tourism is very important to our communities and our economy, but there's also a pretty high price on the natural resources side. So it's a pretty complex issue.
It is. And there's something that this has been surprising to me and this group would be interested in. So last year, CPW's statewide comprehensive recreation plan, the SCORP, they updated and they are considering, well, what they've considered is that wildlife is bringing in $10.2 billion economic impact. That's above the ski industry by over $2 million, 2 billion with a B. Going forward, and this next spring, we're partnering with CSU and CPW to do a broader economic study because we don't know, in the SCORP, we don't know what private lands have been conserved, more wildlife funding that comes and goes through that, and various other secondary markets. So watch for those numbers to get higher too.
Thanks, Jenny. We'll hear back from you again in a few minutes.
See you in a bit.
Janie, are you ready to come back up? So if you weren't here earlier, Janie Van Winkle, she's past president of the Colorado Cattlemen's Association, longtime family rancher, and has had some unique experience with recreational impacts on livestock grazing. And just save 5 minutes for the sheep folks.
Okay. So like 110, is that our 210? 210? Okay. You can say just, it's enough, Janie. It's okay. Thank you again for having me. One quick note I just want to say, I should have said earlier when Sue was up here. This is my personal belief, but I think Senator Bennett did right by Western Colorado on the Dolores Monument issue. I really appreciate him coming, listening and hearing what the communities were saying. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Our family has a couple of different permits on federal lands. We have a forest permit on the Uncompahgre that encompasses about 40,000 acres. And we have a BLM permit that runs from Whitewater to Palisade right up against the orchards and against the base of Grand Mesa. So The other piece I just want to tell you all is that we also lease the city of Grand Junction properties out in Whitewater that they own for the water rights. Those are not open to the public, the city properties, whereas the BLM and forest are. So my perspective is a little bit different than some as to how we engage with recreation. And I guess that's the key word. Engagement is critical. We have to be at the table. We have to be interacting. We can't just wish they would go away, because they are not going to. And so I really believe in our approach is trying to find common ground and working with recreationists. We did a short video segment with the National Cattlemen's Association with a rock climber and Ducks Unlimited, and we all came together and talked about what our common values are and why we are on the landscape, and both from the livestock perspective and the rock climbing and also the conservation group. So I think that's kind of been our take on how we've tried to deal with this issue. Several, I think Dean mentioned the Palisade plunge, and I'll tell you, that was quite a progress, and that's probably how we got involved in this realm of recreation, was through the Palisade plunge. And that's a trail that comes off the top of Grand Mesa, goes along the bench and drops into Palisade. Drops, I believe, 6,500 feet in 30 some miles of trail. It was, the reason we were involved, it was slated to go right across some of the city property that we lease. And the one thing that someone wise called me up and said to me early on, he said, something's going to happen, because it was very politically driven. Something's going to happen here. And so he said, your best bet is to find a way to work together. And we never said no through all of the conversations. And there were some tough ones. In 2015, they came, the city came to us and said, the governor wants to do this. We met with them. We gave them a list of our concerns. Never heard another word for 2 years. And then out of the blue, it was in front of the city council at a workshop. I was at a Colorado Cattlemen's meeting in Denver. Robbie's the one who told me. I don't know how Robbie knows everything, but she seems to. She said, hey, did you know this was on the city council workshop for tonight? And I said, well, no, but Howard will be there. Well, Howard showed up, and the interesting thing is, Howard doesn't show up outside very often, and so no one knew who he was. And they were having this whole conversation, and finally one of the staff members said, well, actually the mayor of Grand Junction said, what do the Van Winkles think about this? And there was some conversation. Finally, a staffer who knew Howard said, well, Mr. Van Winkle's sitting right there. Why don't you ask him? And Howard did at that point. They said, well, are you in favor of this? And Howard said, hell no. That's how Howard is. And at that point, we began to have conversations. We had some hard meetings. More than once, several of the other partners walked out of the room, threw papers across the room. We were like going, wow, we didn't know people acted like this, but I think they thought they were dealing with dumb, stupid ranchers. And we persevered. Ultimately, in 2021, when we had actually 22, I think, we had a final meeting and talked about the impacts of the trail and what it meant to us. I felt really good that I sat in a room with 20 people and all the different partners that were involved in that, and was able to say the impact of the Palisade plunge on Van Winkle Ranch is 0. But it's because you engaged with us. It's because you talked to us. It's because we talked to you. And so that's kind of been how we've interacted with recreation interests and groups over the years. That's part of why I've become really involved with the WSOA, the Western Slope Outdoor Alliance. It's a mouthful. Robbie's there, Wendell's there. And it's interesting because I think because we're in the room, I think the conversation goes maybe a little bit different than if we weren't in the room. So my take is we have to engage. We have to be there. And I was on the state committee for these outdoor partnerships in providing funding, and was able to get a piece in that matrix that is agriculture engaged with these outdoor partnerships. Now, since I've gotten off the state piece, that's kind of fallen back, but we had a group out at the ranch last fall, and Rick Taggart was there, and he heard some of the conversation between GOCO and those of us on the livestock side. He set up a meeting with someone from CPW, can't think of his name, I'm sorry, like second down in command. And we had a conversation that with all these plans that CPW is working on in relationship to wildlife and outdoor rec and all of that, how is agriculture being included? And so that was really something that, again, we said we need to be at the table. And that's kind of how the WSOA piece has come full circle, because I'm working on a project through the Agri-West initiative to get some BLM signage, some signage out on the BLM around multiple use. And WSOA has given their blessing. I think their logo will probably be on the signs. And that just kind of adds some buy-in from all those groups, whether it's the Jeep Club or the bird watchers or Great Old Broads or whoever. It gets some buy-in to some of the things that we're doing from an agricultural or livestock perspective. So I see that having a lot of value. They're getting ready, WSOA has just hired a coordinator, and they're getting ready to send out a survey similar to what was used in Chaffee County a number of years ago, that started kind of as they were being overrun by recreation, kind of what some of the attitudes of producers were, and vice versa. How does recreation see the livestock producers? And they, I think, have found a way to work through some really difficult issues in Chaffee County. And we're getting ready to do that here in what I call the Tri-River area through WSOA. So I'm kind of excited about that. But again, it's engagement that matters. We have to talk to each other. Just really, Bonnie, how much more? Do I have like 2 minutes? Okay. So just some of the impacts directly, gates being left open, it's a little challenging. And that was the first issue we had with the Palisade Plunge. The construction crew left a gate open. And I don't know if you've ever looked up there, but you see that pipeline that goes up the hill. It's a lot steeper than it looks when you're on it. You take cattle up there, it takes 10, 12 hours to move a bunch of cattle up there. And one of the construction crews left a gate open. They told us it was only open for 20 minutes. That's all the longer it took. And they all came back. So again, working through some of those issues, but gates are probably one of the biggest issues, but we found a way to solve that. And on our Forest Service permit, gates are almost a non-existent issue because we did it. The Forest Service provided cattle guards and we installed them. And then the ATV groups, they said, well, we want to maintain them. What do we need to do? And I explained to them, if you'll paint them white, it helps keep the cattle off of them. And so they have all these older members that want to do maintenance, but they can't do any of the heavy work. They love going out and painting the cattle guards, which is good with us. So again, finding solutions to problems is how we work together and find some common ground. Social trails, that's kind of a challenge because again, that interferes with not only the flow of wildlife, as Dean was talking about, but also it changes the patterns of the livestock. And they don't always do what you think they're going to do because somebody has built a new trail in a particular place. The other thing I'll just mention quickly, and I think this kind of segues nice for Bonnie into the discussion about dogs. We elected to get some livestock guardian dogs kind of in trying to be proactive in dealing with the wolf issue. Those dogs are a pain in the butt, just for the record. But the biggest problem we've had is people won't leave them alone. And when people interact with them, then they don't do their job. And they're going to be out of a job. They're kind of like on a very tenuous thread right now. We have 3 of them. We had 4, but we have 3 of them right now. And they're on a very tenuous thread. And if they don't stay with the cattle and stop trying to be so social, they are not going to have a job. And I mean, we all think that's a good solution, but the amount of labor with those dogs is huge. So With that, I'll turn it to Bonnie if you want to continue, and I'll sit down. If there's time for questions later, that's fine. I'll be around.
That sounds great. Thank you, Janie. So I did just want to take a few minutes and talk about our livestock protection dogs. You know, these dogs have to be aggressive enough to handle bears, lions, and coyotes, and now wolves, and they have to be people tolerant. And so you've got two issues. You've got breeds out there that might be too aggressive, and you might have an incident with mountain bikes are a particular problem because they're slow and quiet, and if you spook those dogs, you know, in close proximity, that can be a problem. Typically, a dog will recognize somebody on horseback or a hiker, somebody coming in, they've got a chance to see that, and they might bark at you, but it's not a problem. So we've went on these allotments that have historically just been a sheep allotment, and you might see a game warden out there. Now we're overrun with recreationalists, and now we need not only more dogs on the landscape because of wolves, but more aggressive dogs. And I just wanted to bring this up because the focus on non-lethals on the wolf, non-lethal deterrence because of wolves, and the dogs are being pushed so hard. The sheep outfits have decades of experience with these dogs. The cattlemen don't, and it's a big learning curve. You have to set these dogs up for success. They're a tremendous amount of work. I've got one producer that brings in dog food by the semi-truckload that has a budget for dog food of $18,000 a year. And then you have the anti-hunting crowd that doesn't want to regulate not only wolves, but bears and lions out there. So, you know, just want to put that out there. What have we done? We've worked with the BLM and Forest Service. We actually have signage on livestock protection dogs at the trailheads, which you should and shouldn't do. And we got the agency logos on that so we can have them out at those trailheads, and it brings a lot of credibility to that. We also do a grazing brochure that we get out to recreationalist groups throughout the West, and literally across the West. Different places are looking at Colorado on the stuff that we established on dealing with recreationalists, but it's so much harder now. I really want to disabuse the notion that if livestock producers will just use those guardian dogs, it's okay. Because most of the times the dogs lose. If they run up against wolves, the dogs lose. They do well with bears and lions, but a pack of wolves, your dogs are going to lose every time. So I'm always available, so you guys can touch base with either Janie or I if you have any questions on that. I think we'll move into the wolf habitat map with Jenny Burby. Chad Stewart was going to be here for us to talk about the Forest Service and recreation, and then was unable to come because of the administration change and things that have stopped temporarily there. So Jenny jumped in at the last minute. I think some of you have heard about the story map, and I thought it would be a good idea to share this today to make people aware of it. So thanks for coming back, Jenny.
You're welcome. So some of you may know I'm not going to call it a privilege to have sat on the stakeholder group for the wolf plan. It was a chore. One of the things that came out of that wolf plan was the Dittmer map. And multiple people on the stakeholder group questioned specifics that were not included in the choices of release and priority habitat for the wolf. This is not my work, but I have been a fly on the wall and a contributor and suggester. So it's a work in progress. There will be more added, but we'll just dive right in. Right now, there are 66,379,000 acres of land in Colorado. There it is. In 114, it only referred to the west slope. That is shown here with red outlines to the counties and the west slope. wolves cannot be on tribal ground. So we've excluded that primarily here in the south and then to our western border into Utah. And then we exclude also the Bruno Treaty area. Oops, a little bit fast. The Bruno Treaty area down south in my neighborhood, because the agreement with the tribes right now is that they want to protect their game and their food source, which is by treaty, the Bruno Treaty area. Then you add a border of 60 miles around the release areas to, in theory, it was to protect and give buffer so that frankly, the investment that was put into a singular wolf, when they were released, they might stay within state borders. What I'm seeing now on the stuff coming out of the state is that the animals that we're releasing aren't necessarily doing the same mannerisms that we saw in the Northern Rocky Mountain releases, where they generally moved 50 miles and to the north. Going on. Now we talk about game and access to feed for the wolves. Their primary food source is, and favorite food source is elk, then somewhat deer, and all the way down to mice. And I'm sure they eat bugs too. But one thing that we have primarily on the west slope is some great elevation changes. With those elevation changes, we have a seasonal migration of all the game. What's projected in red here is everything above 9,000, and below is what is below 9,000. If we stopped right here, we're down to the yellow places, which are effective and able to maintain game primarily year round. And that brings us down to an only available habitat of 7.1 million acres. Then Forest Service land, because there isn't a NEPA, because there isn't a study, the resource management is not up to date anywhere in the state to include wolves. Basically, we have to, until that's done, we have to preclude those areas because we don't have the mitigation measures in place to deal with commercial use, recreational use, or, well, extractives, logging, everything. None of that right now includes any study of what the wolves do or don't do in those nationally owned areas. Keep going. Now we've got what's below 9,000, what's not federal ground, and it keeps shrinking. Right now, with this, the final available area is 3.4 million acres from an original 61. 5.7% of the available state and private land. Then we overlay that with BLM and Forest Service grazing permits. It gets shrunk again because they're grazing permits. They have animals on them. You can add in oil and gas. One thing that we are still struggling to reflect in this are basically private lands grazing, wintering grazing, because there isn't necessarily a record of it. There are records with USDA and NRCS that reflect active farms, but we really don't know what those seasonal capabilities are from data sets. But what we have effectively, and another layer that we want to do this, is that only 5%, 5.7% of the suitable habitat area originally asked for in 114 is actually really habitable by wolves. But like I said, we still have some more tweaking to do with this. We want to add in some sort of private land layer. We also want to add in some recreational Forest Service type, maybe even state parks type visitations, which will also cut back on available habitat. Any questions?
Bonnie?
Yes, T. Wright?
This is an observation.
Yeah.
T. Wright Dickinson. I had the privilege of sitting through all the committee meetings yesterday. And Madam President and Mr. Chairman, my first observation is that the Tourism Committee should have been hearing this presentation that they haven't heard. The folks that are in the back, I see a few familiar faces from yesterday. And all too often, it's been my experience in Club 20 that we kind of gang up in our own areas and we talk past each other. We had a great presentation yesterday in tourism about all these dollars and how great this is and everything, but there was no discussion of impacts. And so my first observation and suggestion as an action item would be that you consider in the summer meetings moving tourism into this day and this group of meetings, so that these kind of conversations and interactions can have. This is everything. I mean, this is spot on. I mean, I've lived this whole life, and everything these folks are talking about, Dean and Ron and Jennifer and company. This is our future, that and how we protect these resources is critical. But part of it needs to start with us uplifting and educating our own membership so that we're not in our stovepipes. Stovepipes is what I was looking for. That's what agencies and bureaucracies do. They only talk in stovepipes. But then beginning to move this out. So this has been a great deal. I'm glad you guys did this today.
Yeah, go ahead, Brittany.
So I saw Nancy first, and then Steve, and then Callie.
First you said you didn't develop this map, but I love this map. I love what they're doing or whoever's doing it. But the first question I had when I saw some of the language that I thought you might think about, it says they're not allowed to be on. There's no federal government that's going to kick the wolf off. I think maybe using the words cannot be introduced on would be better than cannot be on. Because as you're right, T. Wright, is we're educating our members. They go, oh, wait a minute, they went through that 60-mile buffer. And they go, yeah, we knew that would happen. But so that just that word changing, I think, is good. And then to react to T. Wright, we have been talking about silos in this group forever, T. Wright, and it is very hard to have enough time to do exactly what you're doing. And we moved these three committees together because we had the fires, and that affected the watersheds, and that affected ag. And so we are so interconnected, but I'm afraid it's only about 10% of us that understand how interconnected every bit of this is. But I think it was a good point. We always see those silos. Thank you.
Thank you for the feedback. We're talking about a copywriter if you want a job.
No.
I already wrote you down. It's all good.
I love maps like this, and it was so educational. I made my husband watch it, so I can tell that people are learning stuff that maybe aren't as buried and deeply in it as we are. Thank you.
So Steve Child from Pickens County, right where they just introduced some of the new wolves. I love this map too. And I just recently looked at the latest map of the radio tracking of where the wolves have actually been. And they've been right up to the Utah border in western Garfield County. They've probably been into Utah for that matter, but I don't know if we track them there. So this is all like a pipe dream, thinking that we can release wolves in, these few tiny areas where they're left on your whole map. And they don't stay there, obviously. They travel a huge distance. So this is like a huge experiment we are doing, and it's it's almost comical in a very sad way for all of us in ranching. But thanks for the presentation on this.
Thanks, Steve. Callie, do you want to go next?
Sure. Thanks, Jenny. Appreciate it. And I'm like everybody else, and I'm learning to really appreciate maps because I'm a visual person. I guess so. Two questions: who is putting the map stuff together? Who's working on that?
It's a fellow named Eric Pinal, and he's working with the Colorado Conservation Alliance.
Okay. And then the second question is, I guess I agree with Nancy, and I understand how frustrated we all are about the lack of NEPA and that the wolves, are out there. We knew they were going to go on the federal lands. But I guess I'm just trying to understand what is the message here? We see a lot of information, and yeah, it's shrinking. If we'd had this information 4 years ago, it would have been fantastic.
Yep.
But I'm feeling like we're behind the 8 ball again. So what are you thinking you're going to do with this information?
I think that one, it'll be used in multiple ways. So the Conservation Alliance, I'm not a member of the Conservation Alliance, just so everybody knows. I do support what they're trying to do, which is actually at this point will be retroactively get NEPA done, have the federal lands studied, have the mitigation measures in place. We as an association support that because what we know is that 7 out of 10 public land hunting operators, as I am, went out of business in the Northern Rocky Mountains within the first 10 years of introduction. And we've proven it. It's a fact. We almost got to where we would get some compensation and some recognition at this state, but last minute it got pulled, and so I continue to fight. But I think twofold. I think the major point right now and where this will go and can be utilized is basically in DC at this point to push for those resource management plan updates, which need to be reflective of what's happening on the ground now before they put new usages on that are outside of it. That will include the wolf, because the wolf is now a factor, and none of our resource management plans in the state have the wolf as a factor. And yet we have emergency energy executive orders, which is probably the first trigger right now. We have for the ongoing Forest Service and BLM actual hands-on shovels type working issues that we will be facing in the next few years. We're going to be facing the uptick in resource utilization and acquisition, and with like the theme from today with recreation, all of this map isn't yet reflecting those usages and what that does to the wolves, which will push the wolves to follow the game, which are seeking sanctuary. And frankly, the sanctuary is going to probably be on private land like it was in Idaho. And I think that the more that we can educate ourselves and get ready for that and continue to stand in, it sounds goofy to say solidarity because it does for me. But the more that we can stand together and talk with and for each other, like Janie was talking about, the better off we will all be. especially with the wolf, because a lot of human use and interaction was not really factored in to what was going to be happening on the west slope with 114. I think that's an answer, Callie.
Thanks, Jenny. I've got Robbie and then Harry. Go ahead, Harry.
My question goes back to as far as Dean, are we there yet?
Yeah.
Okay.
Everything's fair game. Well, I probably shouldn't say that to Harry, but
Oh, I didn't want to let Dean off, but what my question was, Dean, all your years of experience with the Division of Wildlife, do you think maybe the combination of Parks and Rec and Division of Wildlife being pulled together, do you think we invited the fox into the hen house there? And my other question is the pressure that's being put on all the livestock people and all the game, the deer and elk. It's not just restricted to public lands, but I just realized this year that the state lands have changed some of their philosophy, and this was a new one for us because, of course, the state land trust, it runs the school money, but in order to, every 10 years now, you redo your state land lease, and when you do that, you have to participate as either grazing, agriculture, or recreation. So they're inviting recreation to participate in the lease of state lands. And what happened here recently in Routt County, one of the ones that were awarded the ag lease for grazing were different than the ones that got the lease for recreation. And the people who won the lease for the recreation pulled together, and it wasn't restricted to hunting. Originally, recreation was considered hunting. Now it's opened up to any kind of recreation. This particular parcel was 7,000 acres, and it's going to be open up to four-wheelers, bicycles, side-bys, and grazing, and hunting. There is no hunting, so that game's going to be moved somewhere else. But it's state lands too, so the philosophy that the state land board has right now, I think is complicating. What we're trying to do is mitigate this interaction between the public and the wildlife.
So I'm not sure after that, I remember what your question was to start with.
Whether you think we left the fox in the hen house when we combined the agencies, the parks.
Well, that's a loaded question for a retired guy. But I would say that, yeah, what you described there is exactly what you're now seeing, right? As a result of that merger, if you will, of the wildlife agency and the park side of the agency coming together. And now a philosophical change, I'll say it at the governor's office, that, you can put all these things together and conveniently make them work together. That's just not feasible. It's not the case. And so now you're starting to see, albeit almost 20 years down the road here of the merger, now you're starting to see some of those complications that, yeah, probably do go back to the merger itself.
I think do resolution.
So I have Bonnie Peterson from Mesa County. I have a couple of questions, observations here. This is scary. This map is scary to me. And one question I have is, do you think we could take this map before CPW with the many entities that requested a pause and say, here's the data about why we should have a pause on wolf introduction? It scares me to death to think that we've already got 28 and now we're talking about, another 15 coming in and maybe another 15 this year. I wonder if that's a possibility. That's one thing. And then a second thing, I wonder if we could do kind of a water towers of the West kind of conference that brings the OEdit people, the rec people together, and that all the other entities together to talk about all these pressures. This has really been eye-opening to me to talk about all these pressures, because one thing that that really kind of was an eye-opener yesterday when I was listening to the outdoor rec thing. Yeah, there's a lot of money to be made there. And the point in that presentation was, well, there's more money here than in ag, and there's more money here than in industry, and there's more money here than in this. But rec doesn't happen without any of those others. If we don't have ag, and we don't have industry, and we don't have all those other things, which this is becoming the highest and best use in this state, rec is, we don't have those things. Because I'll tell you what, if my husband weren't working in the finance world and I didn't work where I worked, we sure as heck couldn't buy the toys that we play with. You know, the people who are involved in industry have the money then to go and play in rec. And so they're trying to displace all of that with rec. And we can't have it without those things. And I think this has been great, trying to bring all those pieces together and show the overall impact. Because if we don't, if we don't address that, we won't have any livelihoods in Western Colorado left at all.
Amen.
Go ahead, Merritt. Agree with you, Bonnie, 100%.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I am Merritt Linke, Wolf County Commissioner. Oh, wait, sorry.
Very funny, Merritt. Stop it.
So Jenny, great presentation. Some of y'all know, but I served on the technical working group to develop the plan too for whatever, 18 months that we did do that. It was a lot of fun. One thing that as I saw this map, and I think it's a great map, but I do think it needs some refinement to make it more meaningful and more accurate. And I think these are just suggestions, but I think it maybe should be a map that shows where the impacts are. And I really like the section that showed the high elevation above 9,000 versus low elevation. I think that is great. But I also made me think of a couple things too, because every time we see this, when these controversies come up, or where you testify in front of a Senate committee or whatever, you talk at CPW, you almost always hear some kind of comment that alludes to getting rid of grazing on public lands. Almost that always comes up. But I will also say, and sometimes this doesn't get said enough, but those 29 confirmed kills, every single one of those, there's not one of them on federal lands, not one, including Grand and Jackson and Route. Those are all on, not one of those is on federal lands. I think that's important to know. So this is a producer-consumer divide. We always talk about the urban-rural divide, but this is a producer-consumer divide. And this whole thing gets worse, because if you think about all the legislation, even the water laws and the water bills and the ag labor laws bills that are in the works, those are regulations against a producer industry. We facilitate consumer industry. We make bike paths and multimodal transport. We regulate the death of producer industries. Producer-consumer divide. And one last thing, this is just a comment. Just for context, we talked about acres here. 1 million acres is about 1,562 square miles. Okay, just for context, when you start seeing 1 million acres sounds like a lot. Okay, so 1,562 square miles. Grand County is 1,869 square miles, just Grand County. 72% of that is federal lands. So just for context, so people can get their head around what size we're talking about when we talk about millions of acres and what that actually is in square miles. That's all. Thanks.
Well, I think we better wrap things up so we can go on to our resolutions. But just a round of applause to all of our great speakers. So for this, this meeting, we're looking at 3 different resolutions. It seemed timely to take up the the compensation for game damage resolution. So we'll start with that if there's a motion to bring that up for discussion.
Bonnie, I'll move to approve it as amended for the sake, so we can get to.
And did you get the second? Thank you, Cindy. Great. So just as a reminder to everybody, the advisory panel worked, pretty thoroughly on these before bringing them to your attention. So just the edits try to bring a little more clarification to this resolution, but didn't change the intent. Merritt?
Just a potential change, especially considering what we've been talking about all day in every committee. Could we consider changing the name from game to wildlife?
I'd consider that a friendly amendment unless somebody wants to vote on it. Cindy, you're good with that? And as our seconds? Seconds good. Thanks, Merritt. Do we have any other comments on this? Then let's go ahead and take a vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Thank you. All right. Thank you. So the next resolution we'll look at is PLNR 008, Endangered Species State Efforts in Recovering. So if somebody wants to make a motion to discuss. Thank you, Ray. 6, wait. Thank you. And I'll just, as you could, I'll make a couple of comments. I mean, as you can see, there's a theme on wildlife management as I started through reading and studying the resolutions. And I think this made sense in the context of the sage grouse, but as we've rolled into the wolf introduction, it really doesn't fit. I've not heard really anybody inside or outside Club 20 articulate this as a priority, and so as the advisory panel, when we looked at this, we recommended to delete this policy. Oh, Nancy?
I would just say that when we just adopted a state management guiding principle. I think it would be covered in that anyway. So you might refer, when we've deleted, we've also referred to the new guiding principle, and you might put that on there.
That's a good clarification. Thank you, Nancy.
Mm-hmm.
Any discussion? All those in favor of deletion? Opposed? Great. Great, so those two are easy. The last one we'll bring up for discussion is amendment to PLR in our 19-2 guiding principles for the Endangered Species Act, if we have a motion to discuss.
I'll move that we move forward this amendment.
Thank you, Cindy. Got Ray as a second. Okay. Thank you. So I'll just, a little background on this. The heavy lifting on this principle was done in 2019. And so this is a really important guiding principle that was put together. But I do think that our Club 20 policy documents need to be less conversational and they less repetitive and more concise. We cleared off about 150 words off the original guiding principle, and we still maintained all of those. We didn't take away any of the key concepts in there. We just cleaned up the language. I'm on information overload, and when I read something, I want to get to the point. And so that was just a cleanup on this, but I really want to emphasize that the hard work was done when this was drafted, and it's really important to maintain this. So I'll hand that over to discussion from others. Merritt?
I appreciate all the hard work that went into this, and I probably didn't spend as much time studying as I probably should have, but this might be a topic for conversation, and maybe it's an additional whereas, but it seems like we need to state that the whole intent of the Endangered Species Act was to protect the species, the numbers of the species, not to protect state boundaries or political boundaries. Because that's what it seems like it's happening in Colorado, that we have numbers in our favorite species to talk about at a country or a total population, but yet they're endangered here, but they're not endangered here. And sometimes those animals get confused when they hit that. They don't read those signs. Thanks. Just for consideration.
Cindy?
So Merritt, I'm wondering if the fourth bullet on the last page, all threats to a species must be identified and addressed in the listing process and recovery plan, would cover what you're talking about in a general sense, since this is a guiding principle.
Repeat that, Cindy. Where am I looking?
On the last page, it's the fourth bullet down. One of the bullets has been deleted, but it's the fourth, including the deleted one. All threats to a species must be identified and addressed in the listing process and recovery plan. To me, that's a very broad statement, and I'm just asking Merritt if what he's talking about is covered in that.
And the answer is maybe. And here's what I'm thinking. If maybe we could say in there, all threats to a species population must be addressed. Because that's what I think we're supposed to be talking about. When we talk about endangered species, we're talking about the population number of that species, whether it's 10,000 or it's 39.
Could we say species and its population so that we're covering both?
So I want to just be careful here, because part of what we have significant input over the years is not just the species, it is the habitat. And too often the habitat, even after it's clearly identified, then that goalpost gets moved as well. And we got to have additional unoccupied habitat, then occupied habitat, and then may down the road eventually become habitat.
Harry?
So Robbie, are you just suggesting we leave the word species as is because habitat's in the parentheses and all that?
Well, I'm just trying not to get bogged down in everything in this document. We have the habitat when you look at the specific documents above.
Right. Okay.
Go ahead, Harry.
Well, Bonnie, I love your comment, information overload. And I got a question for Perry. As a former legislature, when you're considering sponsoring a bill or writing legislation, and you give a damn what Club 20 thinks, if you looked at our resolutions based on what kind of legislation you're looking at, would it make sense to have our resolutions concentrated like one page? Would you not be then interested in getting more into detail as to what we mean when we're writing resolutions? Because some of our resolutions are literally pages long, and it involves one hell of a lot of dialogue on our part in committee meetings to get to wordsmith all of it. But the goal is to get our message to our legislators. So how do you look at it looking back when you see Club 20 and what our position is? If you saw one page that was point blank, then would you not want to call up and clarify? Can you guys go into detail what you mean then? Because that's what ultimately nuts how we write the legislation.
Perry will. Concise is always better as long as the content is there. Obviously shorter and concise, but you have to have the content that you're intended in there.
Could I say something?
Yes, Nancy, go ahead.
Harry, part of what the intent was to have a guiding principle was not to have the specifics. It's to enable our staff to pick up the issue of the day and know that she is a principal that says she can weigh in on it and get as specific as necessary for whatever the species of the year is or the issue of the year is. What we were dealing with before, Harry, I mean, we had over 60 very specifically worded resolutions for PLNR. And you don't want to get back to that. Some of it is just to cover most of the kind of issues that we typically would find. And the staff then takes it and runs with it for the specificity. And she quotes which ones she's drawing from to write the letter. But that's how we've evolved from specific resolutions to guiding principles, if that makes sense. And if somebody doesn't agree with me on that, feel free to weigh in.
Thanks, Nancy, for the clarification. Merritt, are you wanting to move your recommended language forward as an amendment?
I think it does what I don't think it really does what I want to say. We might have to think about how we'd want to say that, but I just want it to, for any work that we do and for listing decisions to be made, we should support those to be made. And maybe it's not even a state thing at all. Maybe it's not thing that maybe it's something that we would talk to about federal. Because if it's a federally listed, that's supposed to be based on the population of that species. And then we get these state listings that I think really complicates things. So maybe we should leave it alone. Unless we want to add another whereas, but then that kind of gets, as Harry was saying, then we get longer and longer and longer, and we want these guiding principles.
Sorry, I keep waiting for the green light to come on these mics. That's been my problem all day long as I'm waiting for the green light. Sorry. At the end of the meeting, I finally have it figured out. So I'm going to take from that is there any more discussion on the motion? Then let's go ahead and vote on Cindy's motion to adopt the amendments and move forward to the board meeting. All those in favor? Opposed? All right, motion carries. This will go to the board with a recommendation to approve. How do we do on time? Great. So I've got a question for everybody because I kind of pack our agenda pretty tight because I like kind of brief updates. Again, I'm on information overload of having to sit all day and listen to lengthy presentations, even if, they're quite good information. So as we move into the summer policy meeting, do you have a preference if we kind of stick with this format, or would you prefer to have longer presentations, 1 or 2 longer presentations?
Bonnie, I like the format personally.
Do you? It makes me kind of crack the whip, but I just, these are your meetings, so I want to do it according to what's best for the group.
So Bonnie, this is Ray. I would echo what Wendell said. I think you ran a really good meeting. You held everybody accountable and you held them on time, and that's the way all of our policy meetings should be run. Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Linke.
I have a retroactive statement on one of the ones we already voted to approve that maybe is important to consider. In that CPW, on the one that we changed the name, which I brought up, but maybe it was brought to my attention that CPW only pays for damage by big game and for wolves.
Mhm.
So it wouldn't be damage caused by all wildlife. So maybe it would be too all-encompassing to incorporate that in there. I don't
Okay,
know.
and I think
We already
just,
voted to approve it, but
we
that's
just changed the title. I
just the
don't think-
title.
Yeah.
So it's possible that we could revisit that and change it back, because that
Yeah.
maybe is not where we want to go.
I think since it's a title change.
Are there any objections
I don't-
from the group to changing it back? And then whoever motioned and seconded it, can we consider that back to a friendly amendment?
Thank you, Brittany.
The wolves are separate in terms of how they get
Point
paid
well
for.
made.
So yeah, it's all good. Oh, we could add Wolverines in there, as
Yeah.
Perry just mentioned.
Just, okay. So I just finish up by saying, I think to me, the summer policy meeting looks like getting BLM and Forest Service in here at the table to talk about funding, staffing, priorities under this administration. So that's probably going to be my focus, and you all know how to get a hold of me at any time. So please do so. So I'll just say thank you, everybody, and hand it back to Brittany.
Thanks, Bonnie. Thank you, everybody, for coming. I do have a few closing comments or announcements more so. Spring conference, put it on your calendar. I'm standing right in front of it, April 25th and April 26th. April 25th will be our organizational meeting, so our exec and board of directors. Everybody is welcome to come attend those, but we do ask that you do register so we know how many people are going to be eating lunch. You get to see the process there and the conversations that we have as the board. And then on the 26th, it will be our traditional conference format with some speakers where we have some exciting things hopefully lined up. And we'll get that information out to you guys shortly. With that, safe travels. One last round of applause for all of our sponsors today. Please take some drinks. There's lots of desserts left, so take those for goodies on the road. And then if whoever drives the gold Yukon could come see me, that would be great. Okay, thank you.